Welcome back to the channel, everybody, as the Tennessee Titans continuing here. We are very deep into this one for, the amount of episodes we have done, but we still have unfinished business, especially with a grand return today. It has been, what, I would imagine like 18 months since our star player, Boar Jackson, has taken the field. He missed all of last season with a devastating injury, and he played some reps in the preseason. It was pretty good, of course, but yeah, he missed an entire season coming off of winning the best running back award back-to-back years, has made the Pro Bowl each of his first 4 seasons, but a fifth year in which he completely just missed the season, and it really sent this team into a bit of a panic. The running game, which was the staple of this team last year, fell apart, and we were basically trusting our rookie quarterback, Augustus Gordon, to carry the offense. Now, I guess the positive about it is, well, he was pretty dang good. 34 touchdowns and over 4,000 yards, and basically, from a pure passing standpoint, about as good of a season as Vince Young has ever produced for us. And he was able to do that all as a rookie, and now he sits here as a 94 overall. But to help out with Boar Jackson, we don't know if Boar's ever going to be the same. We don't know if that injury is going to cook him, because he is a 27-year-old running back. Once running backs hit that magic number, 29 years old, it's when they fall off a cliff. He's 27. You know how it goes at running back. Some burn fast, burn bright, and they quickly have a downturn in their career. Some have nice longevity. Boar has had a heavy workload in his career, and he's on the final year of his contract as well. So what do? We go and bring in a guy who is kind of the opposite of Boar, who, he's got all the skills in the world, but he has been a workhorse running back in his career who has basically never gotten hurt, literally never missed a game. He only didn't start two games in his career that he didn't start, but he's played every single game in his career. And he is also the opposite of Boar in the sense that, well, this guy was touted as being the next Barry Sanders from, the same school, the same, production, and then he comes into the league and he's good for, you look at the stats, 1,000 yards, double-digit touchdowns, but the yards per carry is terrible, and he's never broken off a long run in his career, and now you're thinking to yourself, well, Barry Sanders without the explosive runs doesn't sound all that great, but maybe we can go and, fix the narrative here and give him an offensive line, and maybe instead of giving him 300-plus carries, give him, more of an effective 200. Fullback. We went and spent a second-round pick on a fullback, Kyle Nunn, because, he was like the best fullback prospect we have ever seen. He's going to be our guy there. Camion Walker, Torrey Edwards, Richie Campbell. Tight end was a real frustrating situation last season. Rocky Jones was pretty poor for us, and in an offense that did try to utilize the tight end a little bit more, get him like 2 to 3 catches a game rather than just one. It didn't go so well. We brought in Marcus Langster to try to help out a little bit, but we don't have a clear tight end here. Benji Cato at left tackle, Todd Kramer left guard, Richard Emanuel at center, John Onken right guard, and Jerry Tillman and Derek McGee, a rookie, at right tackle. I'm going to go with McGee for now because he is on the 3-year deal with the higher potential, whereas Jerry Tillman is got one less potential and is on an expiring deal. Tom Bahali, we paid some big money to keep him around, but we did keep him around, which was important. We drafted actually, we didn't draft this dude. Freddie Bassett is an undrafted player who looks really good. The issue is he's on a 1-year expiring contract, and we're not doing too hot on money. Meanwhile, we spent a first-round pick, last season on Walt Daniels to be a designated pass rusher, and he was okay as a rookie, and we're going to let him continue to develop. Anton Weaver still at D-tackle, along with Janoris Hutchinson, Freddie Bates, and Mario Martinez at linebacker. Where we did have to subtract, though, to help this team out was getting rid of D'Amico Ryans. Obviously unfortunate, but Quincy Edwards, an undrafted linebacker from last season, is going to step in, and we gave him a contract extension, and he's going to be the guy at right outside linebacker this year. So we're hoping it's not, a drastic drop-off. It's going to be, obviously, a step back, but we're going to hope it's not too bad. At cornerback, Luke Locke is still here because we drafted him highly, so we have to pay him. He's going to be the number 3 corner. Jabari Gordon, number 1, and Rick Foley, number 2. It's still a nice trio overall, and the secondary being as great as it is because of also guys like Michael Griffin and the young Andrew Woods. So the team is awesome. I mean, we also have a bunch of second round picks from some moves that we made. It is weird that we are playing the opening night Thursday game, and it's against the Jaguars, who weren't very good. But here's what the schedule looks like. We always want to take a peek here to see how spread out things are for the divisional games and also what big time opponents we're going to be taking on. So the Saints are going to be an opponent in week 2, so we play that division. So the Buccaneers still usually are pretty good. We'll play them in week 5. We have our bye week in week 6. We get a couple of division games. Bills, typical stuff there. Patriots, Chiefs, who were also a playoff team. So it's a okay schedule. Like, this doesn't look like a brutal schedule. This doesn't look like a cupcake schedule, I don't think. So I think we'll be all right. Here we go to the fourth quarter. It's about what you expect. 28-0 your score. And I'm going to just, for any game that's like this, where it's just like, yeah, we're good, we don't need any like help here, I'm just going to sit Boar and let Ozzie Jones ride it out. So Boar came back, and it was up and down. I think it was a very slow start, but it's all right. We were able to come out here 28-0, and we're going to keep on adding to it. We've caught a bunch of interceptions. This Jaguars team is just terrible on offense. Their defense was fine for a little bit. They just cannot overcome how bad their offense is. And as we missed a 37-yard field goal. Let's hope that's not going to be an issue. But with 5 minutes to play, we keep on running. I don't like that we had we couldn't hop into the first game of the season, because this is what the NFL gave us on opening night. Imagine they did this in real life, man, where like opening night was like Seahawks Cardinals. Like, that's just not fair. Who wants to see a bloodbath on opening night, man? Ozzie getting some nice runs, though, and he is just grinding away, run out the clock, and game over. So, I don't put any points up on the fourth quarter, but it was a pretty clean game. Gordon throws 25 of 36, and just shy of 270 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, and look at that, a perfect even split here. So Ozzie obviously got a bunch of carries at the end to pad them and run out the clock, but Boar had 20 carries, Ozzie had 20 carries. Boar only had 63 yards, but he had 3 touchdowns, whereas Ozzie had 92 yards and still a touchdown. And yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for here, for getting an even split. The carries, I mean, 40 total runs and then 36 passes. That is just because, like, the Jags were going 3 and out. They threw a bunch of picks. Like, what was their quarterback stat line? Oh, boy, he threw 5 picks. They threw 5 picks, man. They just could not keep the ball in their possession at all. Camion Walker starts the season hot with 11 grabs for 145. And then on defense, Barksdale, Holly, Daniels with sacks, 3 interceptions for Foley, and then Gordon and Edwards, the new starting linebacker, caught 1. So a great start to the season. And we move to 1-0, where we hopefully now can get into a little bit more of a tightly contested game where we get to see this team in a high-pressure situation. We have ourselves a much closer game this time around. 13-7 your score on the road in New Orleans, but we have the ball, and we're right around midfield, the New Orleans 48-yard line right now. Boar's pretty, decently fully charged here, 89 fatigue, and Ozzie, who has been taking majority of the third quarter reps, is a little tired, but we'll give Boar the carry here. So welcome back. We finally get to see it on field in action. Welcome back, Boar Jackson, who goes down for a loss of 1. Even though the result on that play was not too good, we missed Boar so much, and it's great to have him back. Second down and 11. Gordon, play action, rolling, and the tight end in the flats. Not much there. I think he had a chance at the tight end a little further down the field. But, we'll take the 2 yards and move to 3rd down and 9. Ozzie Jones will check in. He will be taking, majority of these 3rd down reps, just to give Boar a little bit of extra time to recover in between plays. So 3rd down. And obviously, we're going to need a little bit more to get into field goal range here, as Gordon outside. Oh, it's jumped and picked! And picked off. Just threw it late across the field like that because he kind of moved right, threw back left. It was just a little late. Obviously not ideal, but I think it is also really interesting to know who we're facing on the other side. The Saints have a familiar face. As the handoff outside, there he goes. But I'll show you the familiar face here as Jeremy Pearson is at running back, and that was him for a 7-yard carry. So, you know, when we seen Pearson sign there, I was really confused about, like, the format here and what they were going to do, but they're actually just straight up starting him over Cavario Allen, and I would imagine, yeah, Allen's the third down back, but that's a really interesting thing. They brought in a guy like Pearson to just outright start him at running back. I thought he would be the backup, but no, he's the guy right now. So that's really interesting. We'll see how it holds up as Pearson tackle for a loss of 1. You know, Pearson, oh, and yeah, I was literally just about to bring it up. He's hurt. I was literally going to say, like, oh, it was really interesting when he signed with the Saints because I'm like, he kind of fit better as a backup because he's just not durable. You know, when we tried to make him our starter, he just kept getting hurt. And, well, they make him the starter, and in game 2, he's hurt against his former team. 3rd down and 4, throwing over the middle, and it's caught. And a 1st down into Titan territory. As they'll drop back and throw now on 1st and 10, swatted at the line. After an incompletion on 1st down, we move to 2nd and 10 as the Saints from the 45. They'll be under center, 2 tight ends and throwing. As they got a man underneath. Yep, there he is, Cavario Allen. I mean, one of the most productive receiving backs really just ever. You know, this is a dude who's had multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons. You know, it's not like it's any significant drop-off with Pearson being injured. They've had Cavario Allen on this team for like 6 years or whatever, so they're used to this as they'll drop back and throw. And Cavario Allen again out of the backfield. And Allen for the 1st down. This is what's helped him get, you know, 100-catch seasons. Just, he is the outlet. He is the guy that they go to whenever they need a quick little easy completion. And he's got the run-after-catch ability to make us pay. You know, maybe he's not a great runner of the football, but he is a great pass catcher as they go out of the backfield again. This time I think it was the fullback, and he'll get a yard. Saints, though, in the red zone with 6 minutes to play, on track to potentially take the lead here if they can find the end zone. Still no Pearson back. They'll go 3 receivers. Also, no Drew Brees here. He's retired, so they got a new quarterback in town as Allen will have 8, and they give him 7 on the play. Make it 3rd down and 2. Tennessee 12-yard line. Can we get the stop here? Under center again. Tight end, 3 receivers in the package. They'll toss it again. Basically the same thing. And Allen tackled for a loss. And they'll get Tennessee on a penalty. Face mask. And just handing them a 1st down and goal. We're already getting a little bit of worry here because if this is how the season ended last year with just some nonsense penalties being thrown at us. Let's hope that doesn't start repeating itself. 1st and goal, split shotgun. Full back in next to the quarterback as he'll throw. And he'll go end zone, knockdown. Thought he could have had Cavario coming out of the backfield again. Thought that's where he'd be looking, but Michael Griffin gets the swat in the end zone, and we move to 2nd and goal. As will we have our first deficit of the season. You know, we haven't been behind trailing in any of our first 7 quarters so far, and here we are, quarter number 8 of the season. Throw in and a swat at the line. Tamba Hali trying to make sure he is worth every bit the penny that we have paid him. We made him one of the highest paid defensive ends in the league, over $8 million this season. And we're going to hope that he is still, you know, north of 30 years old, going to be a great player for us as the drop and throw is off target. 4th and goal at the 6, a decision time. They will kick the field goal, so we'll maintain our lead. I would have probably wanted to go for it. You're not going to have too many instances in which you can capitalize and score a touchdown on this defense, especially when you were gifted, you know, a 1st and goal. So they'll take their short kick, make it 13-10. But let's see what this other half of our running back duo has to offer here. Ozzie Jones in the backfield. And what does a 29-year-old Ozzy have in store for us as he'll take the carry, and that's not exactly the direction I thought he should have ran. He'll go down for a loss of 2. Problem, though, we'll go second down. Boar checks back in the shotgun. 4 guys spread out on a pattern here, and we're going to go. Little play, action, Gus, in the face of pressure, delivers! And just a dart to Cammy and Walker. There's still going to be this little bit of a, Ozzy learning the playbook stuff that has to go on here, so maybe we can give him a little bit of grace, if he has some questionable carries here. That one's not really down to learning the playbook, though. That's just down to the Saints making a nice play. So back-to-back instances in which we start our set of downs with a negative-yard run. That's not going to be boding well for this offense if we keep getting behind the sticks here, as Augustus Gordon will throw. And Gordon, what has he got here? Outside, maybe a little late on the outside again, but he's got the completion there along the sidelines. They'll give him 8. And Torrey Edwards will set up 3rd down and 5. It's a really interesting scenario here because I feel like we could go for it if we got a couple of yards. It makes running the ball possible, but I'm not going to do it. We're going to go play action here. And throwing. What has he got? Trying for Cammy and Walker, and he's got it! There's a flag down. It's on New Orleans, though, not on us. They're not going to screw us over. It's going to be a face mask right back at them, and that's going to be costly. We'll have the ball right outside the red zone. Let's give the ball to Boar. See what he's got here. Closing in on the red zone. He got 3 touchdowns last week. What can he get this week? Handoff. Jackson. Man, the Saints defense is just all over everything. Another 2-yard loss. Can we even run the ball? Maybe this is going to be a little dumb since, it was 2-yard loss, then we throw. 3-yard loss, then we throw. 2-yard loss, then we throw. Well, I'm going to run it again. I'm going to double down and hope they weren't expecting it. Dude, what is up right now? This Saints defense is just great in the run defense. All right. Running's just off the table, it feels like, if we want to, crucially move the ball. And 3rd down and 12, it backfired a bit. It sets us up a 3rd and long. We're going to trust Gordon, though, to make another play here, like he has done for us throughout his short career. Gordon, end zone! And off the hand of Torrey Edwards. It's a tough grab to make, but, I think he could have maybe tried to go up there with 2 hands. We'll just kick the field goal instead, make it a 6-point game right back to where it was when we started off the quarter. 13 kick on its way. Good. And the Saints got a field goal on their drive. We got a field goal on our drive, so they're going to still need a touchdown to come out here and take the lead. And they will now have just 3 minutes to do it. 3 minutes to take the lead here. And no Pearson, so looks like Cavario Allen the rest of the way. That's probably ideal anyway, since they're going to be more so passing. They'll run it here to start the drive. Allen breaks a tackle, but not 2. They'll still get 5 yards, though. 2nd down and 5, shotgun formation. They love bringing the fullback out there. And the pressure into the blitz. We get the sack. Huge play. They got 5, then they lost 5. So 3rd down and 10. If we get a quick 3 and out, they'd probably punt the ball here. We're sending Luke Locke off the edge. They pick it up over the middle, and it's overthrown and almost picked. Yeah, I think they're going to punt this ball away with 2:40 to go because they have all their timeouts. Yeah. And we'll be able to, presumably, if there's no injury or anything, 1 run will take us to the 2-minute warning. Saints will start to burn their timeouts. We're going to just hope, though, we don't start losing yards, on every 1st down carry. And he's going to fair catch that one. Good job. Please, man, stop with the rough 1st down carry. Every 1st down run that we have done has lost us 2 or 3 yards. So we're going to hope that doesn't happen here. This time we'll do it from the shotgun. Ozzy on the carry. And he didn't lose 2. He only lost 1. We'll go to the 2-minute warning, though. I don't know, man. It's just, we're going to want to run this ball, maybe outside left. We've tried up the middle, tried to go outside right. How about outside left? Here we go. There's some space. Ozzy Jones got the speed, got the run for the 1st down. There we go. Finally, something. And that's a big one for the Saints to burn a timeout there, so we'll be able to get their timeouts all gone presumably, barring, nonsense injury timeouts. 1 first down will likely end this. See if we can get a draw going. Just try some different stuff here. Boar checks back in. And Boar will take it on the draw. As he tried to maybe get outside. Didn't work. No gain. Really just want to see what else could work for this team. Let's go to the well that we rarely ever go to, and it rarely ever works. Let's go with a toss. Maybe Ozzy can have better luck on the tosses. Brother, there's just no blocking on those. So the Saints, if we don't convert here, we'll be left with 1 minute to play. You know what? Let's have some fun here. It's 3rd down and 14. We spent a 2nd-round pick on a fullback. Let's let him have the ball here. Kyle Nunn on 3rd and 14 on the fullback dive. And Nunn. Okay, look at Nunn. Hey, 11 yards for the fullback. And the Saints will burn their final timeout. We could go for it now if we wanted to. They're going to ask us, aren't they? They are. I don't think we should do that. We shouldn't. We shouldn't do that. But hey, Kyle Nunn gave us the opportunity to if we wanted. But the defense with no timeouts for the Saints and a minute to play, like, we should be able to handle things here. Can we get a nice punt, though? That's going to go straight into the end zone. All right, well, the Saints got to go 80 yards at 55 seconds. So let's hope we can just hold on, maybe force a turnover here, but whatever the case is, just make sure you tackle them inbounds, dropping the throw, and he couldn't get the throw off. He's sacked. And there you go, losing a lot of time here with the hurry up. You lose yards on the play. Now you got to go 83 yards. Freddie Bates sacks him. And back to the line, they lost about 12 seconds there. Make it 13, make it 14. They're changing the play. Oh, it's over. It's over. They're going to spike it too, or fake spike it. Dude, this is... Yeah, you just lost 20 seconds there with that sack. Just horrible. That is one of the flaws with this game, is just... spiking the ball is just an awful idea. Like, there is just no, like, insta-spike. There, you have to audible to it. That's a little rough, but they'll throw. Floater really up high. And it's a beautiful ball, and he's got the catch out of bounds. Wow. He dropped that quite literally perfectly. Just the trajectory there was just so high, we couldn't even get a hand on it. That was actually an incredible throw along the sidelines, and now they're really in some business here. Short drop, throw in, and a big hit jars it loose. 28 seconds. They got to go 58 yards. They are, basically in Hail Mary range here, if that is what they opt to eventually do, as they'll move right. Hitch route. That's not good. That's not good. Would have been probably better if you didn't catch that. Those 5 yards are not going to be worth the time that you are losing. As, will they audible here? 18 seconds? Yeah, it's... it's just not gonna go well. You're losing so much time. They faked the spike this time. Throw it out in the flats. And he's out. That's game over. He caught it in bounds. Yeah, the mismanagement at the end is a little rough. Can they get the snap? Wait, actually, are they gonna get it off? Ooh, they almost did. Okay, I called that a little too soon. I thought there was no chance they'd get it off in time. They almost did. But we'll win it 16-10. So we'll move to 2-0. This one, though, a little close, and the run defense was really good on the Saints' end. Gordon threw 2 interceptions, so the Saints got something on defense, though. They forced some turnovers. Boar, 3 yards a carry. Ozzy, 2.4. But, hey, Nunn had 11 yards. Yeah, you could say, like, we weren't able to do a 20-20 split. We just didn't have the ball quite as much. But, this is roughly what we want to do. And then receiving, Camion Walker had the touchdown, 87 yards. Sacks Bates with 2, Weaver with 2, Holly, and Hutchinson with 1. So that's probably where the Saints need to identify their issues. The offensive line's a little rough. Currently, we're up 13-0 on the Jets, and it didn't take long for you-know-what to happen. Boar Jackson has suffered a back injury in this game, and he has not played, and I don't think he will play this game the rest of the way, so that's why we got Ozzy Jones, but Ozzy has now taken on a little bit more of a burden than we have hoped for him to take, and, you know, it's kind of halted our offense a little bit because we've seen guys like Fillmore get some carries now, and we'll go to the air here. I mean, we're pretty comfortably ahead. This Jets team is really bad. They're 0-2. They've scored 17 points in their first 2 games. It's been a little rough for them. And Cammy and Walker with the grab there. So what we'll do here is we'll kind of like feel this one out since it is a 2-score game. You know, it's not over, but, you know, if something breaks this one wide open, if we like score a touchdown on this drive, then maybe we do kind of just sim the rest of this one and move on. But Jets are one of the worst teams that we play on our schedule. As a handoff, Ozzy, not much. As the injury, Boar, is it at least like, no, torso injury, out for games. So I don't know how bad that can get, but yeah, so we'll have to see if he's going to miss any extended period of time. Man, imagine if Boar just didn't have injury issues. Man, it's just so depressing. Throw here. Gus throwing for Campbell right down the middle. He was open. We're in the Jets red zone now. I kind of want to see Ozzy just run here with the ball directly snapped to him. So let's get a little like tight formation close to the line. Ozzy takes it, sweeps it to the outside. Can't break a tackle. Look at 3. You know what I kind of want to do for a third running back? Let's line up Kyle Nunn as the deep back. Let's let Kyle Nunn run the ball. He had an 11-yard run against the Saints. Let's see what he's got if we just line him up at running back. Nunn up the middle. Oh my goodness, he fumbled the ball. I didn't think he'd immediately just fumble. Oh, okay, man. Well, can't be too bad at him necessarily. Like I put him in that position thinking maybe he could do a little bit more than just be a fullback. I guess not. All right, well, 13-0 still your score as Darby Miles gets the carry and loses 2. So Darby Miles is one of the bigger stories for running backs. You know, he's one of the more notable guys. And sadly, like many Jets players, he has gone to the Jets and just kind of disappeared. It's really unfortunate because they don't have a good quarterback. They don't have a good offensive line, really. Their offensive line is actually okay, but they don't have good receivers. Their whole passing attack is brutal, and they will get a completion there for just 4 yards. So move it to 3rd down and 8. So I do feel bad because I like to see these like star players with the stories, you know, have big careers, but you know, they don't always get the best situations. That ball floated out there, caught, but just gonna only get a single yard. Avoided the sack, but with 6 minutes to play, I don't think they were going to go for it. They don't. They will punt. I really do just want to see Ozzy break one. I want to see one of those special runs. I want to see, you know, what makes Ozzy Jones so great. And he hasn't done it in his career, but like I'm hoping that giving him a good offensive line can get him that, and he hasn't gotten it yet. I don't know. Maybe Ozzy's just a fraud. Maybe he's just destined to only average, you know, a consistent 3.5 yards a carry and never break out big runs, but that doesn't bode well for us. I'm making the bet that he can do that. Just needs a better situation, better running schemes, and then that's going to be an incomplete pass to Torrey Edwards on the outside. Go to 3rd down and 9. All right, from our 48-yard line, can we get past midfield, get this first down, try to continue moving this clock, get into field goal range to make it a 16-point game, as he'll throw short. Can he get past the defender? Yes, he can! First down. Had just enough, and that was Cammy and Walker. We're running under 5 minutes to play, as Ozzy still in the backfield here, just taking all these carries. And Ozzy on the stretch. Can't get free. Man, it's just the run blocking's been really lackluster, I feel like. I don't know. The offensive line's still the same, but I just feel like there's just so much more losses going on. It's just too many, like, -2s and hit before he can do much. So maybe that'll get better as the season goes on. You know, we are a team that has at times started slow when it comes to, you know, our polish and, you know, having some early season hiccups as that ball swatted at the line. We're at the Jets 44, so I want to get a couple more for a field goal, especially in the rain. I'm thinking if we can get like 4 yards, I can kick a field goal. I would try it. I would go for it there, as we'll go with the little run. Man, can we block, please? We can't kick it from here. Can't kick a 62-yarder or whatever. I hope that's not going to be a concern. Our passing game, I feel like, has been pretty nice. Like, I'm happy with that. As the run for them, Darby Miles gets blown up, and there's Martinez and Edwards in there. I'll give it like, maybe another, like, I would say another, like, week or two, but the next 3 games after this is, like, our hardest stretch, as they'll throw short and caught just 5 yards. But if you forgot the schedule from, you know, when I showed at the start, up next we play the Colts, then we play the Bucks, then we play the Colts again. I need to beat the Colts in the regular season. I need to beat them. I need to win. I need to get past them. And we have no excuses. The Jets, meanwhile, are still struggling. 3 minutes to play, and they're still punting. I mean, their offense is just awful, but I feel like with 3 minutes to play, you should at least be trying. As Edwards, will he call fair catch? Yes, he will. Pretty uneventful fourth quarter, though. Let it run down here to just under 2:30 to play. And we'll go play action. As we got the flats open if we want to take that. No, we don't! Big hit, but he hangs on! Nice grab. I'm going to see if, you know, because we already direct snapped it to Ozzy once and it got 3 yards. Let's go and try to direct snap it to him again and maybe just hope the extra man out there, the extra blocker, can help. As Ozzy, there you go for the first down. Finally something, but like we can't have our run game just be gimmicky stuff like that. Maybe a counter run, you know? Try that out. Counter left with the tight end on the left side for the extra bit of blocking. And Ozzy, there you go, gets the first down if he wanted to. He didn't want to, I guess. He just, okay, man. He had the first down if he wanted that. And did he also, okay, they didn't get out of bounds, but still, like, run forward, he get the first. We will motion the tight end out. I don't love that. I would have preferred to motion him in. And we also snapped the ball a little too soon. You know, for whatever reason, the Jets aren't even calling their timeout. They just said, okay, we don't want to be here anymore. We're going to snap it still with 16 seconds to go and throw it deep. And, okay, I don't know what the heck we're doing there, but sure, we snapped it with too much time left. There's only 46 seconds to go. We'll just sim. This game was terrible, man. This is terrible. They go 4 and out. Yeah, who cares? It's just, now they use the timeout there, but, like, that was just a brutal game, man. Like, we won 13-0, but it was an ugly win. At least running the ball. Like, Gordon was good, 75 completion percentage, but Ozzy, under 2 yards a carry. Boar, under 3 yards. Fillmore, under 3. Nunn had a fumble. Like, we ran it with a bunch of people. No one ran it well. Walker, though, big game for him. Hutchinson with the sack. Woods with an interception. And we'll get the injury report on Boar and see if he has to miss the Colts game. Or games, you know, he could miss both of them. You know, it said it was a torso injury, so, you know, a couple things that could be. I would hope it's just maybe, like, bruising and he'll be fine. Or, okay, I nailed it there. Bruised ribs, he'll be out 2 days. He's okay, but still, I mean, he got knocked out of another game, and it's frustrating. We got ourselves a really special game here. The run game today has been incredible. So, 33-21 over the Colts right now as we head into the gameplay. And yeah, we've ripped off a couple of really big runs today. And Boar Jackson's having one of his best games ever, like, out of nowhere. And it's finally, like, you know, I'd been questioning the run, the Jets, the Saints game, but now it's just coming together and right on time as we still have to hold off this Colts team who's driving in our red zone, ready to put the ball in the end zone, make this a one-score game. Colts have been, I mean, you know what they have been generally throughout this series, but, like, it kind of reverted a little bit last year as that ball incomplete in the end zone. It reverted a little bit last year. They beat us twice in the regular season. We didn't match up against them in the playoffs. and the Colts have kind of retaken control of this series definitively, and they have always had the upper hand, but, you know, we had started to battle back a little bit. We need to battle back this year, and I think the most important games for us to win, regardless of how good the Colts are, just for our mental, just for our confidence. Beat the dang Colts, man. I dressed for the occasion. I'm you know, dressed finally, you know, 7 years into this job for the job that I have as the head coach of this team. 3rd and goal, basically from the 9, and it's a sack for Freddie Bates. I mean, it wasn't fully 3rd and goal, but like essentially it was pretty dang close to it. Regardless, though, the sack will force them to, I think, take a field goal. Yeah, I would wonder if it was closer, if they would have went for it, but they didn't. And the kick is no good. This Colts team, if there's one thing, man, they cannot hit field goals pretty effectively. They never have a good kicker. And we take over. And also, I think it's awesome, Ozzy ripped off a long run. Like, he finally ripped off a long one, his first 20-plus yarder in his career. And not only was it that, it was a 40 or 41 yard run for a touchdown. And yeah, he's finally got a big one under his belt. And Boar has gotten an even bigger one. That's like 250 yards as a team. Yeah, you could see how we're moving. With how much we have run it and how well we have run it, no surprise that the passing attack hasn't really been all that prevalent. We haven't needed it to be. As we'll go Boar up the middle on the carry. And this Colts defense getting diced up. And now a penalty on them as well. So this Colts defense that, you know, in the latter years of Peyton Manning and the first years of Ty Foster, they had put together, like, historic defenses. I mean, I still see Mario Williams on the team. I guess we should check what they are up to. Oof. Yeah, so they lose Robert Mathis, presumably to retirement. Mario Williams still here. They have an old Darnell Dockett. DeFlippo still here. And then the cornerback room isn't too good. This is like a not good Aqib Talib, and Bob Sanders is 34. You know, that's my bad that we got to delay a game because I was looking at the depth chart too much. It's 1st and 15, though. 6.5 to play as we'll go to the air this time. Gordon, rollout. Gordon is throwing for a man and a 1st down. Torrey Edwards. Keep it on the ground now after the 1st down pickup in Indy territory. Up the middle, there goes Boar again. Boar jacks it for another 10. Guess all we needed was just not only a healthy Boar, but a little bit of patience as well. 1st down and 10 at the Indy 28. Play action, and Gus. Oh, it's tipped and caught. Okay, all right. I think that was Rocky Jones who just caught it off the tip. I thought, like, that was a pretty good vertical right there to go up and make a play on that ball, but Rocky Jones scoops it up. Dude, a catch off a tip in this game is, like, insanely rare. Tip catches, like, never happen. They always just have stone hands off a tip. 2nd down and 4, and the handoff to Boar. There he goes inside the 10. And we'll have it, they'll say 1st and 10 at the 10. That's basically going to be goal to go, though. Let's let Ozzy check in this time as Boar needs a breather, and we're not trying to give him too many carries, so Ozzy can take this one. From the 10, not the same success, though. Everybody on him lost a 2. But we can score a touchdown here, and it would basically put this game out of reach. A 3-score game as we'll throw. Quick drop outside into the flats. That was dangerous, but it's reeled in for a yard. 3rd down and 11. As can we get this game out of the reach of the Colts and beat them here definitively? As Gus underneath Ozzy Jones with the grab. He'll get 6. 4th down, 5 yards out. A field goal here would make it a 15-point game. I think we just kicked the field goal, if we're being honest. The field goal does have a tangible impact to where 2 touchdowns would only tie it and they would need a 2-point conversion. Whereas, 2 touchdowns without the field goal would win them the game. And we've had some not so memorable for good reason moments against this Colts team. You know, if this was a team that I maybe took a little less seriously, I would go for it and trust the defense more, but I gotta play it safe, play it smart against this Colts team. What do they got now with 4 minutes to play, coming off a drive where they missed the field goal? They need to find the end zone here. It's going to be most likely 4-down territory as Martinez plants them. 2nd and 9. As at what point can we give Mario Martinez some more, you know, league-wide recognition for the impact that he makes, as that throw is going to be broken up by Andrew Woods. 3rd and 9. Colts are running out of chances. I don't know how many games in a row they've beaten us. You know, I just know the 2 last year off the top of my head, but they've had a bit of a win streak against us, and looking to finally snap it and take definitive control of this division. The Colts would go down to a very rare 1-3, where we would move to 4-0 as Foster off his back foot. They did keep the drive moving, and they'll get another 1st down here. As long as they take their time and we can keep them in bounds. We're ticking towards 3 minutes to play. And up the middle, guess who? Mario Martinez. 3rd down and 20. And the Colts backed up. Woods creeps down. They'll go to man in motion. We'll follow. Jabari Gordon shadowing Anthony Gonzalez. As Foster drops back, we send him out of the edge. It's picked up. Pick up. Take it back. And a touchdown. And you'll never guess who. Just pick 6 them. And sealed this game. It's Mario Martinez. So it's looking like we're going to move to 4-0, and we could just wrap things up here. Foster to the air, and outside, that ball broken up. Foster to throw again, and into the flats. It's going to be out of bounds. But a 3rd and 10. We got men up across the board here, and we'll drop back. And a sack! Fumble! Scooped up! And I think that's Janoris Hutchinson or Anton Weaver. One of the big men just scooped up that fumble. 3rd down and 7. We snapped the ball a little early. And Ozzy, I mean, it's a counter left. That one actually wasn't so bad. He got 5 yards from it, but like counter left, he kind of abandoned ship there once it was blown up. And, you know, that's where some of the creativity turns out to be a good thing. Now it's 4th down and 2. This one is where I'm going to go for. This is one where I will go for it, and I'll bust out a little, like, wildcat package here. How about Boar in the backfield, Fillmore in the backfield, an extra lineman out there, and a direct snap to Ozzy Jones, and yeah, that didn't work out. Okay, that's fine. We're going to get out of here with this one. I don't feel the need to, you know, watch the last minute. This game is over, and it was a really impressive game from our guys. So Foster, 15 yards against the defense, sacked Gonzalez for 11, 30 seconds to play. Foster sacked again, but there was a penalty, and then game over with that one. So 43-21 your final, and one of the bigger Boar Jackson games of his career, as 16 of 19, only threw it 19 times, but effective completion percentage there. Boar, 225 yards and 2 touchdowns on 17 carries. Ozzy, 15 carries for 82 yards, meaning combined 32 carries for just over 300 yards. That is unreal stuff right there. A 75-yard run from Boar, and this is how dangerous the rushing attack could be for us. Yeah, you didn't need much from the receiving game. Torrey Edwards was the leading guy. And you got sacks from Edwards and Barnes and Martinez and Bates and Daniels and Weaver. And then a pick 6 from Martinez and another pick from Michael Griffin. Just all out, flat out, better team than Indianapolis. And that's a really encouraging sign after I was a little, you know, worried that we, like, you know, the Jets game wasn't pretty in the 4th quarter. The Saints game, you know, the defense held them to low points, but the offense wasn't really breaking things out and breaking things open. But now, you know, we got the other end of the spectrum there where we just kind of went off in the ground game. And now we play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who, I mean, they've been like the number 1 or 2 seed like every single year in the NFC. And well, ooh, hold on. Oh, whoa, the Bucks are bad now. Maybe this one is not worth hopping into. It's 21-0. Buccaneers have the ball. I'll see if they score on this possession, but it's been rough. Defense is pitching another shutout. Okay, they do score. All right, we'll hop in then. So we'll hop in with 6 minutes to play instead. So we are not like pounding them into the dirt, winning like 35-0, but a pretty comfortable lead right now. Boar is tired and Ozzy are tired. Hey, well, I guess we'll throw the ball. So it's not been like, 40-0, 30-0, or anything like that. 21-7 is the score, and Gus will throw. Almost picked off. This will be to move to 5-0, and get up in our next matchup against the Colts immediately after this. I mean, we get by the Colts, and we get out of this game as well. Like we're looking at 6-0, and the Colts being already in our pass. That'd be pretty massive. I mean, how far could we take this? As that one is going to be a first down, as maybe one of our backs is finally not tired. Boar. Okay, yeah, Ozzy. We'll let Ozzy run here. Get Ozzy out there on the stretch since he's, good to go. Boar still needs a bit of a breather here as Ozzy taken out for a loss of 1. So, I mean, Ozzy played in Tampa Bay last season just for a single year. And it was a typical Ozzy year for him. So Ozzy, this is the matchup against the team he played for last season as Boar Jackson checks in now. And okay, there wasn't a lot of help there as he will get no gain. Guess we'll go to the air here on 3rd and 11 with 4.5 to play. We've taken out, about a minute and a half off the clock. Let's see if we can get some more time going if we get the first down here. Gus throwing, blitz in, get rid of it. It does, and that's a first down. We can keep on ticking that clock down. Under 4 minutes to go, and they've cleared out this box a lot. I like the look here if we can get by as Ozzy cuts back the other way, and Ozzy Jones, there you go. Give me 12 yards on that one. Sometimes the cutbacks work. 3:30 to go in the run. Oh, Boar got through. They split the double team, but Boar was able to make a move, get 2 on the play. We really could just take out the rest of this clock. We're not even taking the whole play clock to snap these runs as Ozzy gets another first down there, gain of 8. I want to try it again. I want to see if it can work. We're going to put Kyle Nunn in at running back. Both of our other guys are tired. Let's let Kyle Nunn run the ball. There you go, Nunn. No fumble this time. Come on. There you go, Nunn. We'll take 6. 2-minute warning. I mean, we literally are taking up the entire clock on just this one drive as we go with the stretch. And Boar. Oh, I guess he knocked that defender down, and there is a first. Tampa Bay burns a timeout, so I don't think we're going to be able to, unless we, thread the needle here and get it down to the 1 in a first down, we're not going to be able to run the whole clock out this drive. But, I mean, we're either going to score a touchdown or take all of Tampa Bay's timeouts down and kick a field goal. Either way, make it a 3-score game, barring some sort of a fumble or, missed chip shot here as Ozzy will grab another 2. But, I mean, imagine having a run game this good, this dominant. How do you stop it, man? This offensive line is starting to come together, we always just get a slow start in the season, but we're just grinding away here, and with Boar able to, just take a breather a little bit, and I said, very early on that I even wanted this to maybe be like a Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery situation where we turn Boar into more like Jahmyr Gibbs with, more so valuable carries rather than just a lot of them. He's gotten over 20 this game, but generally he's been, a little bit lower than what he has done in his whole career, and we're letting Ozzy kind of just be like the dirty work guy and just be the, like the David Montgomery. Just take the dirty carries, take the cumulative ones, and, by the end of the season, they're going to have pretty similar amounts of carries, but Ozzy's is probably going to have a lower yards per carry, but he's going to find the end zone. Oh my goodness, we actually got the first down. I said we weren't going to be able to run the clock unless we thread the needle there. We actually got the first. Okay, we can run the rest of the clock out. Kyle Nunn from a about a yard or two out. Fullback dive, and Kyle Nunn's got the touchdown. What a drive. We took up, 5 minutes and basically rendered their chances of making this a game just impossible. We'll go and get to the end here, and yeah, nothing they can do, as they will get Brandon Marshall for 26, and that'll be game 28-7, your final, as Gordon once again didn't have to do much, but was effective with what he did. Boar had 25 carries for 73 yards and 2 touchdowns, so not honestly like a great game from Boar, but I mean, we moved the ball well. Ozzie Jones had the better game, 82 yards and a touchdown. Nunn had a touchdown. Camion Walker for 87 yards, sack from Hutchinson and Daniels.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, here with another draft update. September is behind us, and one team seems to be separating itself from the pack. Florida has started the season 4-0, beating its opponents by an average of 29 points per game. They hold a sizable lead in the polls right now, as number 2 Georgia sits pretty far back. The Bulldogs lost Heisman candidate Reggie Bowe on the 3rd carry of the first game, and they've struggled to beat their opponents without a ground game. That's all for now. I'll be back with more updates next month on NFL Network.
Boy, potentially injury-prone running back. I'll pass. We have everybody, scouted. We have, all of that stuff, so we don't really need to do much for the in-season. But, yeah, I mean, we got some... Jonathan Ogden comp. That's ridiculous. Yeah, if you get, a legend comp there, he might be crazy. A couple of nice players, but we'll get into that stuff a little bit later on, obviously. We have our bye week, so we're 5-0, bye week, and then round 2 against the Colts. Colts right now are... Oh boy, the Colts. The Colts. They're worse than the Jags. The Texans are actually having a winning record. What's going on? Who's good? Ooh, okay, we play the Chiefs. Okay, we play the Chiefs and we play the Patriots. They're currently sitting at the top. So I think we can make a little trade here. Jerry Tillman is our backup tackle on an expiring contract. I have no interest in extending him. We just don't need to. Also, if there's... we've been tight on money, so, if there's going to be an area we're not going to extend, it's going to be our backup right tackle. So we're going to trade him, and the Jets are, 0-5 and willing to give us a 4th-round pick, so we'll take that. They wanted us to re-sign him, but, he's our backup tackle. We don't need to re-sign our backup tackle. So Boar's back up to a 92. What's Boar going to ask? That's scary. So, Boar is back up to a 92. He never lost his stats. It was just kind of a visual thing with his overall, because he wasn't playing up to his overall. So, he's 27. He's injury prone, but he's so good. And he's, kind of the face of our team, for better or for worse. And oh boy, he wants a 7-year contract. I mean, if we're going purely based off the business side of things, it's probably not smart to attach ourselves to a guy who's injury prone. But dude, he's so good, man. He just ran for 200 yards against the Colts. I know he's older, but the thing is if we don't extend him now, it's well, you extend him later. That's he's gonna want a 7-year deal regardless. This will make it a 6-year extension. A 6-year extension for a 27-year-old takes him till he's 33. You would imagine by the time he's 32, 33. The series probably isn't gonna go another 7 years, guys. So, maybe I'm saying based off that, but we got the contract done. And we signed Boar. And also, I think it clears up some money now. I think that's another part of it. Yeah, we just made a couple of million for now. Because he was getting paid $9 million. Now he's getting, what, 7? 7, yeah. Alright. No, I mean, that's fine. Boar Jackson is, the best running back in the league when healthy. He's not the highest paid running back in the league. There is an injury taken into account here type of hit to his salary. Like, right now, on a per-year basis, this year he's making, like, top 10 money, but he's making less than an old Marion Barber, an old Maurice Jones-Drew, and then older guys like Larry Johnson, and then more, like, unproven guys like Darby Miles and Darius Weeks and Oscar Jameson. Off total money, it's the second highest because it's a 7-year deal, whereas, this is like a 6-year total contract. And the dangerous part is the high bonus, giving him the most bonus among any running back. But based on what he has done for us, like, it's hard not to just give him what he wants. He's so good, man. I just extended him and he gets an injury for 2 weeks. Okay. Dude, imagine he, like, obliterated his knee. Oh my goodness, man. Oh, it's a calf muscle, though, so, like, you know how that's a calf injury is pretty rough, even though it's only 2 weeks. We are on a bye, so, like, he has 11 days to recover. That means, I would imagine, though, he's not going to be back for the Colts game, so he'll miss that one. It's just what we gotta deal with. So we got another close game against the Colts. I mean, a part of it is due to the fact that, Boar being gone, we don't have the type of depth that we can kind of dig through with the running game. So, obviously, that's been a bit of an issue. We see Kyle Nunn get some carries. But, yeah, we're up 14-10, and the Colts are coming off a victory. They're 2-3 on the season, still trying to prove that, like, maybe their dynasty isn't done yet, but we're trying to kind of put the final nail in that coffin and maybe end their dynasty for good, take control of this division, sweep them, which, dude, like, have we swept the Colts? I think we might have swept them, like, one time in this series, maybe. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know if we've swept them. I would like to think we've done it once, but this is our chance to sweep them and say we have guaranteed done it. So we're going to have 3rd down and 6 at the Indy 37-yard line. Let's just try not to take a sack or any loss here. We're going to throw to Ozzie. That was dangerous, but it's incomplete. We can kick a field goal from here. This is 54 yards. We've hit from here plenty of times as we make it a 7-point game. Yeah, so 54 yards. Come on. For a 17-10 lead over Indy. Kick is wide right. All right. It happens. We hit a 50-yarders with, like, I'd say among the best efficiency in the league, or, like, percentage in the league. So, like, I can't be too mad at a miss. It just happens every once in a while. So we're going to move on to the Indy possession. And, yeah, that's just a backfield destruction there. So it is a closer game than last time. You don't have Boar running for 225 yards, which has basically been the difference here between, a game that was like 2 scores plus. But here we go, an interception. And just like last time against the Colts, a game-changing pick 6. And if I had to guess, that was Rick Foley. It is Rick Foley, who's had a really nice season. Now the Colts find themselves down by 2 scores, and maybe, Ty Foster has been a quarterback who's been really, like, one of the more safe and secure quarterbacks in the league for the last, like, 3 years. So it is interesting to see him, throw 2 pick 6s in both these games. We have an injury now. Somebody's down there, and that's obviously no good. That might be Andrew Woods. He made the tackle, so we're going to hope, whoever it is all right. We'll just kind of, monitor that as 2nd down and 2. Foster throws it outside, and it's caught. All right. That's going to be Anthony Gonzalez with the grab. Still plenty of time in this 4th quarter, so we're not going to, like, say that it's over yet, as Foster throwing left side of the field, and that's brought in the injury. It's Jabari Gordon who's out, so wrong DB, but Jabari Gordon, who's also been really good this season, I feel like. Yeah, that's a little rough, so Luke Locke is going to step in and take over that spot, and hopefully he doesn't mess things up as we send the blitz in. and dropping him for a sack. And it's Freddie Bates. Second down and 16. And will we send our linebackers in again? Yep, Bates is coming. And they get it out to the running back, or the tight end out of the backfield, actually. They lined up the tight end in there. Got it to him for a gain to get to third down and 9. They are at our 34, so it's a 51-yarder from here. We seen them when they kicked a few weeks ago. It wasn't a strong kick, and they missed a chip shot field goal, so I'd be worried for them. And that's an incomplete pass, jumped, and almost taken back. That might have been a pick six as well if he hung on to it, as they will try the 51-yarder to make it a one-score game. And they hit it. They got the leg. He just barely does. And the kick is good. The short kickoff, as they'll take it at about the 10-yard line and get through to the 40, break a tackle, and to the 50. Oh, he's got everybody. Oh, he's gone. Touchdown on the kick return. And he just jetted by everybody. It's Torrey Edwards for the score. It was second down and 6. Indy, can they find some more points? I mean, now they really need a touchdown. Not really going to be able to get anything else on this drive. At least that's not what they're going to be able to settle for. He breaks out of the sack, just throws it into the dirt. We'll still take the third down and 6. With 5 minutes to go, they probably would punt, with how conservative they are in these games, but hey, can we force it to be a definitive punt out there as they test them, and it's gonna be caught. All right, yeah, no Jabari Gordon, and they immediately, did attack that. They tried to do it last play. It didn't work, but, they're going after the replacement. Luke Locke is out there. And Luke Locke, we know his game. We know what he does! And that's a Freddie Bates tackle for loss. But Luke Locke is the worst when the ball is up in the air. When that ball is up in the air and a play can be made, he just, for some reason, loses it. I don't know why. I don't get it, but it is what it is. It's just what we got to deal with. We're kind of moving things around now, as I think Foley's on the other side. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what Schwartz wants to do with this DB situation, but it's not much of a worry, because I think that's Walt Daniels with the sack. Third down and 18, and if the pressure's going to be getting in like that, who cares who's out there at cornerback? We're going to be just obliterating them like this. Play action. We send the pressure over the middle. It's picked off. He was sitting on it. And we'll take it back, Andrew Woods. Offense has literally not been asked to do anything because we got a pick six and a kick return touchdown, so they finally take the field here. And we'll see if the offense can now, get a trifecta in the fourth quarter of touchdowns as Ozzie breaks a tackle and no gain. I mean, they did actually give him about a yard on the play, but we'll be at midfield with under 4 minutes to go now as Ozzie going to take the carry again. That middle is so open, man. And Ozzie, all right, did close up pretty quickly, but we'll take 2. Third down and 7. We're going to go to the air here. Gus in the shotgun as he'll drop back. And with time, he didn't need to rush that one. Threw right into coverage at Campbell. That was, he had more time there to maybe wait for the play to develop a bit. He rushed it, though. We'll just punt it instead. And that'll go right into the end zone. So the Colts will have a new set of downs here on this drive, and probably their last drive to make this the game. Pass is broken up, but with 3 minutes to go, it is 4-down territory, and the Colts threatening to get swept by us as we would take it's still first half of the season, and I know the Colts probably, if I had to bet, I still think they can get up to 500 and beyond, because they always just find a way. But it would be for us to take a 4-game advantage. It'd be a 5-game advantage because we'd also have the tiebreaker definitively. So this game, as long as we don't collapse in the second half of this season, we can run away with things over the Colts at least. Now we'll see what the Texans are up to, because they have a winning record as of the last time I checked, and we still got to play them twice. As third down and 10 hits, they'll try to test that outside man, and Yeah, I mean, you could see not having Jabari Gordon out there, like, Jabari never gets tested on the right side. He gets out, and they have gone at that side like 4 times. Like, Jabari Gordon, like, they don't even like testing him, but they see Luke Locke out there, or they see a backup out there, they have no issues, no fear testing it. Like, it's not just Luke Locke who's out there, like, you know, sometimes somebody else will get out there because Locke still has his nickel responsibilities and everything, but you know, they don't care who is out there when it's not Jabari Gordon. They will keep trying as that pass low, caught, brought down. All right, well, they'll have it at the Indy 46 as the clock is at about 2:45 left. Foster, who did get banged up for a moment, is back in the game. And, you know, that's obviously going to be big for them, but they need Foster to come up big here. They're going to just keep hitting these out routes, and we keep giving it to him. Martinez with the tackle. I would like us to get up on that, not give up just 9 yards, 10-yard chunks at a time, but tackle them inbounds, so at least keep the clock running. 2:30 and clock going. 45-yard line, they send a man in motion. As Foster to the air. And they'll get the outright again. Like, we are just giving it to them, and I don't like that. That's too much right there. I mean, you let him get out of bounds as well. We need to... Hey, Schwartz, man up on that one. Like, they are just taking it every single time because we're giving it to them. The 2-minute warning approaching, and Foster, they don't have the out routes. They'll go curl, and that's a catch for the first down. No, they call it 2nd and inches, actually. I thought he got the first, but we'll go to the 2-minute warning. It's only scary because we've been here before with the Colts and have had devastating losses to them. I wouldn't be worried if it was any other team, but they go into the flats. And now inside the 20 to the 15, and at the 12-yard line, here's where they go hurry up. Still all their timeouts. And at the 12, yeah, they should be able to hold on to all of them. They just have to get into the end zone and try to leave themselves as much time as possible. In the flats again, he's going to get out of bounds. So even though it's only a yard, they keep the clock stopped. 2nd and 9. So you don't have to play this over-the-top coverage and give them stuff there. You can't get beat over the top here. There's only 11 yards of field. They'll throw to the end zone. Ah, that should have been picked. And that would have been a pick 6. Dude, that would have been one heck of a dagger shot to take on them. For a 100-plus yard pick 6. Instead, it's 3rd down and 9. And Foster has got everybody out there on a route, and they sacked immediately. 4th down, they're hurrying it up. They're going to save that timeout. I think that's a fine move because you do need to play defense unless you get an onside kick. But it won't matter if you don't get it here. Come on, defense. Shut it down, win this one, sweep the Colts, 4th and 15, Foster, outside, he's not even close, and we'll take the ball back. We get the win, we sweep the Colts, we continue the win streak, and maybe finally the Colts are just gone from us, gone from our just being the root of our pain. Gordon did throw an interception and had, like, a pretty down performance relative to what he had done the last couple of weeks. The Colts defense is still good. Ozzie had just 3 a carry. Walker had a touchdown, though. Nunn had a touchdown receiving. Woods with the pick. Foley had 2 picks. Dude, Foley is having a great season, by the way. Like, I don't know what he is up to with interceptions, but he's got a decent amount. After doing some of the other contracts that we did with the Boar Jackson stuff, we can now sign Richard Emmanuel. Oh my goodness, he wants a big pay raise. Ooh. I mean, I'm not gonna act like he doesn't deserve it, but dang. He was, I thought he was really underpaid. We did get to keep him around, but dang, man. So if I'm being honest here, it doesn't feel like we need to hop into this one. Maybe, we'll see. We're up 28-7. Texans have the ball. They're driving. Okay, they got close. Touchdown. And they put up the extra point. Good. All right, it's 28-14. And Gus has had one of his most productive games passing the football. Boar still isn't back. He had to sit an extra game due to his injury, so that's unfortunate. But we're obviously not going to rush a calf injury and keep him out. But like, I think it was literally by a day, as we got the completion there to Campbell. But I think it was like a singular day is what was the difference here, which is unfortunate. As yeah, and they're gonna make me okay. He has 300 plus yards, which is cool. But yeah, one day. Also, Walt Daniels is injured, but unfortunate that he missed 2 games instead of 1. It feels like we've had a number of these games, though, already this season where we're kind of like on the fringe of blowing them out. Like we're close to breaking that game open, having a 3-4 score lead, but we just kind of let the team, keep it semi-close, as there's going to be a throw to Cammy and Walker. Walker, I'm pretty sure, has had a massive game. It's just kind of been one of those Cammy and Walker torches the defense games and just has like a billion catches. So if we find the end zone here, I'll get out of here pretty quickly, and we'll move on to be 7-0. If not, I mean, if we get a field goal, though, like, it'd still be a 3-score game, as Ozzy's down for a, roughly no gain. 2nd down and 10, as they will throw. And Gus outside for Edwards. 1st down, he turns upfield, breaks a tackle, and Torrey Edwards to the 4. Turn that one into a big gain. Let's see if we can stamp our, 3-score lead on this one. As Gus under center will motion, but it will be a throw. We also have an injury. It's a touchdown. I couldn't see for a moment because it was the injury thing popping up on the screen. Rocky Jones got a leg cramp, but it doesn't matter. Cammy and Walker with the touchdown. And it has just been, you'll see the stats at the end, but it has just been Walker and Gus obliterating this team. And we'll sim the last 4 minutes since we're up by 21 points. And Josh Johnson was like the big acquisition here for Houston. They are better than they have been. They don't have like the number, I think they had the number 2 pick last year. Like they are already doing better than they were last year, but they're not there yet. And we'll see as Ozzy runs us to victory. But Gus had a rare 400-yard game. 36 of 44. We aired it out. And we completed over 80% of our passes, 3 touchdowns. And not only that, Ozzy Jones had 147 yards and a touchdown because he broke off a 77-yard run. And got another big run to add. And yeah, maybe it was just down to the fact that our scheme is just more conducive to Ozzy Jones than just the grinded out, pounded up the middle that he was doing in Seattle and for a year in Tampa Bay. But Cammy and Walker, 15 grabs, 200 yards, 2 touchdowns. Torrey Edwards, 100 yards and a touchdown. Pick by Foley again. And Bassett off the bench had a sack. So, 7-0. Foley is like towards the top of the league, might be number 1 in interceptions. And Gus has been like overall in terms of touchdowns and yards pretty quiet because he just hasn't needed to do much. The defense and the running has been our identity, and that's just kind of what we want. But hey, when we leaned on him and said, hey, we don't have Boar still, can you go out there and throw the ball like 10 to 15 extra times, maybe even 20 extra times? He answered the call.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your November update. Florida continues to dominate the SEC, beating number 2 Georgia last week 42-21. Georgia is just not the same team without Reggie Bowe. Gator running back Parker Allen rushed for 194 yards and scored twice in the rout. While Allen looks pretty good as a prospect, I really get the impression he's benefiting from Lee Claxton's presence. That's all for now. I'll be back next month with more updates on NFL Network.
The Dolphins are a pretty okay team right now. They're above 500, and currently it is a 7-10 game we are winning. We would be winning by more, but we've actually missed 2 field goals in this one, which is brutal. One of them was like a super chip shot. We started off the 4th quarter following a punt from the Dolphins where they pinned us inside the 5-yard line. So let's kick things off here and try to avoid a safety. as we will try to keep our undefeated streak alive. Gus in the end zone, throwing, gets rid of it, and cannot bring it in. I think that was Rocky Jones with the drop. Hasn't been the equivalent level of just aerial assault that the Texans game was. Also, the running game has been spotty, and that was almost a safety. We're at 3rd down and 12 from our own 1-yard line, and honestly, I don't think we need to take any risks here. We'll go Kyle Nunn up the middle, but Boar has been... Okay, this isn't even Kyle Nunn. This is... Like, this is like a tight end taking the carry. This is Rocky Jones taking the carry. Why was Kyle Nunn not at fullback? We'll punt this one away and just hope our defense can continue having the incredible season that they are having. They are allowing roughly like 10 points a game. They're having just an insane season, and a lot of that is due to the fact that on top of our great linebacker play with Freddie Bates and Mario Martinez, we've gotten the typical stuff from, like, the D-line with Weaver, Hutchinson, and Tamba Ali. The safeties have been good, but I think that the step up has really been the cornerbacks, where Jabari Gordon has been locked down and Rick Foley has been taking the ball away, as there is another nice run stop, even injury, and Todd Kramer's just out for 4 plays. That's all right. But yeah, I think it's really been the cornerbacks that have taken the step up. We had that one crazy year of Namdi. That was the year we won the Super Bowl. I don't think it's a surprise that, okay, there's a penalty on Miami. It's a false start. But I don't think it's a surprise that the years in which we maybe are our best are the years where we have the best cornerback play. This is going to be up there with the best cornerback play. While Namdi had that legendary season for us in the Super Bowl year, we now have 2 corners playing maybe the second and third best years individually that we have had at cornerback in this entire series. Foley's turning the ball over, and Jabari Gordon's making plays like that right on cue. One-on-one, just knocking the ball down. I mean, that's also just such an ideal pairing, to have a lockdown on one side, then have like a playmaker, a ball hawk on the other side. It's been just such an ideal combo, and they've really started to blossom into being great players as we get the stop here. And the defense, for, the first time in a while, is like a complete defense in every position, which is hard to do. It's hard to have no weaknesses, but we really have no weaknesses on this defense. So we take over with 7 minutes to play, still up by 3. The offense, I mean, I would really like for us to be putting up more than 10 points. I know we've missed 2 field goals, but we've just kind of struggled to find the end zone here. As Ozzie on the draw. And man, if he slipped through that open tackler right there, we had a lot set up to where I don't think he was going to get caught from behind. He could have been off and running for a while. Go 2nd down and 6. Miami stacking the box heavy. The safety's coming down. I don't think this is going to go good unless we can really hit all of our blocks. And even then, we'll probably need someone to miss a tackle here as Boar. Yeah, that's not much there. We'll take 2. That's not the worst. 3rd and 4, super manageable spot here. As once again, they're stacking the box, but we're going to the air this time. Send Campbell in motion. It doesn't feel necessary, but sure. We'll drop, we'll throw to the tight end, Lankster. There you go. We draw up a nice play for the tight end on 3rd down, and it works. We haven't really been able to break off any big runs. It seems like Miami is playing like a very just conservative defense, trying not to allow us to break off any of these big runs. They're really stacking the box. They're really trying to make us like win the game with these kind of grinded out low yards per carry outings here. And like the thing is we can do that. We've done it before. We were able to run the clock out in the Tampa Bay game. We were able to just we play keep away pretty well. But like if you're trying to make Gus beat you, I don't think that's the outcome you want, because Gus delivers for a 1st down, and there's the tight end once again. I think now, like, this is where also you're looking at how the offense is complete. Last year, we didn't have the run game. In years past, Vince Young was not always just on his game, not always the best. But now you have an elite quarterback with an elite run game, and even if Boar gets injured, you still have Ozzie Jones. There's no real good outcome. What are you going to do? Make Gus throw? Well, okay, here's Torrey Edwards. And Edwards, one broken tackle away from taking it all the way. But yeah, you want us to throw to Torrey Edwards and Camion Walker? Sure, we'll do that. Or what do you want? You want Boar Jackson and you want to hand off to Ozzie Jones? Sure, we'll do that as well. And we're fine with our extra pieces with Kyle Nunn. Langster at tight end hasn't made any big mistakes yet. Richie Campbell's a pretty nice number 3 receiver. We're fine with our other pieces to get them the ball as well. I trust everybody on this team except Rocky Jones, really, but he's the number 2 tight end as we'll get the 3-yarder there. We've got 4.5 minutes to play. As it's going to be 2nd down and 7. They don't have much help over the top. Once again, just a single safety. As we'll bring him in tight to the formation. I like what I'm seeing here. Edwards could be getting something also. Keep an eye out for the tight end on this play. As Gus, he's going to go for it. There it is. Langster's got it to the 3. The tight end's got 3 grabs on this drive. When have you ever seen that from our offense? Now Miami really needs to get the stop here. I think we know what's coming here with a 1st and goal inside the 5. It's going to be Boar Jackson getting his chance to make something happen, but he loses a yard. Instead, we go 2nd down. 4 minutes to play. We're trying to move to 8-0. Get through the first half of the season with no losses. Is Gus under center? And we will drop. Throw, short, Walker, in, and there's your touchdown. And now the Dolphins find themselves in a spot that basically every team has found themselves in this season. Down multiple scores, late in a game, and you need your offense to really lock it against the best defense in the league. I think I could pretty confidently say after 8 weeks, I didn't want to crown us too early, especially with the Colts doing what the Colts have been doing throughout the last couple of seasons, but I think we have the title best defense in the league right now. And yeah, what do you do against the best defense in the league? It doesn't matter maybe how good of a team you are. We are still facing good teams. Like the Texans were an above 500 team. The Dolphins are an above 500 team. We still play the Bills. I think we play pretty soon. I think maybe even next. Like we play, honestly, the schedule's turned out to be a lot better than we thought it would be. I thought it was kind of a whatever schedule, but no, like some of these teams are really surprising us. The Colts may be underwhelming a little bit, the Buccaneers underwhelming, but everybody else is kind of competent and, other than the Jets as well. But like playing this division, 3 of the 4 teams are above 500 as the Dolphins are going to get that 1st down, and they actually went after Jabari Gordon and it worked out. That's a rare one. 1st and 10. We also play the South for NFC, as there's a sack. Tamba Hali. We play the South. We already played the Saints. The Panthers still can't figure it out, but the Falcons are pretty good. And the Buccaneers, yeah, we played the Buccaneers already. So we still have the Falcons to play. I'm just kind of going through the schedule here as that's a tackle out on the reception by Janoris Hutchinson getting out there. I'm just kind of rolling through the schedule, though. Trying to think of who's going to really pose that challenge to give us our first loss if it's not going to be the Dolphins here. As they'll drop the throw on 3rd and 9 off his back-footed double coverage. And broken up. Was that Tamba Hali in coverage? What the heck is he doing out there? Why was that not bad? 4th down and 9, and your game very much on the line here. If you turn this one over with 2.5 to play, down by 10, it's probably done for. Anthony in the air, finds a man open, but he got hit in the back. Could not hang on, and we'll take it over. They had just a little bit of space there to fire that pass in. He just could not hang on to it. So now 2:30 to play. We should be able to get this one as the last before the 2-minute warning. Jackson runs through a man, and Boar will have about 6. The 2-minute warning is hit 2nd down and 4. Boar still in the backfield, as we're going to try to let him seal this one, and he just could not hold that block. 1st down will really end this one, but for 3rd down, can Gordon deliver here? Because we are throwing. As Ozzie motions out of the backfield, Gordon throws it for Edwards and a 1st down. And that'll basically be your game. So 8-0 is the record now, and another really efficient game from Gordon. I mean, he is just off the charts, great levels of efficiency. The run game, not crazy, but, we didn't need it to be. The defense is just spectacular. Tamba Hali with the sack. So a little update at the mid-season point. The Bills are 6-2. That's who we play up next. And in the AFC as a whole, the Ravens are still good. The Patriots, who we play, the Broncos are good. Jaguars are 5 in a row, man. Like, Jacksonville's really interesting. Kansas City, meanwhile, we play them. They've lost 4 in a row. Well, the Bills have put up double-digit points on us, so can we hold on to our lead here? 17-10 is your score. At home, Buffalo driving, though. They hand it off, and that won't be much. Just a yard. Noah Wyoming still the quarterback here, who's gotten steadily a little bit better for this Bills team. And maybe they have found their quarterback that they actually want to roll with for the future, as he's the best quarterback they've had in quite a bit, as Wyoming brought down. And you see an injury here. Guess who's hurt, guys? Guess who is injured? You get 2 seconds to guess while it loads. It is Boar Jackson with an arm injury, out for this game, and it's just frustrating. He can't sustain any sort of play for a long period of time, but you know, we just kind of move on as look at the return here, and that's going to get us, you know, past the 20-yard line. I guess this is just, for anyone who thought I was maybe over-investing by going out and getting Ozzie Jones at running back, you could see that we absolutely needed a good number 2, and more than just a number 2, basically a number 1, because I'm pretty sure Ozzie by this point has out-carried Boar just due to injury, as I get an incomplete pass there on first. I mean, I don't know what the carry split's going to look like by the end of the year, but like the thing with Boar that's always so deceptive, because you'll see games played, he starts most of his games. He just gets knocked out of so many games. So you'll see, like, oh, he played 12, 13, 14 games. That's not so bad. Like, he really's played, like, half the season, it feels like. You know, with the amount that he gets knocked out. He's already missed 2 games altogether. He's been knocked out of another 2 or 3 games so far this year. I mean, it's just ridiculous. But Ozzie makes the grab there for a first down, and we are continuing to move the chains here. Can we get the 9-0 on the season? Hand stretch, and Ozzie just doesn't have much space. 2nd down and 10, we go under center as we'll throw. This has also been a game for Gus where it's not been too good. I mean, he's thrown, I think, 2 interceptions, but Edwards with the grab there. So he hasn't thrown a lot of picks this season, but 2 in this one against, you know, one of the best teams in the league. It's understandable, as the only thing I'm, like, really thinking about is, like, I just don't know if I have faith in giving the ball to any of these other backs. Like, Sealy is the next back on our team, who we drafted as, like, a decent late rounder who was kind of like a budget Rayshawn Highsmith. But, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I want to give him the ball much. I'd prefer to just either let Gus throw like that. If Campbell maybe gets his head around, wants to catch the ball, that'd be nice. We know Ozzie can handle, like, the heavy workload, so I mean, he's done it his whole career. This is a guy who's gotten, you know, 25 carries a game for a season. He knows how to do it. So, you know, I think that is just really the strat, because he's never gotten hurt. He's never really had an issue with it as we get the completion there. Torrey Edwards, again, getting involved. I wonder, like, how hilarious... Okay, it would be funny, but how messed up would it be if Ozzie Jones got hurt for us? He's literally never been hurt in his career, and imagine if he gets hurt for us. Like, that'd be crazy. As Ozzie, oh, here he goes. Oh, if he just turned it upfield, if he got around that one guy, that was a touchdown. We'll take 15 though, if he just got around him. I mean, I could say overall, like, you know, relatively speaking, I'm very happy with what Ozzie's been for us. As we'll go handoff again, and, you know, it's runs like that where it's like, it's not really anybody's fault in the backfield. It's just like, hey man, you got stuffed there. It happens. And we've gotten stuffed more this season than we've had, you know, maybe in past seasons with good running backs. But 5 minutes to play in this 4th quarter. We're in the Buffalo red zone for a 2-score lead here. Just protect the ball, most importantly. As we'll go with the play action, this has a lot of implications for that number 1 seed. I said it! To protect the ball! Man, I said it. I was worried about it. I just felt it. I just felt it. Protect the ball. Yeah, it's his third pick of the game. So, Gordon's worst game of the season. It's all right, you know. You're not gonna have a good. You see, you're not gonna play 16 good games at quarterback. It's just unlikely to happen. You're gonna have a bad game or two. This is just kind of that bad game that we're gonna get from him this season. But it's all right. The defense is still doing its thing. A 6-yard loss on first down. I don't really feel like I have to worry about the run game for the Bills still because they've still not been able to get a running back. They still are rocking Ernest Graham, which is honestly insane that they can still rock 35-year-old Ernest Graham. They have Selvin Young, and they have a rookie running back on, as the third stringer. They just haven't been able to find a back. They'll throw curl route. Got it knocked away, Jabari Gordon. And as the season goes on, it's just more and more like trying to solve this puzzle of our defense. What is it that you need to do? Well, I really feel like it just comes down to like, if we stay healthy, I don't know if there is an answer to this defense. And they throw over the middle, lit up, and 4th down and 9. I don't know if there is an answer here. We'll go with the shotgun, and right at midfield is where we start our drive. Handoff. Ozzie breaks a tackle, and Jones, he broke 2. If he was able to get that third one, man, that was a good job from Ozzie. Just too many unblocked defenders. But we are down to under 4 minutes to play. And trying to quiet the crowd is Gordon. Yeah, I guess he needs to focus here. He's already thrown 3 picks. Let's make it not 4. Ozzie on the grab. And I do notice that Ozzie is getting involved in the passing game more really than Boar ever has. Like, I don't know if they just don't ever look for Boar, but like they're looking for Ozzie in the pass game. I find that interesting since Boar always just, you know, will run his routes as normal. Like, it's not like we audible Boar to block. We run the same stuff with him, but Ozzie just gets more targets his way. And that target going the way of Torrey Edwards, and he's a yard shy of the line. 4th and 1, I definitely want to go for this. And you know what you bring in a second-round fullback for. This is what you bring him in for. Kyle Nunn. 4th and 1. And Nunn. Up the middle. First down and more! Oh, Kyle Nunn breaks a tackle! And we'll just have a breakaway touchdown from the fullback. All right, cool. Kyle Nunn. That's what a generational fullback will do, I guess. Imagine if Kyle Nunn actually just went like 40 yards for a touchdown. That would have been awesome to see. Instead, Ozzie will check back in here in Buffalo's red zone as Gordon throwing, taking his time. End zone for Edwards, incomplete. That was a little too dangerous for my liking. A play I never run in this game. I basically run it like once a season. So let's make it today our one a season. Screen to the running back. We got time. You should get rid of it. No. Gordon. Oh my goodness. That worked. Oh my goodness. Oh, what the heck? That is the worst way to do a screen, but it actually got you 7 yards. What in the world? All right. Sure. I mean, 7 yards off that screen. If you told me we would get that, I would be pretty happy. I just didn't expect it'd be like that. 3rd down and 3, though. As we have just maintained this ball. They throw it backwards to Ozzie. I guess. I'd rather that than doing something risky, but it seemed unnecessary to immediately just throw it backwards to Ozzie like that. I'm not going to go for it here. We have the 2-score lead right in front of us. And like I said, we've dominated the possession here. It's what we've done all season. Just defense and clock control, kick the field goal, and we got ourselves a 10-point lead. The Bills, with under 2 minutes to go, will turn to Wyoming. And what does he got for this Bills offense that hasn't really been able to find much? That's a nice grab there, you know, reaching back around, just fell to the ground, but was able to snag it. And they get to hurry it back to the line for the 33-yard line. As Wyoming will make an adjustment. And no spiking of the ball here. So he'll just throw from the shotgun with 1.5 minutes to go. As Wyoming tests it for Jabari Gordon. They actually do get the completion. Just 7 yards, though. And a Tennessee injury. Is that Jabari Gordon hurt? That's a scary one if Jabari... Oh my goodness, Luke Locke's out there. They're going to immediately start testing Luke Locke, aren't they? All right, let's see. They go out into the flats. Okay, no Luke Locke on that one. They get out of bounds, though, for a first. If Jabari Gordon is hurt, that might be, like, the player that could really, break this defensive dominance here. Him or Foley getting hurt. But I'd even say more so Jabari. I know Foley's got the picks and everything, but Jabari's the one who's locked down on the outside. He's the number one corner. As Wyoming is sacked, Tamba Hali and Jabari Gordon will get it as they're hurrying up. Left arm injury, out for the game. That's fine that he's out for the rest of this one, but, like, it's just a matter of if it's a long-term injury, as he almost gets sacked again and gets it out for an incompletion. 3rd down and 15. So they haven't tested Luke Locke yet. They haven't immediately attacked the replacement, which is good for us because I know we've seen it before with what happens when Gordon goes down. They just immediately tested. Underneath, they'll get, a chunk of those yards. They'll get 7 of them, but it's 4th down and 8. A minute to go as the Bills, after burning a timeout, they throw with pressure in. It's broken up. And there's your game. Moved to 9-0 on the season. So Gordon had, definitely his worst game of the season. 60 completion percentage, 0 touchdowns, 3 picks. But the fact that we were able to have his worst game of the year and still win, awesome. Ozzie ran for 96 yards on 4.5 a carry. Boar was doing good before he got hurt. 5.5 a carry and a touchdown. Hey, look at Nunn. He had 6.8 a carry. I mean, obviously a lot of that was the 27-yarder, but he also had the touchdown as well. Edwards Jones had 5 catches for 50 yards, and then Walker's 5 grabs as well. Sack from Hali. And we now just have to wait and see, is Boar going to miss significant time, or was it just a typical, one-game injury that is going to be whatever? So Boar, separated shoulder, out for 4 games. This looks like it's going to be the first season in which Boar is going to play and not get 1,000 yards, I feel like. So he got, knocked out of... I think he might have gotten knocked out of one of these earlier games. I think it was the Jets game he got knocked out of. So, yeah, that's why he only had 10 carries. And then, week 6, week 7, week 8, there was a bye week in there. He missed 2 games and then knocked out of this one. So he's missed 2 games and been knocked out of 2 others in our first 9. And he's going to miss another 4, it looks like. So that means he literally will have missed 6 games at least and been knocked out of 2 others. That's like half the season right there. Carolina Panthers team just still will never be able to be good. They've just had Alex Hurst wasting away. Oh my goodness, Corey Edwards just took the kickback for a touchdown too. All right, well, Edwards got another kick return touchdown. It's 45-6. Oh my goodness, man. It's weird because I've been keeping tabs on the Panthers just because I'm interested. They have some of our former players. We made the big trade with them. They have Alex Hurst. And the thing is you always look at their roster on paper and it's not that bad. It's actually a pretty good roster. They just never win anything. I don't know how bad the coaching is or what is up, but you got a top 5 QB in the league. You got one of the you have one of the best offensive lines in the league. You have a decent defense, maybe not today, but you have a decent defense on paper. You have Ray Hendrickson, Larry Fitzgerald. It's not a bad team, but man, they just never play well. I don't know what it is, but we're going to have our most dominant game of the season here. And Carolina is not going to be able to find the end zone there. 48-6. Gordon throws 24 of 30 for 293 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Ozzie Jones runs for 67 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Camion Walker goes for 112 and 2 touchdowns. Corey Edwards, 108. Campbell had a touchdown. Defensively, Daniels, Bates, Martinez with a sack. No picks. Just bad offense, though. I don't know, man. I just feel bad for like the Panthers in this. Like, I don't know why they're so bad, but we'll take our 10-0. Our undefeated streak takes a little bit of a challenge here over the Jacksonville Jaguars, who we played to start the season. We dominated them, but we've kind of kept up on them a little bit and seen that they are actually like improving. They went on a big win streak. They were doing their thing, and their quarterback was getting a lot better. He's jumped like 10 overall since the start of the season, and now the Jaguars are a pretty competent team, and they're in the playoff hunt. So a lot has changed, but can we hold them off? As that's a throw to Torrey Edwards for 20. And we're up 4 points, now in the red zone, and we can maybe make this a double-digit point game, as we're still rocking, just Ozzie Jones and Kyle Nunn getting a decent amount of carries as well. So, the run game's been pretty spotty at times when we have to go to our bench, but, it is what it is. That's what we kind of signed up for, Boar. As we go at the stretch, Ozzie Jones to the outside, and he breaks 2 tackles, and that'll be 5. Jaguars are, maybe one of the bigger threats still remaining. We play the Patriots as well, but like if somebody's going to take us down in our undefeated schedule or undefeated start to the season, it could be Jacksonville. But can we find the end zone here as Gus with a lot of time outside? That's caught and shy of the line. They'll call him 3rd and 1. Let's go into our, maybe trickery here with a loaded package. Ozzie Jones takes the direct snap, and Ozzie Jones is in. That's a touchdown to make it 17-6. Jaguars have ran into an issue that many teams have, which is they just can't put up touchdowns on this defense. And this defense, off the play action, thrown to an open man, they actually got him for a big gain and give Jacksonville 22, but it's been 2 field goals so far, no touchdowns, and they are going to need a touchdown if they want to win this game. They're not going to be able to do it with 4 field goals in 6 minutes, so they need to find the end zone. Can their young quarterback do that? As off the edge, an unblocked defender, and he's sacked. I mean, you got to block Walt Daniels. He may be like the weakest link on this D-line, but he still can get to the quarterback pretty effectively. Now we send the pressure, and he sheds 1, throws it deep, and Jabari Gordon makes the play on the ball. But we almost just had a Mario Martinez sack. Rare to see Mario Martinez miss out on a big play, but it still worked for us regardless. The forced 3rd down and 18. As we're sending Martinez and more. And he's sacked again. This time, it's the cornerback off the edge. The defense, phenomenal on that drive. I mean, they almost got, if it wasn't for Mario Martinez missing that sack, it would have been 3 straight sacks right there. As we'll go back on offense. And Ozzie Jones is going to slip a tackle. And Ozzie's going to lose yards on the play. I commend Jacksonville for the fight that they put up until that point where they had held us to 10 points. And, going to the 4th quarter, we just kind of finished off that drive. Now we have a chance to really run things up. We moved to 3rd down and 7. As can we keep the drive going? Like, with under 5 minutes to go, Jacksonville really needs to get this 3 and out. But Gus, what do you got for us? Quick throw! And maybe just didn't take his time on that one. Wanted it immediately for Cammy and Walker, and it was no good. Jags did their job on defense, got the quick stop that they needed. Now it's up to the offense to finally do something here and finally find the end zone. Maurice Jones-Drew, still an effective running back into his 30s. As he's going to get 10 yards on the play. And, I mean, it's been nice that we haven't really had to deal with people running the ball or being in spots where they can feasibly run the ball a consistent amount. We have put teams behind the sticks, put teams behind their game scripts, and any team that wants to run the ball has really had a hard time against us just by the fact that they haven't been able to run it. They've just been put in a hole. They can't move the ball. They get down by 10 points. They get down by 2 scores, 3 scores, 4 scores, and they got to start throwing, and you're asking a young quarterback in his first season as a starter to start slinging this ball up and down the field with no great wide receivers. It's a tough task, and it's picked off right on cue. Jabari Gordon, and he's gonna take it all the way. Touchdown. And this quarterback duo is just special this year. I'm watching a team where it just feels like everybody's on point, everybody's motivated, everybody is just having a good season. And there's a big hit. I think that was either Edwards or Martinez. Couldn't have a game without Mario Martinez lighting somebody up in the backfield. Even if he missed that sack earlier, he's still just flattening somebody. As Casey to throw again, and that one is caught as he actually got that on Jabari. It's looking like, though, the best team that is going to be standing in our way for a potential, win to stop this undefeated season, oddly enough, might be the Patriots, as they are the best remaining team that we play in our final five. And I'm not going to rule out the possibility of an upset, but if a team is going to want to upset us, then you kind of know what needs to happen here. They need somebody on our side to collapse, and they need this secondary to just, I don't know, injuries, something. They need something to go their way, because right now, Rick Foley and Jabari Gordon are making a case to be the best corner duo in the league right now. And they have really just come out, not out of nowhere, but like it's finally being all put together for them to have like this incredible season. There's just young players that finally break out into the next level, and that's a fumble. No, they call that incomplete. It always gets me that they got like the tuck rule in this game, and they just call that incomplete. Yeah, but the Jags are going to punt this ball. They're down 18 with 3 minutes to go, and they're not even going to bother. Torrey Edwards, he's already got 2 return touchdowns this season, and Edwards, he's looking for more. That's a nice one, past the 40. We'll see if in the next 3 minutes that like anything notable happens here, as we'll go Ozzy, and that's a lot of space. Ozzy's got 10, Ozzy's got 15. And yeah, we'll see if like anything notable happens, or the Jags just let us run out the rest of this clock. The Jaguars just seem content to not even really put up much of a fight at the end there. We ran out the rest of the clock as only 17 pass attempts from Gordon was fine on them. Threw a pick, but everything else was pretty alright. Ozzy Jones runs for 107 yards on 21 carries, and also Kyle Nunn. I mean, we'll take 4 yards a carry from a fullback. I'm more than happy with that. Camion Walker with a touchdown. And then Holly with 2 sacks. Barnes, Hutchinson, Daniels with a sack. And then Jabari Gordon with that pick 6. I mean, we are so close to, catting that undefeated season, which would be just so awesome. Fourth quarter hits, and we got another close one. 10-9 is the score, so we're still kind of maintaining not allowing a touchdown, but it's still like the offense isn't putting up the big points, and the Falcons are a good team, so we will at least give them that credit. They are a playoff team as of right now in the NFC, and they are led by Colin Caliste, who was the clutch quarterback from a couple of years ago in the draft stories. He's the starter finally, as they throw outside, and okay, that was a first down. We have the ball right now. We just tried to toss one up to Torrey Edwards. Did not work, but once again, the Falcons, though, just like the Jaguars, they are keeping themselves around, hanging in this game, just not able to find the end zone. That's really just been the key. While our offense doesn't put up just, 30 points a game, we've had higher scoring offenses in the past. Our offense by no means is bad. It's just not as high scoring and prolific. We are more of just a defensive team right now, and it's working, as that's an incomplete pass for Langster. But 3rd down and 10 from the Atlanta 44. If we could just get a couple of yards here, I would love to be able to just kick a long field goal. 61 yards is a bit too much for me. I don't know if I'd want to try that, especially in this type of a close environment where we could just hand the Falcons pretty good field position. So we're going to throw over the middle there. Okay, that's enough for field goal range, but it's also enough being 4th and 2 where we couldn't go for it. And I do think that is the move. 4th and 2, we could kick a 53-yarder to take a 4-point lead. But on 4th and 2, we're going to go send out Gus, and he'll go play action. Oh my goodness, man. He didn't even have a chance. He didn't have a chance. That's a turnover on downs. That's brutal. And the Falcons now can really make this happen. They got the ball in good field position, down by just one. Caliste hands off. Michael Turner, still the back here in Atlanta, and he'll get two. It really is like a solid Falcons team. I think they still got Roddy White out there as well. Just a decent, well-rounded team as they'll go toss Michael Turner's way, and that'll get no gain. It's up to Colin Caliste to go out and make a play here. Caliste was one of my, favorite draft story quarterbacks. He wasn't like an amazing player, but just kind of the clutch, right time, right place player. And that's a right time to come up with a big play. Catch to the Tennessee 32, and maybe he's going to be the one to knock us off as the Falcons are in position to take the lead here. Caliste will hand off to Turner, and that'll once again be roughly nothing to give them one, but I mean, the run game already hasn't proven to do much. We've had a good run defense throughout the season, and now a team that is close enough to where they can feasibly run the ball. They're running into the other issue, whereas even if you can feasibly run it, it doesn't work too well, but the passing game is working. That's another 20 yards to the Tennessee 12. Been a little bit since we've allowed a touchdown, and it could be time here for the Falcons to finally put one in the end zone. What a hit, and no gain. Again from Michael Turner. He cannot find any room. 6 minutes to play, 2 tight ends. Caliste hands it to Turner. A little bit of room. 5, and it'll be third down, so it's just kind of the same format here, just run, pass. And we'll likely see them pass the ball here on 3rd and 5. As can they find the end zone? Caliste, short drop, end zone, caught but out of bounds. Roddy White just too far off the back of the end zone. And I think they're going to take the field goal here. And that'll give them the lead if they hit it. It's a chip shot field goal, just about 24 yards out for the lead. Kick is good. And now our undefeated season is hanging in the balance. Will me passing up on a 53-yard field goal try last possession ultimately be our undoing? Or will we still be able to pull this one out in the end, as we got an I formation here. Ozzy in the backfield. And we'll have a counter right. And Ozzy breaks a tackle and a nice run. We'll take about 7 or 8. 2nd and 3 now as he's trying to quiet the home crowd. The inside looks pretty good, but we had to run to the outside and we couldn't hit that block. Oh my God, who was out there just missed that one? Now maybe a little worrying here, 3rd down and 5, and we will throw it as Augustus play action and throws for Richie Campbell, and that's a 1st down. There's a couple of times where Gus will kind of rush a throw where he doesn't need to, and that was one of those instances, but Richie caught it. As Ozzy, that was just not a good look, and he'll lose a yard. 2nd down and 11. We will go to the air here, shotgun formation, play action, and off his back foot, he tries to get it to Edwards, but again, just had to rush that throw. I don't really think he needed to, but he felt like he had to. 3rd and 11. If we can get a couple of yards here, we could definitely try to go for it on 4th down. I would prefer not to go for it on 4th and 11. Design rollout. Gus gets rid of it. Low for Campbell. It's caught. And it's 4th and 2 again. That I do feel comfortable going for it. Gonna go I formation. I know it might be risky. We tried the pass. It didn't work last time. We're gonna try the run, and it didn't work this time either. The passing on 4th and 2 didn't work. And then we tried the run this time, and we didn't get a block there. Now Atlanta has it at midfield, and now 2 4th and shorts. Failed in the 4th quarter as Caliste to the air. And can the defense come up with a big play? Spinning off a tackler, gets the completion, and now 9 yards. So we can still be in a spot where we haven't allowed a touchdown still. It's been 4 field goals, and even then, that could be enough to beat us. Our offense is definitely having some struggles today. I know maybe you could question the decision-making, but it's no different than the decision-making I have been making throughout this entire series, so at least I'm being consistent. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way, though. as they're going to get a first down. That was close, but they did give it to them, as going to be at the Tennessee 40, and now they can maybe go for a 5th field goal if they get even a little bit closer here. Goal line package, 3.5 minutes to play. As Khalees, that's an offsides! Somebody jumped, and it doesn't matter anyway. It's a good run. I don't know if they'll accept the penalty, but that was a very blatant jump. They do accept it, so they prefer 1st and 5 instead of 2nd and 3. That was an awful jump. I think that might have been like Janoris Hutchinson up the middle. 1st down and 5, though. So really crowding this box. They said the tight end in the slot. I'm not too bothered by it. I still feel like it's going to be a run, as Khalees will go counter. And he breaks off a tackle, and Turner, 1st down. And the undefeated streak could be coming to an end. It is in more danger than maybe it has been all season. Under 3 minutes to play as they send Roddy White in motion left. They'll go counter right. And, oh my goodness, he just got stiff arm. That was Edwards, the other linebacker. Martinez gets the tackle there. But that's good for us with them snapping that ball a little early. That gives them, you know, another play before the 2-minute warning. So now this will likely be the last play, barring an injury timeout. 2nd down and 4 as they'll stretch it. And there's Edwards. He got stiff-armed like the previous play and then comes through to make that tackle. That's huge. I don't imagine that they'll snap the ball before the 2-minute warning, but maybe they will. They send the tight end out. They've already done this, and last time they ran a counter, and, well, they're going to go counter the other way, and they did not wait for the 2-minute warning. They're going to do it now, so we do save a timeout, but all right, we got the stop, and it's going to be a 5th field goal for Atlanta. It's going to be a 5th field goal for the Falcons. And a big one here to make it a touchdown game. As the kick on its way, it's going to be immediately wide right. Immediately, just not even close. It didn't hook, it didn't sail, it just was right from the beginning, and that is huge for us. Changes everything. We only need to get into field goal range, and we got a kicker with one heck of a boot on him, so we don't got to go too far. As we'll go Augustus dropping back, and he's got an open man, and a 1st down to midfield. And now we're looking at maybe just 10 yards for his career long. 1:30 with all of our timeouts too is still plenty of time. As Gus in the shotgun split back. He'll go with a handoff, and Ozzy, it's only going to get a yard. You know, because of the situation where we don't need to rush too much. We just need a 1st down to get into field goal range. Obviously, we're going to try to get as close as possible. But Augustus, he's sacked! And he loses a big amount of yards. A minute to play. We're holding on to the timeouts for now. As Gus in the shotgun, just snap it quickly. Under a minute to play. Can we find Cammy and Walker? As Gus, with time, will get it shorter, and it's going to be incomplete. It was short of the 1st down marker. It looked like he fell forward and would have had it. Instead, it's going to be 4th and 16. How many plays do you got drawn up for a 4th and 16? As this is the game maybe here. As Gus will drop back. Gets it to Campbell. And he couldn't. It was short of the line, and it was basically just, could Campbell make a miss? He couldn't. That's an incredible tackle. Atlanta takes over the football. The thing was, is if we had it 4th down in that situation, and if we got to the 42, and we had another down, I would have been fine just kicking a 59-yarder and hoping for the best, but we just didn't have that in us. Atlanta, we still have all of our timeouts, and Edwards misses the tackle, and that's gonna be a 1st down. Quincy Edwards just missed the tackle to end our undefeated season. That hurts a bit, but, you know, you quite literally can't win them all. Obviously, 16-0 would have been awesome. It just didn't happen. The offense didn't have its best day. Augustus was pretty whatever. Ozzy, the run game wasn't good. 2.4 carry. The Falcons are a good team. So, I mean, like, credit to them, obviously. We didn't get a sack. We didn't get a pick. So, like, the defense was still good, but they didn't get, like, a game-changing play. Whereas the Falcons, they got 2 sacks, but their 2 sacks were incredibly crucial. Colin Caliste, hey, man, that's his gimmick. You know, the stats aren't going to pop off the screen, but when you need it most, he comes up with the big plays, and he had a couple of nice ones there, and he got the Falcons just enough for the win.
As expected, the #1 Florida Gators are raking in the end of the season awards. Parker Allen looks like a lock for the Heisman Trophy, and while he's put up good numbers, he's getting a lot of credit for the Gator dominance this season. Tackle Lee Claxton will win the Interior Lineman of the Year award, and he definitely deserves it. Chris Staymates should win the Wide Receiver of the Year award. That kid catches anything thrown at him, and he has a knack for making something out of nothing.
We're not sweating a loss too badly. I mean, the only thing we were really fighting for was, like, that historic undefeated season. But when you look at the division and everything, we are... I guess they're no, we already won the division because we've swept the Jaguars, and if we lose out and the Jags win out, they can only tie us. So we've already won the division, and in the AFC, I mean, unless we collapse and lose, like, and we lose, you know, another 2 games, and we need to lose even more than that because we got a tiebreaker over the Bills. We would need to lose 3 games, another 3, to drop out of the first round bye. So, like, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna get a first round bye, barring a collapse. We're going to win the division. We already have. Look what we got here. Some points actually being put up. 31-17 is your score against the New England Patriots, where they are, you know, we thought if we were going to be able to get through that game against the Falcons, that this was going to be the best team to knock us off. Well, we did suffer our loss, and, you know, while it's fine, we could try to go for 15-1 on the season, as we are up by 14 with the ball, but in our own territory, way back inside our own 10-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 4. Ozzy has had a really good day up until this point, broke off a long run, has a touchdown. It's been an awesome day for Augustus as well. So 3rd down, we're going to try to run, and, you know, I wanted to avoid a deep drop just so, like, we could avoid a safety, but, you know, the run game didn't work. We'll have to punt. It's actually a really nice punt. Didn't get anything on the return, and oh my goodness, they gave their... That's not Tom Brady. They gave him number 12. Oh, big hit from Freddie Bates. That's disgusting. Oh my goodness, a different Patriot quarterback wearing 12 is crazy, man. Oh boy, why did they do that? So Freddie Bates tackle for loss, but Glenn Cook is the quarterback, I believe. Yeah, they gave him number 12. That's so nasty. He's actually, he's alright. He's throwing a lot of picks, but, you know, overall, he's been one of the better quarterbacks in the league if you ignore the interception. So the Patriots actually might have found themselves a guy here. We'll go 3rd down and 6 as the left-handed, not Tom Brady, drops back in a shotgun formation as Cook to throw, floating over the middle. It's caught. It's close. It's not a 1st down. All he had to do was turn upfield, and he didn't do it. Now 4th and 1. I feel like you gotta go for this. 4th and 1 at midfield, and they will go for it. This is a big one here. This team also has Rayshon Highsmith as their number 2 running back, which is awesome. As they'll go with the handoff, and we sent everybody in. Gone is the possession for New England. Quincy Edwards makes that play. I am glad that this offense was able to bounce back after a rough performance against Atlanta. And that's an Ozzy Jones loss of 3. You know, other than that big run that he broke off earlier, like, I think it was like the 2nd quarter or something. You know, the Patriots have done a mostly good job of containing him. 2nd and 13, as we'll have 3 receivers and a play action as he'll throw for Torrey Edwards and a 1st down, gain of 20. We're able to take a 3-score lead here against New England. We should be well on our way to victory as we'll go with the counter run, and Ozzy taken down the backfield for another loss of 3. I don't know what really is the full issue here, because I really do think we've had more negative runs, more instantly stopped in the backfield plays than we've had in previous seasons. As they'll throw to Langster, the tight end. Ball was a little low, but he reels it in. Gain of 15. But I would just like to negate those -2 and -3 yard runs. I do think Langster, I haven't really noticed him making any major mistakes or anything. I do think he has been a much better tight end to have than Rocky Jones, who, speaking of Rocky, he is out there on this 2 tight end formation play action. Roll out and throwing for Langster, and it was in coverage. Incomplete. 2nd and 10, keeping the 2 tight end package out there. Counter run. Can he get to the outside? Is Ozzy. I'll take 8 on that one to set up 3rd and 2. I know where I want to go on this 3rd down and short split shotgun. And it's going to be a handoff to Kyle Nunn. And he's close, not quite. Not enough for the 1st down. 4th and 1. This usually would be a spot I go for, but with the current situation, I don't think we need to, but they are asking me to. I mean, we could just kick the field goal for a 3-score lead, but, like, I mean, we trust this offense so much on a 4th and 1. We could just sneak it. I mean, Gus, I trust it. Maybe this is, an opportunity for the Patriots to get back in if they stop it, but they're not going to. Gus all the way! That's a touchdown on a sneak! I don't know if the Patriots are going to be able to do anything. Like, I will give them a lot of credit. 17 points is about as much as we have allowed to any team. The fact that they've found the end zone twice, good on them for that, but in an instance where their offense was actually having a better game than usual, considering what our defense allows, well, our offense decided to really pick up the pace and really up things today, and Augustus has had an awesome game, one of his best of the season, so, that's big for us, as Cook throwing outside on Foley, and he's actually got it for a 1st. Cook drops the throw, and we sent a lot of pressure. Oh, he spins off a tackler! We sent everybody, and we're going to come up empty-handed. Chased, tackled into the end zone. Touchdown, New England. We'll go onside kick. Gostkowski kicks it, and we got a lineman out there picking it up. And we'll take over the football after the onside. So we should still have, no real issues here as long as we can close. No fumbles or anything. As Ozzy breaks a tackle, we'll take about 10, and they give us a 1st down. So presumably it'll be 2 plays before the 2-minute warning. And we'll give Ozzy another carry here up the middle. Ozzy, they're trying to rip up that ball. He holds on, though, for another 4. All right, should be last play. 2-minute warning approaching. Ozzy on the stretch. He's got a lot of room. And Ozzy kind of cuts back inside there. And it gets pretty closed down, we'll head to the 2-minute warning. So we move to 3rd down and 3 in the New England 18-yard line. As can we get another 1st down, continue to run this clock. Patriots send the house. They will get the stop. Patriots will call a timeout, but if we knock through this field goal, we'll be out of here with a win. So, let's just make sure we hit this kick, and then we can sim our way through. Field goal for the 17-point lead is going to be up, and kick is perfectly through the upright. So a 17-point lead, 41 points put up by the team today. Nice job, and we were able to keep New England from taking us down, and that means we have 100% just locked up everything that we need to lock up. 1st round bye, now there's no chance that we don't get it. Locked up the division just definitively, even if there was tiebreakers and stuff. There's nothing now that we haven't accomplished in the regular season. As Gordon, look at that, man, 3 touchdowns, no picks, 82 completion percentage, 10 yards per attempt, just such a good day. Ozzy, 16 carries for 105 yards and a touchdown. I don't know why Kyle Nunn got so many carries, but it's whatever. We'll take the Ozzy Jones great performance. Torrey Edwards and Cameo Walker each go for 100 and get into the end zone. Freddie Bates, Tamba Ali with the sacks. No picks for the defense, but we keep on moving. Yeah, there's no need to hop into this one. We're up 31-0 against the Cleveland Browns, and I mean, we're not really, like, horribly surprised. The Browns are a below 500 team. They're finally going to score, it looks like. So no shutout for us. All right, no shutout. They do get a touchdown, but 31-7 being your score. And we were airing it out this game. A lot of pass attempts, but Boar Jackson also, he's still out. He missed an extra game. He's out for one more day. So he missed this one, which we didn't obviously need him for, but he'll be back for the final 2 games of the season, which he really like missed the maximum amount of time he could from this injury, it feels like. But the Browns turn over on downs, final couple of plays, and we'll end it 31-7. So Augustus, a lot of production here. 4 touchdowns, 2 picks, but 4 touchdowns, 322 yards, 41 pass attempts, and an overall good day. Ozzy was all right, 20 carries, just shy of 4 a carry, and Edwards and Walker both 10 catches each, 117 and 119 yards, but Torrey Edwards 3 touchdowns for him. And then Daniels had a sack and the pick by Andrew Woods. We move to 13-1. So we have 2 games left in the season. We play the Chiefs and the Texans. And these games ultimately don't now mean like anything. I don't think. I mean, we obviously, just blew out the Browns, so like there was no need to hop into that one. I don't know if we're gonna blow out the final 2 teams, but like I don't think there's really anything to play for, so we might just get through them. Like no issue here, just kind of sim through, because I don't want to play a meaningless game. I also am not really in the business of like resting my starters really. So when you look at the schedule and you see that, yeah, we need to, I guess we didn't play the Broncos, but conference record, yeah, we've already locked up the 1 seed, I think, with tiebreakers, but as long as we just win one of our final 2, then the 1 seed is like definitively ours with no tiebreakers. We could be on like a collision course with the Broncos, though. They're the number 2 team. The Bills are good. We played them already. The Ravens are good. We have not played them. Patriots, one of the better offenses in the league. Actually, maybe the best offense in terms of points scored. But their defense is a little bit more lacking. Bengals are also in the hunt. Jaguars 8-6. Texans are 8-6. Colts are gonna miss the playoffs, it looks like. So regardless if we wanted to hop into this game or not, we just got a safety, by the way. What the heck? We got a safety. Regardless if we wanted to hop into this game or not, it doesn't look like that's going to be necessary. We're up 26-3 on the Chiefs. So yeah, we're gonna end up dominating them. And the Chiefs were 7-7. Like their playoff hopes were like basically over, because it's looking like it's gonna take 10 wins to get into the playoffs here. But you'll never guess what happened in this game. You'll never guess what happened. And I think it was like the second quarter. Boar Jackson got hurt again. It's insane, man. It's insane. It's like genuinely, I love it and hate it at the same time, because I do love that this is the only game that I've played for football that actually like acknowledges the fact that players are injury prone. You will never get an injury prone player in Madden or college football nowadays. Like that just doesn't exist. But like I also hate it obviously, because this is not just any player. This is supposed to be the player, and he had 8 carries, scored a touchdown, got hurt. We win 33-9 though, so once again we hold the team single-digit points. Gordon has a nice game here, 70 completion percentage. The run game was nice, 100 yards for Camion Walker, and Hutchinson and Edwards with the sack. So Boar immediately comes back after missing like 4 or 5 games, and he got hurt again. I don't know if it's going to be a significant injury, but we've basically played this season without him anyway, so it's not like it's a big deal. I know I'm probably going to get killed in the comments for giving him a contract, but like I still would do it. Like it's just like I love Boar, man. It's just this has been a little more than usual with the injuries. I think he might be okay. I don't see an injury thing for him yet, so he might be okay. Okay, he was all right. So it was a head injury. I was worried if it was like a concussion or, maybe it could be like a neck thing or I don't know, like broken nose, broken jaw, broken whatever. So he's fine, I guess. Whatever fine for Boar Jackson means. It's looking like try as Houston may, their playoff hopes on the line. It's not going too well for them. 28-7 is your score. We have the ball, minute left in the third. And, ooh, a pick. All right, Gordon threw an interception. So we'll head to the fourth quarter. We're up 21. We'll see if the Texans do find the end zone here to make it a 14-point game. I guess I'd like maybe hop in if they make it like a one-score game. There's a touchdown, 28-14. 6 minutes to play. I mean, I really did consider pulling the starters and just saying, you know what, let's just ensure the Colts don't get in. But I don't know. I shouldn't be scared of the Colts. We swept them this season, and they're just not the same team. But, I think teams do like jamming the knife in a little bit against their rivals. Ultimately, we shouldn't concern ourselves with that. We should just kind of play our game and whatever happens, happens. But we're going to come out of here with the win. It looks like Texans aren't able to do anything. They're calling timeouts. Boar's healthy right now. Boar isn't getting hurt, so he might actually make it through his first game in like forever. And we do kneel the ball out. We punt for 36 yards to end the game, but 28-14, we go 15-1. So close to that 16-0. Gus, solid game, 3 touchdowns, split carries between Ozzie and Boar. Both of them ran well. Torrey Edwards with a big game. And actually, he had a really big game because also Torrey Edwards had a punt return touchdown. It was 57 yards. So he had Edwards really like came on strong to close the year. Like 2 touchdowns, catching, and a punt return touchdown for him. Like I think Torrey Edwards had like a really, really strong end to his season, and this might have been Torrey Edwards' best year, top to bottom, because he had a really nice receiving year, and then he also had 3 return touchdowns. I think he had 2 kick returns and a punt return. So I think he could alone be like a Pro Bowl return man. So 15-1. We're obviously gonna get that first round bye. I want to see who else sneaks in. Do the Colts sneak in, man? Imagine. So the playoff results are in, and the Colts do not get in. They lost their final game, so it wouldn't have mattered. The Jags sneak in, though. So the playoffs are going to be Titans 1, Broncos get the 2 seed, Bills 3, Ravens 4, Bengals 5, Jaguars 6, Texans, if they would have beaten us, would have got that final seed. Patriots lose their final 2 games and miss out. Colts miss out. The NFC, Lions 1 seed. I'm not going to be surprised if Joe Kane won MVP. The Lions closed the season on a 10-game win streak. Really interesting because we played the Lions in our Super Bowl. Our Super Bowl win that we had a couple of years back was against the Lions, so we could be in for a rematch there. Speaking of rematches, the Falcons are the 3 seed. Giants got the 2 seed, but the Falcons at 10 wins. It's a kind of a weaker NFC compared to the AFC. It looks like there's, I would say, really just 3 teams here. The Falcons may be 10-6, but like they've beaten us and they've proven to be a good team. This might just be the Lions, though, to take. Look at their points scored, man. For as good as our defense was, look at the Lions' offense. They outscored the next highest scoring team, the Ravens, by, what is that, almost 80 points. And then you look at our defense. Dude, we allowed about 10 and a half points a game. The next most was, oh my goodness, man. Yeah, our defense was special. This could be a really interesting, like, if the top seeds make it out, a Titans-Lions best offense versus best defense matchup could be pretty crazy. Because also, the Lions had the number 4 scoring defense, and guess what? We had the number 4 scoring offense. So, the number 1 offense and the number 4 defense versus the number 4 offense and the number 1 defense. I think I got that right. We're pretty evenly matched there. So let's get a look at the awards now as we close the season. We did not win. Oh, we won something. There's a goal complete. But Coach of the Year is, Oh, the Lions Coach of the Year. We didn't actually win Coach of the Year going 15-1. Packers got defensive and offensive rookie of the year. All right, Green Bay. Defensive player of the year, Lance Briggs for Denver. Offensive player of the year, Joe Kane. Joe Kane probably won MVP. Yeah, Joe Kane. Unreal season from him. Like, insane year from him. Like, and it's well deserved. I think he was the clear-cut MVP. Wow. I mean, that's like Peyton Manning on the Broncos type stuff there. 52 touchdowns to just 14 picks, 5,200 yards, and a career high completion percentage. Unbelievable season from Joe Kane. That is so insane. Yeah, that's a runaway MVP. I wouldn't even have been mad if that was like a unanimous MVP. So did we win anything though? I'm really surprised we didn't win Coach of the Year. I would have thought 15-1 would have done it, but I'm happy that they don't just give it to the best record. They do it to the best coaching job, and our team's good. Maybe he did do a better coaching job, so I'm not mad at that. The 5-11 Packers, though, interesting to have an offensive and defensive rookie of the year, near 1,000-yard receiver, and then a defensive player to have 7 deflections, fumbles, forced interceptions, 100 tackles. Nice stuff there. So, Augustus Gordon, third best QB. We didn't have any best running back stuff. Best receiver, Camion Walker, fourth. Richard Emanuel wins best lineman, so we gave him a big pay raise. Well, he comes out and wins best offensive lineman, so probably deserved that. Defensively, Broncos, look at this. Jamie Hobson, best D-end. Best linebacker, Lance Briggs. And no best DB for them, but the Broncos are going to be, I think, maybe our toughest test. And I want to face the Broncos after what happened last. So we see who we are playing, and I like the matchup here. So let's get a look at the total results here. Were there any upsets? Bills barely get by the Jaguars. The Falcons got shut out. That's surprising. Ravens dominate the Bengals, and the Rams beat the Saints. Yeah, the Falcons one's the surprising one. All right. So the playoff matchups in the AFC, it's going to be Bills versus Broncos, and it's going to be us against the Ravens. The Ravens just dropped 52 on the Bengals. Joe Flacco was like runner-up for MVP and just came off a game where he threw for almost 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. Marshawn Lynch, a former MVP. Taylor Tatum, oh my goodness, he had 310 yards. Ooh, this is actually going to be a rough road to, like, there's a legit chance that if, like, the best possible outcomes happen for, like, the rest of the league, that we could have to go out here and play the Ravens, the Broncos, and then the Lions. That's a tough road to a Super Bowl victory. That's a really tough road. So, we can't take the Ravens lightly here. Even though we were kind of the runaway #1 seed, the Ravens and the Broncos are, like, legit teams that very well are on our, like, right on our level, I think. I think this is probably a good time to hop in. Playoff action here. I like to do a couple extra minutes, so I go halfway through the third quarter, where we are up 21-14 on the Baltimore Ravens. And I think you know what I'm about to say here. If we go and check the injury report. We have an injury, guys. It's Boar Jackson. He's hurt. Pending injury report. Probably not going to come back in this one. Yeah. It's honestly impressive. It really is. But we're up by 7 right now. And already the Ravens have gone over our season average in terms of points allowed. They got 14. They got 2 in the end zone. But we are sitting here 2nd and 13. And a rollout for Gordon. Throwing it deep and incomplete. Gordon's had a really nice game up until this point. He has been awesome in this playoff game. And obviously we've needed it a little bit more without our 2 running back attack. We've just had the 1. We got 3rd down and 13 here, as at that halfway point in the 3rd. Ozzie Jones going to have to do all of our running back responsibilities the rest of the way. as Gus under center. 3 receivers and a tight end in the formation. He'll throw with the man maybe getting open over the middle. There it is! Richie Campbell breaks a tackle. Campbell fumbles the ball, and it's picked up by Baltimore. Unbelievable, man. Yeah, what a play, but we fumbled the ball. And Boar Jackson's also definitively done. A left leg injury. That's not good. That's so annoying, man. We have not been a team that's really turned it over a whole lot this season, so to have a turnover there in that situation is brutal. Flacco will throw, though, and that ball low, caught for a first down. Obviously, not trying to come out flat here in this game where we have high expectations to, at the very least, maybe make the Super Bowl, get back to a rematch against the Broncos if the Broncos happen to win. Counter run, Marshawn Lynch spins off a tackler, and Lynch has got 6. And I already brought it up, this would be one heck of a road to a Super Bowl where we go and take on 2 MVPs. Flacco and Marshawn Lynch have won 2 of the last couple MVPs. So an MVP duo taking us on, potentially the Broncos, potentially the Lions, if that's how everything shapes out. I don't want to look too far ahead because we got 2 MVPs right in front of us that we got to deal with here and stop them on 3rd down and 2. If we can get off the field here and negate that turnover, that'd be big for us. 2 tight ends and a penalty on Baltimore. I'm getting like flashbacks though when I see penalty on a playoff game. Let's hope we don't have any repeats of Denver last year. False start's big though. That kind of takes the run game off the table for them, I think. So instead it'll be 3rd down and 7. And you assume Flacco, yes, he will throw. We send the pressure. Open man over the middle, though. We sent a lot of heat, and it did not get in time. So back under center, Flacco with Marshawn behind him. They'll throw again. And Flacco with a lot of time. Clean pocket. Ball is overthrown over the middle. It's a pick. And we got the ball back. An overthrow over the middle, as dangerous as it gets. And we were waiting on that one. Andrew Woods picks it off. So really no harm done, I suppose. We're right back at midfield in good field position, a good spot for our offense. And here's where we go with Ozzie Jones. And Ozzie is going to get a couple on that one, make it 4. Bring out the second tight end here. Rocky and Langster in under center. We'll go play action, roll out, options, throwing, Langster, we got it in there, and he'll get a couple extra after the defender whiffed. I was really worried there. It looked like the defender was about to jump that one, but he fit it in just perfectly. The Baltimore 31 we go, in the handoff, Ozzie not able to get anything. He gets just a loss of a yard, not even back to the line of scrimmage. Spread him out here, 2nd and 11. Very much within our field goal range to take a 2-score lead if we want to, but we're looking for that end zone. It's been nothing but touchdowns on both sides. No field goals settled for yet. 1.5 minutes left in the 3rd as we got 5 receivers in the pattern. And Gus throwing for Torian Edwards, and it's almost picked. And we got away with 1. We'll turn to 3rd down and 11. 3 receivers, shotgun formation, Ozzie. In the backfield, we'll motion him out to the slot. And we'll see what we got here with Gus throwing. And for Ozzie short, he tries to make a man miss. He got 1 tackler to miss, not the second. It's 4th and 4. We're not going to go for it, though. That seems silly to do that. We'll take our field goal here, and from 42 yards out, let's just hope he knocks it through. Kick is good. We'll take a 10-point lead here late in the 3rd. Ravens taking back over after their interception last drive. As they'll go play action. Deep ball and knocked out of the hands of the receiver. It's Rick Foley. And Foley has been just unreal this season. He hasn't gotten the interceptions in the second half of the year. He slowed down in that regard. But teams just stopped testing him, and I mean, we funnel those targets to Jabari Gordon, who also makes plays on the ball. And speaking of making plays on the ball, this linebacking core gets a sack. Remember, I showed you the stats. Taylor Tatum had over 300 yards receiving last week against Cincinnati. a legendary playoff performance. This Ravens offense as a whole put up over 50, and we are making them look pretty normal right now. As on 3rd and 15, we send the extra man, just spared him, and a sack all the way back at the 5. They'll have to punt in the end zone here, as we'll get great field position shortly. Torrey Edwards has taken 3 kicks back for a touchdown in the regular season. Will he make it a 4th here in the playoffs now? And it's a nice return. Already right to field goal range. Torrey Edwards has really leveled up as a, safer playmaker type of receiver. The drops have gone way down, and the explosive plays in the return game have also come in to really give this team a special teams injection as well. Offensively, counter run, and he got held up there. It's a no gain. We'll take it to the 4th quarter. Baltimore 38 as we start the 4th quarter. A field goal obviously keeps it just a 2-score game. We're trying to find the end zone here and put Baltimore away. Play action. I see a tight end wide open. There's Langster. And a 1st down pretty easily. They left the middle wide. Maybe we're proven to just be too good of a team to take down here in the playoffs. Motioning Rocky into the full back spot, as we're going to run it, left side counter. Rocky doesn't really do a good job blocking. No gain. The one thing Baltimore just can't do, they just can't allow a touchdown. I would have to imagine them having a 17-point comeback against this defense seems pretty unlikely. Oh my goodness, man, that could have been a pick. There is some fire being played with there. Augustus got away with 2 in this second half. 3rd down and 10, though. We're not going to just play it safe and run. We want to go for that kill shot. It's a rollout. We're going to let him throw. Outside! And if he got a little bit more loft on that one, Walker maybe had a chance, but we'll take our field goal. Once again, the Ravens bend, don't break. We got great field position at the 38. They were able to stop us. Field goal is good. We turn things to the Ravens offense, who now more than ever need a touchdown. They've kept it close enough to make things feasibly possible here with their defense forcing the 2 field goals. But they can't keep allowing the offense to falter here. They need to get something going. A 1st down there helps them out a lot, but they're still backed up at their own 37. And who knows how much Marshawn Lynch will factor into this one. That's almost picked. Andrew Woods almost just had a second. Both safeties have been sitting on some passes. On the Ravens side, there's been some drops. Now we have a drop. We got the pick earlier, but the safeties have had their chances in this one. Flacco to the air, and he'll throw onto the flats one-on-one, and that's actually really good coverage there. 3rd down and 10. I would imagine it's not 4-down territory if they don't get some positive yards here. I don't think they'd go for it on 4th and 10. We'll send the pressure. Flacco over the middle. What a hit! Jarring the ball loose. And I think they're going to have to punt with 6:40 to play from their own 37. Yeah, it's going to be a punt. I mean, it's just a luxury to have a guy who can go get, 15 to 20 in a punt return with ease here as we start a new possession. Ozzie sheds a tackle, slips through. Look at Ozzie run. And he turns that into 14. We have an injury as well. We've had a couple of injuries start to hit us. Todd Kramer is hurt as well in this one. Boar, obviously. Luke Locke hurt. So we have 3 injuries now. I didn't show you one of them. But, yeah, Todd Kramer is out right now. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, and Onken just got hurt. So we're down our 3rd corner, our number 1 running back, and both of our guards right now. That's brutal. We'll get the snap off, and oh my goodness, that was almost a sack. He gets it out. Dang, ball picked off! And taken the other way, Augustus! He got away with a couple, not a 3rd time, though. Just taking too many risks in this one. We didn't need to do that. 1st down and 10 for the Ravens. Now they're set up in a good spot. As Flacco will throw outside along the sidelines. He got it, and he stayed in bounds. Injury, Onken hurt. Will this one be significant as well? I mean, we're looking at 4 injuries right now. And, oh my goodness, man. We have 4 x-rays pending. Like, that's 3 offensive starters right there hurt. Luke Locke, we can deal with a Luke Locke injury, but the 3 offensive starters is brutal. As Flacco play action, and he's got it. 2nd and 2. And split shotgun look. As Flacco with Lynch into block. They'll throw curl route, and right in front of Foley, they get it for a first down. Into the red zone now. Defense, can you hold this one? Play action, Flacco. He'll throw short. Tight end's got space. That'll take him inside the 10. 9 yards, and they're at the 9. Ravens need a touchdown in the worst way, and this is the closest they've been in a little while. Handoff. Outside. Marshawn, stiff arm. To the 2. 1st and goal. And our injuries are piling up, and the mistake has now also opened the door for the Ravens to make this a 6-point game. We stack the line. They go Marshawn. He is in untouched. Marshawn Lynch. Touchdown Ravens. We just need to chill out, though. Still up by 6, but 5 minutes is a lot of time. Just need to chill out. If we can go and get a scoring drive here to make it a 2-score game again, we should be all right. Ozzie on the carry. The run game's going to take a hit. Both of our guards being hurt is just so brutal. Now a Raven injury. Oh my goodness, man. Everybody's getting hurt. It's a little scared to drop back and throw, as Gus has been a little reckless with the ball, more so than usual. And he got the pick on the last drive, but we can't just stop trusting our franchise quarterback. We're going to let him throw here. And I think I like the options, as that's right down the middle to Langston, the tight end. It was a perfect call in that situation, just right in between those zones. We'll go heavy on the right side and go counter left. And oh my God. 9-yard loss on the run. And our backup guard got just pushed into him, man. Ozzie, though, that's just one of those plays where I don't know really what you're doing, because it's like there's no real good outcome there, but he turned it into a much worse one. That's pass interference, though. That is clear pass interference. Just standing right in the passing lane, and we got a huge call on our side. Ozzie's mistake has been outdone by the mistake of that Ravens player, who could have had a 3rd and 19 instead. We'll have it 1st and 10 at the 45. Ozzie, no blocking. Run game might just be cooked right now. I mean, no Boar, no left guard, no right guard. Like, Ozzie's good and all, but he's tired, and he's got less blockers. Good ones, at least. So, 1st down was a failure. 2nd down, and a deep ball! There's Kevin Walker! That's great job. Just like, that's what I've been waiting for Gus, to just not rush it. You have the time. He finds his man. And now we're in field goal range, trying to hold on to the ball, get closer, run out this clock, stretch, and Ozzie. And no, it's a football! Oh my God. Are you kidding me? No way, man. No way. I think it's just... I don't think the elbow hit before. I think that's actually a fumble. Yeah, that's just a clear fumble. Unbelievable, man. Ravens have another chance. And Ozzie, who had only fumbled 1 time all season, fumbles it in the playoffs. And Flacco low ball caught. And that's 7 yards. Ravens got to go not a crazy distance here. 61 yards separates them from the lead. And what would be one of the most, disappointing playoff runs in NFL history if the Titans go one and done here. 3rd and inches is the spot. Can we get off the field here? If we do stop them, the Ravens might still be willing to punt the ball in this spot. We just need to make a play. I don't know what Schwartz has dialed up here. Maybe we just send the house. I'm not opposed to it. 3rd and inches. And a penalty on Tennessee. Dude. Are we just, like, not built for the moment right here? Like, what is going on there? Walt Daniels tried to get a jump. I understand wanting to get the jump, but I don't understand in that situation why would you even risk it? Play action, Flacco, 1st down, and they throw it outside, and he had to come back for the ball. He didn't get the first because of it, but he still gets 9. We lose this game, man. I don't think we could show ourselves in the city of Tennessee ever again, man. We might just need to up and leave. Under 2:20 to go. Handoff Marshawn. 1st down. 41 yards away as we head maybe to the 2-minute warning now. All right, guys, 2 minutes to play. Ravens full 4-down territory from here. They have maybe their last opportunity to make this happen. Flacco outside. Caught short, 3 yards. That's fine. Schwartz in these situations has gotten, like, he's one of those people who kind of dies on the hill of being aggressive and will let a lot of little things go the way of the offense. As Flacco on the run throws it back across the field, and it's incomplete. Just got a little rattled under pressure there. 3rd down and 7. Flacco shotgun. 3 receivers. And a tight end with Marshawn next to him. Safety comes down, and they come in. And outside! Jumped! Picked! 6! And we're gonna come out here and sail it in the clutch moment! The defense bails us out! Unbelievable! Andrew Woods! Give him the game ball. 2 interceptions in this second half, including what maybe is the game sealer. And we got a 2-point conversion here to make it a full 2-touchdown game. Andrew Woods, thank you very much. Ozzy with ease. We're up by 14. I said that we were aggressive when it comes to Jim Schwartz. He dies on the hill of aggression. He went full man across the board, and Andrew Woods jumped down and got that interception, and the aggressiveness paid off. We put all of our guys in one-on-one coverage, and, I mean, just perfect stuff there. Ravens still have a small chance in this one with all their timeouts. They need a quick touchdown drive, though. And they're attacking outside. Jabari Gordon knocks it down. Flacco. Shotgun after the 5-yard penalty. They're sending guys deep, but they'll check it down, and it's out of bounds anyway. He couldn't get his foot in. Didn't matter. 3rd down and 15. If you're a Ravens fan, you gotta be heartbroken with what just took place, man. I mean, you had a chance to pull off an incredible victory against the odds-on favorites, and you threw a pick 6 outside, and you didn't get that second foot in. It's going to be 4th down and 15. And if they don't get it, definitely going to be game over. So, your last chance if you're Baltimore for a shot at the AFC title game. Can they keep their hopes alive? As they'll go short. Can he break the tackle? He breaks one, but gets taken out of bounds. That should do it. Ozzy Jones will take the carry here. Looking for that 1st down. Look at him go, Ozzy! Oh my goodness, that was an impressive 5 yards. And that's the second timeout for the Ravens. It's 3rd down and 1. So the 1st down will allow us to run out the clock altogether. And I think I know what I want to do here. Let's go and give the ball to our big guy, Kyle Nunn. I want to see him seal this one. The Pro Bowl fullback, Kyle Nunn. I'll spoil that. He made the Pro Bowl. No surprise, though. We give our fullback more touches than anybody else, and he got the 1st down. We're moving on to the AFC title game. We'll move on to the AFC title game. We'll see if it's Denver or Buffalo waiting for us. Personally, kind of rooting for Denver. I want the revenge. But Gus, the interception was rough. Everything else, though, was mostly good. 75 completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 275. Ozzy, an okay game, 3.4, nothing special. Boar was pretty good before he got hurt. We have a lot of injuries to tend to. We'll see how healthy we're going to be going into that next game. Andrew Woods, though, with 2 interceptions. Foley had a pick. Barnes and Edwards with the sacks. So the results are in. And you could see at the bottom, if you've seen that, Buffalo won. The Broncos got knocked out of the playoffs. They go one and done. The Lions and Giants will be in the NFC Championship, and we'll be taking on the Bills. We played the Bills already this season, and Buffalo, with Noah Wyoming, was able to get it done. Jay Cutler just stunk it up in the biggest moment. Dang, man. Oh, my goodness. And Summers didn't get really much going, but, like, it's just Jay Cutler stunk it up. But, yeah, Giants, Lions, Bills, Titans. We have been very familiar with Buffalo. We know what they're all about. And when we played them earlier on, we beat them 20-10. So, like, it was a pretty decisive win, despite Gordon. Oh, yeah, we won this despite Gordon having like, his worst game of the season. But Wyoming didn't throw it much. Run game wasn't good for them. But, hey, man. I mean, we were able to beat them by 10 with our quarterback's worst performance of the season. I could not bode well for them. So, it looks like Boar is fine, and the other 2 guys are fine, but we have some potential guard issues. Yes. All right, Todd Kramer is out 5 weeks with a severe pulled hamstring, so he's gone for the rest of the season. John Onken is gone 2 weeks, so if we make the Super Bowl, he might be able to play, so I won't put him on IR. You know, at the point we would normally hop into games, it didn't really feel like we needed to. We're up 22-3, so we're dominating this Bills team, and I mean, at the point in which we would normally hop in 4 minutes to play in the third, we were up 22-3, so I was like, well, I'll kind of let the third quarter ride out because the Bills haven't been able to do anything. They still haven't scored a touchdown. They haven't scored any points since. We're at the start of the fourth quarter, so, a bit of a normal start here, as that is actually a great play to get 25 yards. But the Bills have not had an answer for our defense in the first game. They only dropped 10 points on us, and we were able to win despite having our worst performance from Augustus. Now, Gus has been spotty, but definitely better than last game, much better. And as a result, we have 20 points already, 22 to be exact, and we have put up points on defense. The reason we got 22 is because we got a safety during this game. So, I mean, the defense has allowed 3 points, and they've scored 2. Like, the defense has just been incredible. And the Bills and Noah Wyoming have not been able to do much, but here was a chance with one-on-one coverage that does not go their way. 3rd down and 8. I would imagine even, with 7.5 minutes to go, you'd have to consider going for it on 4th down, just because I feel like you need all the help you can get, all the downs you can get against us. Like, does punting the ball really solve things if you get stopped here? So Wyoming, 3rd down, sending everybody down the field. He'll take his shot deep, and it's incomplete. And we'll have 4th and 8 at their own 39, and they will punt. It's a rough spot to be in, but I think you're just kind of hoping that some luck hits you. You get a fumble, you get a field position battle that you get to win, and I think there's a penalty on the field, so Edwards on the return. This is a really nice one. I think it's important that I can also say Boar Jackson is not hurt. He is actually here. He is on the field. He is playing a full 4 quarters potentially. So here we go. Boar Jackson on the carry, and he gets 2. But if he's not going to be around for, 10 games in the regular season, sure, it is what it is. Can you at least be here when we're trying to go out and win a Super Bowl? Can you be here in the biggest moments? When we won our first Super Bowl, he was really good in the playoffs, and, in the Super Bowl itself, he had that amazing touchdown run. I mean, if he could just be here for the Super Bowl, as Torrey Edwards, that's a tough grab to make. Not mad that he dropped that, but if Boar can just be healthy for the most important games, then he could be forgiven. We go 3rd down and 8 as we'll go under center. Gordon, play action. We're playing aggressive still. Gordon hits, and let's call the fumble on the field. They call it a fumble, but there's a penalty on Buffalo. No way, man. Personal foul. Face mask on the former Titan, Jerry Carrier. He got a hold of the face mask, and it goes from being Bill's ball in the red zone potentially to our ball still, and that might have been the last hope for the Bills. That might have really just been it for them. Unbelievable. And the thing that's funny is there's been so many instances in which we've seen that same exact play happen. They call it an incomplete because like the tuck rule is a thing. But they didn't call that one incomplete. They actually just straight up called it a fumble. Ozzie Jones on the carry. And Ozzie's got about 5. They give him 6. Unbelievable, though. Jerry Carrier. He served us a great amount of good games when you were in Tennessee. Obviously, you know, stinks to see him go to a top contending rival. But hey, we are perfectly okay with that result. Buffalo, another penalty. Oh, boy. We're getting the penalty look this time. Hey, look at us go. You got a face mask now again. I mean, it's not like it's a drastic impact on the game other than that, you know, Jerry Carrier one. But even then, they still would have had to score a touchdown. They still would have had to get the ball back, score again, get the ball back, score again. So, like, it was still unlikely, but it was a chance. That face mask, not so consequential as Boar on the toss loses too. But if we go out here and we find the end zone and make it a, you know, what could be 26-point game or whatever it would be, like, I would find it hard to have a reason to stay in this one and believe that they can make a comeback here as Gus finds a man, and I think that's Rocky Jones with the grab. Look at Rocky Jones getting involved. You know, obviously for Titans fans, this isn't the matchup that they wanted necessarily. They probably wanted the Broncos to make it, but hey, we'll take this, and we'll take us in a running Buffalo out of the building. We have, like, historically just had, like, a dominance over Buffalo, because we've played them in the playoffs a couple of times. Like, I think this has to be, like, the 3rd time we've played them in the playoffs. I think at least. Because I remember playing them, you know, I think on our road to the Super Bowl. We played them last year in the playoffs. We played them this year now, obviously. So, like, we've played them a couple of times, and we've just beaten them every single time. So I think this is at least our 3rd. It might even be our 4th time against the Bills. We just are beating up on these poor Bills, and Bills fans must hate this Titans team. You know, you got 0-4 in the Super Bowls, and you got 0-4 in the playoffs against the Titans potentially. Like, it's got to stink to be a Bills fan in this universe. And it's funny that it's the Bills, because the Bills were the other team that I was really considering doing for this you know, series. I had a vote, and I put like 4 teams there. The Bills were one of the teams that was among them, and the Bills were a popular pick, but the Titans ended up winning out. So it's funny that the Bills end up becoming good, and we run into them, and you get to see kind of you know, the difference. If I was on the Bills side, maybe we wouldn't be in this. Maybe they wouldn't be in this spot. Maybe they would have already won a Super Bowl or 2 already. But here they go, allowing us to drive inside the 5-yard line. Boar, this is a heavy front from the Bills. And Boar doesn't care, falls into the end zone, and he stays on his feet as well. Touchdown, Titans. It's just a domination here. There's no reason to really drag this one out if you're Buffalo. If you're a Buffalo fan, I don't want to make this too painful for you. No Wyoming in the offense. Yeah, it's basically done here. So 3 minutes to go. We'll get out of here. Obviously, we would love to have every game be like a competitive, you know, fun thriller. But, you know, sometimes you get a domination here. And we've just had the Bills number for so many years. So it is what it is. The Bills go and almost get shut out by us. So 29-3 is your final, and the Tennessee Titans are headed back to a Super Bowl. Gordon throws for over 300 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks as well, but 2 touchdowns. Boar, healthy, played the full game, had 19 carries and a touchdown, and had a good game overall. Torrey Edwards dominated in receiving, 174 and a score. Only one sack from the defense from Daniels, Foley, and Quincy Edwards with interceptions. And we see who is waiting for us in the Super Bowl. Will it be the New York Giants and Eli Manning at the latter end of his career? I mean, he's like 35 years old, so this might be the last run for Eli Manning. Or will it be the MVP and the best offense in the league, the #1 seed Detroit Lions, in a Super Bowl rematch? And let's sim the day. Oh boy. All right. I see it, you don't, because my face cam is blocking it. But, oh. All right, we got one up a bit. 29-3 was our game. They won 28-0. Eli Manning. Oh my goodness. 2 picks in the game. Brandon Jacobs didn't really touch the ball much, but Joe Kane, 366 yards, 3 touchdowns. And yeah, we are in for one unreal matchup. We faced off in the Super Bowl against the Lions a few years back, and we were able to win. And the Lions at that point in time were like kind of, I don't want to say like full-on underdogs, but they weren't like the team that was the favorite. They weren't the 1 seed or anything. They were kind of like a outside looking in contender. Now they are the team, and this is the best that they've ever been. I mean, I showed you the stats already. Joe Kane won MVP, but when you're looking at what these teams have done, the Lions ran away, averaging 33 points a game. 33. We averaged 27, which was 4th in the league. Not even close to that. Not even close, man. #2 pass offense, most touchdown passes. I mean, like, they were just incredible. And then on defense, though, the thing is they're a good defense as well. They were a top 5 defense. Points allowed. We have the #1 scoring defense by a country mile. They got the #4. They're doing their thing as well. And how about 3rd most interceptions? 3rd most fumbles recovered? How about... Oh, they're not that high in sacks, but still, like... unreal teams. Like, these are the 2 best teams in the league, and they are getting to match up now in the Super Bowl, so it's going to be kind of one of those very highly anticipated games. They have the best turnover differential in the league. Dude, a +26 turnover differential. 40 takeaways, which is, what was that, the second most? Second most takeaways, and bottom 5 in giveaways. We have the least amount of giveaways. We just also have the second least amount of takeaways. We don't take the ball away very much. We have the second least picks and, you know, kind of middle of the pack in fumbles. But, you know, a +26 turnover differential, a legendary offense, a legendary MVP season of quarterback. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. I think we're ready to hop into the Super Bowl, man. It's been a wild one so far. 24-20 is your score. And of all the games, I guess we picked the right one for everything to come together for Boar Jackson. I mean, my philosophy with Boar at this point has been like, hey, even conserving him doesn't really seem to work, so we're just gonna let it ride until the wheels fall off. Well, the wheels are still very much intact, and he's having an unreal game. 25 carries, 110 yards, and 3 touchdowns on the game. He is responsible for all of our scores, and we are up 24-20. It's the offense who is really been like the key thing here, where we know we have a great defense, but we're facing just as good of an offense as a toss play on 3rd down is stopped for a loss. But, like, not to say our defense is negated by the Lions offense, but, like, that's like a push at this point. We know the Lions are going to score. We know we're going to make plays on defense. It's a matter of, can the Lions defense, you know, stop our offense? Can the 4th defense stop the 4th offense? We have, like, not really seen either side be able to do the best of jobs stopping one another, as Torrey Edwards on the punt return is going to get us to the 32-yard line. But Ozzie Jones hasn't even really been needed. Just 2 carries on the day for him. And it's just been all Boar. But that doesn't mean Ozzie isn't going to have his role in this game. Obviously, Boar at 25 carries, and we have just been running him into the ground. We're going to let Ozzy go out and get a carry here where he's losing 3. I mean, with all the stuff that Boar has dealt with injury-wise, does it feel like to an extent that it would still kind of be worth it if he goes and has a Super Bowl MVP type of performance here? The thing is we got to get the job done on our end. As Gus, down the middle of the field, there's Camion Walker to the 43 of Detroit. Lions territory as we get the offense back out there for a pistol formation, a rare pistol formation snap. Boar Jackson down for a yard. Gus under center now as he's had a, whatever game. He's throwing a pick, but the touchdowns have been going to Boar. So, the average looks a little bit worse, or the passer rating looks a little bit worse than it really is because he is dealing for the most part. Just one interception makes it look a little rough. That's another nice completion. They're at the Detroit 23. Here's where Boar can maybe look for touchdown number 4 on the game. Jackson tries to go middle. That was not the move. Lost 2. Under 2 minutes to play in this third quarter. Spread the field. We go 5 wide receivers for Gus. 4-man front for the Lions. They send 4. Drop everybody out, and that's a grab for who? Who even is our number 5 receiver? I don't think he's caught a ball this season. I don't know, man, but some dude just made a catch that's probably not made a catch in like a year. Welcome to the season, Dwight Brockers with a 12-yard grab. Just letting anybody do stuff. At the 12-yard line of Detroit, and Ozzy checks into the game. Jones loses yards. It's not been a great game for Ozzy and his limited carries. And the Lions really could use a stop here to hold to a field goal to keep it a 1-score game. We'll go shotgun Boar back in. As play action. Gus, quick throw! And I think there's a penalty on Detroit. I'll call that pass interference. I'm not in love with that call if I'm a Detroit fan in terms of if that was accurate or not. We're on the Titans side, so we don't care if it's accurate or not. We'll take our 1st and goal. And with it being 1st down and goal, Boar is in the game. Nunn checks in at fullback. Jackson takes the carry, falls forward, and there's another 6 yards. It's just a Boar Jackson game. Let's let him do it. Put him in that kind of Derrick Henry formation type deal. Direct snap to him. Boar Jackson making 4 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. And this is just why, despite everything, the injuries, the worries, the concerns, is his career cooked? Did the season-ending injury amplify an already increasing problem? Why would he give him a contract? Why would we let him stick around when he is so unreliable? Well, in the Super Bowl, he has delivered his best performance, and that's what we all ultimately want him for, because and the regular season, if we had to lean on Ozzy Jones the amount that we did, it's alright. But the fact that he's been knocked out of game after game after game, he's only played I think 6 games to completion, it feels like, the entire year. If this is going to be one of them, and it's going to be in the Super Bowl, where he has put up 4 touchdowns, a career high. I think he probably has put up, I don't know if he's put up 4 actually in a game. At the very least, it's tied a career high. I know he's not put up 5 in a game. But the Lions now need to score some points. This high-powered offense has already made our defense look pretty normal, and that run for Cross is going to get them to enemy territory as we wrap up this third quarter. Maybe we get one more play. But the fact that the Lions are going into the fourth quarter with 20 points on our defense is already more than what most teams have put up in a full game. So it's not like their offense is lacking. It's a big run incoming. It looks like he's getting to the outside. Can he turn the corner? He breaks a tackle and gets 19. We'll head to the fourth quarter with the Lions driving. Joe Kane, the MVP, 5,000 yards, 50 touchdowns. And now looking for another one. As a throw, almost picked. That could have been the game changer. Almost took it away and changed everything. Instead, it'll be 2nd and 10. As Kane, we send the blitz. They throw outside. It's caught, and he gets lit up at the 1st down marker, but he does have it. Red zone now as they spread the field. Be sure to look out for Calvin Johnson on the outside as well. It could be his time to shine in the red zone. As they go with a little sweep here. A motion sweep, and it loses 2. 2nd down and 12. We're ticking towards 7 minutes to play. We got a loaded box here. 2 corners out there isolated on the receivers. He'll test it. It's got it. Touchdown Lions. And just, we put our corners out there, and Joe Kane delivers. Maybe the one team you can't really do that with, but the corners have been elite all year, so we trusted them. They'll go with that Maryland I formation here in the 2-point conversion for a field goal game. Give it to Cross. Couldn't run through Daniels. And it'll be 31-26, so still a touchdown lead. Again, while we have Boar, while he's on the field, let's let him run. He has had it be his game today. As we go to the outside, here goes Boar. And that's going to be another 5 yards to add to his total. I mean, we're approaching a career high in carries for Boar. He's only occasionally broke the 30 carry mark. I think his career high is at roughly 35 carries in a game. And I think he's over 30 now. Play action as we'll go to the flats. Here's Kyle Nunn, the fullback, and Nunn has got the first down. I flipped the camera there. That was my bad. But we got 8. Let's let Ozzy get into the game here, as it'll be under center and Ozzy Jones. His turn to carry the football. His success has been pretty limited, but it's also been limited touches. Can he finally get something going here? We'll take that. Ozzy Jones! We'll take 10. I need a field goal on this drive at least very badly. Being within striking distance of the Lions, being 1 possession away from taking the lead, is a scary place to be in for a team that averaged 33 points a game as Ozzy Jones is getting back to the line of scrimmage. A field goal would at least allow us to have an 8-point cushion and ensure that the Lions cannot take the lead on their next drive. So that's really the goal here as we'll go roll out. Designed for him to deliver to Richie Campbell. And Campbell slips a tackle to get to the Detroit 41. 5 minutes to play. We line everybody up on that right side. And Boar in the backfield. We'll go dive. Boar falling forward again, just continuing to wear out this defense. 5 yards. And this is a game script that literally we have not done all season, which is just feed Boar. Partially because we haven't been able to, but also we haven't needed to. So to come out here with Boar, presumably, like, you know, despite the injury, should have pretty fresh legs here despite everything. I don't think the Lions were expecting 30 Boar carries, and we'll go back to him again. He gets to the outside, and if he could have just had the speed to get upfield, no one was going to get him, man. There was no angles downfield. It's 3rd down and 4. I beg of you, do not turn this ball over, as we are in makeable field goal range. So we'll try to get the first down, obviously. We'll have 2 tight ends on the right. Gus to the air. Outside, open man. Can he get the first? Yes, he can. Camion Walker. Time is running down. 4 minutes to play, and we move the drive forward. As we'll get 2 tight ends in the package. It's a play action to Boar. And Gus down the field for our tight end. And of all people, Lancaster comes up with the big play to the 13. It is so close to that 2-score lead once again, and maybe putting this game out of reach for the Lions. We've been so good on offense. Hand off to Boar, and Boar sheds a tackle, make it 2, and Jackson still turns it into 4 yards. Approaching the 3-minute mark. 2nd down at the Detroit 9. Motioning Lancaster into fullback spot as he'll go out on a route. Short drop, throwing, and he just had it too far. Incomplete. That could have been a first down and goal. Maybe I should throw the ball here, but I mean, we got a field goal, like, just waiting for us, and I don't want to risk anything, as Jackson will take the carry, and I trust Boar in this game. He gets 2, he holds on to the ball. I know we could have played it a little bit more aggressive there, but I mean, they could just ride the hot hand and trust the league's best defense to hold an 8-point lead if we can knock home this field goal. Obviously not a guarantee, but from 24 yards out, I think we should be able to hit this one. And if we can't hit a 24-yard field goal, maybe we don't deserve to win this ring. We let the clock tick down to 2:20-ish, 2:15, And the field goal for the 8-point lead, the very important, crucial kick is good. Still a one-score game, but the Lions now, it's going to come down to exactly what you thought it might come down to. The best offense in the league, who averaged 33 plus points per game and an MVP quarterback, versus the best defense in the league that allowed just 10.5 points a game. All of it comes down to this. In order for the Lions to win this game, they need to exceed their season average. Can they do it? Get your eyes on Calvin Johnson, wide left. Can we stop him? Joe Kane's definitely going to be looking for him most, as they'll take a play action. And Kane let off! Sacked! They said Andrew Woods on the safety blitz, and we'll head to the 2-minute warning with Detroit behind the sticks. They gotta go 85 yards in 2 minutes, or else this Super Bowl, for the second time, will be headed to Tennessee, and not only that, it will be at the expense of the Detroit Lions. So split shotgun look, 3 receivers, safeties, 1 creeping down, Michael Griffin, he drops back, Woods comes down, they have an open man on the outside, that's a big tackle, and a penalty on Detroit. Oh wow, holding. So do we want, yeah, 2nd and 22 is definitely what we want. Wow, that was a late hold call too. Alright, that's fine though. Like, that was a scary play, though, because that was one-on-one on Jabari Gordon. If Gordon missed that tackle, he was gone. Obviously, the penalty would have negated it, but, like, don't put yourself in that situation, defense. As Kane, outside, Gordon knocks it down, and it'll be 3rd and 22. And if you don't get this, obviously, you know, it's going to be game over if you don't get this, because you shouldn't, I don't think you should punt. I don't think they would punt. I mean, and the punt could very well put us in field goal range with a decent return, so, like, it would be risky, but they have all their timeouts. But let's just see how this 3rd down pans out. Kane with 3 receivers. Maybe you can use the extra blockers because we are sending the heat. We are sending the pressure. He makes an adjustment at the line. And Kane, he's got extra blockers. He's got one-on-one on the other side, but he tests it for the safety coming over, and we knock it out of his hands. He had one-on-ones, but he went for the shot where the safety came over, made the play on the ball, and now 4th and 22 with the Super Bowl on the line. Calvin Johnson is on the right side. They motion their other receiver. No isolation for Calvin. Who will they target? I have to imagine it's Megatron, but will it be enough? As Joe Kane, he's breaking up a sack. Kane with, like, one of those signature MVP moments. Are you kidding me, man? Breaks out of a sack from who? That was a sack from Anton Weaver, I think. That is incredible to keep your hopes and dreams alive for a ring. Detroit from the 40 now. It's a lot better of a situation. You got 90 seconds to go, 60 yards. Out route is dropped. Stunned by what Joe Kane just pulled off. Win or lose, that is an incredible play. As now 2nd down and 10. They got 5 receivers out there. Tom Bahali gets in. They go the out route the other way. It's caught, and he won't get the 1st down, but it'll be 3rd down and 3. They burn a timeout. They're sending it all on this drive. Understandable, but that basically means if they don't get it now, there's no chance of them really getting this ball back. 3rd down and 3. Blitz sent in. Quickly. No. I, like, stuttered there because I was just like, I was about to just say, like, why? That's too much heat. I'm all for the pressure. I'm all for it. Just slow down a little bit. Get some guys in coverage. Get a body on a body. And they got another completion. Spinning off a tackler. Oh my goodness, man. That's 16 more. There's 60 seconds to play. They're hurrying it back up. And Kane. Oh my goodness, defense. Come on. They're making adjustments. They have plenty of time, though. They still have 2 timeouts. Like, they're 21 yards away. They could take their time if they need to. As Kane will throw. 2 men. They can't get to it. It's caught down at the 2. And now we're going to burn a timeout. Regroup. And if they do score, leave us enough time if it is a tie game to maybe make something happen. They have to get the 2-point conversion as well. But we can get the stop, man. Come on. Come on, guys. Kane to throw out of the goal line. Package. End zone. Touchdown, Lions. And Joe Kane, incredible. But it all could mean nothing if they don't get this 2-point conversion. They went for 2 earlier to make it a field goal game. It didn't work out. Now they got to come back and go for 2 again. For your Super Bowl and a tie game here. The snap, the handoff, he's man, he stopped. It broke out a Holly, but not another. And oh my goodness. And the Lions absolutely stunned here to not get this 2-point conversion, but the onside kick is still viable. Kick, it's up in the air. Just get a hand on it. It's got it. Come on, go down. Go down. Cammy Walker, my goodness, just go down. We have a penalty. Tennessee, I think there's a hold. And it will be a hold, but that does not affect things, really. We got the ball back, and we can kneel out this clock. Cammy Walker recovers the onside. The Lions burn their timeouts, but they're 1 timeout shy of what they need to get this ball back. To the line we go, and Gustus Gordon takes the knee, and the Tennessee Titans, for the 2nd time in this franchise, are going to come out here and win a Super Bowl. Obviously, it would be nice if there was like a big celebration in this game, but, you know, our celebration is all internal. We get to take home a 2nd ring, and this one, it feels good to get. It feels really good to get, maybe even better than the first one, as we did it. No Vince Young. Boar Jackson was gone for majority of the season, and despite everything, you know, we came out, went 15-1. We kind of rectified our, you know, insurance policy from last year. We didn't have a running back that we were confident in. We get Ozzie Jones. He helps carry us through the regular season in the run game. Augustus Gordon, I mean, I know 0 touchdowns to a pick doesn't look all that great because, you know, the touchdowns were taken by somebody else, but 231 yards and 64%, I'll happily take that. He did not cost us the game, and he allowed Boar Jackson, your undoubtable, no denying the fact that he won Super Bowl MVP. 34 carries, 136 yards, 4 touchdowns. That is not what you probably would have expected. And I think despite the injuries, despite the fact that in his last 2 seasons he's played 7, 8 games in total, he played the one that mattered the most, and we gave him the ball the most, and he made it count to the best of his ability. Unreal stuff there. Cammy Walker goes for 100 yards, and sacks from Holly and Woods. Andrew Woods was also so good in these playoffs. I mean, how he was going in the Ravens game, got a big sack in this game. I think he might have got the tackle in the 2-point conversion as well. Andrew Woods, like, very much deserves a lot of praise on this defense. Might have been the best player on this defense in the playoffs. So, all the credit to Andrew Woods. All the credit to Boar Jackson on offense. And what do you make of a player like Boar Jackson? Because, undoubtedly, like, we win the Super Bowl. Not because of him, but, like, do we win without him? Like, the Lions were that good. Do we win without him? Maybe not. And despite the injuries, despite everything, you know, it still doesn't feel like we made a mistake keeping Boar around, paying him money. Because even that one game, Super Bowl feels worth it all. Like, it really does. I mean, look at this, man. He played the first 5 games of the season, then didn't play again until week 9, but he got knocked out halfway through this one. Came back, played 1 full game, knocked out halfway through, was gone for 5 games, knocked out halfway through, knocked out basically, and then he finally comes back and plays a full game against Buffalo, and then out of nowhere, 34 carries, 4 touchdowns, 136 yards. I felt like Augustus Gordon, you look at the stats as a whole, like you just see lower numbers compared to last year, but it's because we didn't ask him to do as much, because he didn't need to. You know, we had Ozzie Jones at running back who was able to help us out a lot, where in his rookie season, we just didn't have a run game, so we asked him to do a lot, and he did deliver. But this year, when he was able to have a little bit more help around him with the run game, look at the completion percentage, man. 71% is insane to have. Like, 71% is amazing. And his touchdown to interception ratio, I mean, he was able to go from 34 and 15 to 26 and 10. Like, I mean, the interceptions down, the touchdowns, we were able to finish more drives off in the red zone with the ground game. But the passer rating as a whole was up, the yards per attempt was up, the efficiency was up. He did everything he needed to do, and he didn't cost us games. He didn't mess things up, really. And it's hard to really criticize him. He did what he was asked to do. And you go to the run game. I was expecting, if you gave me, like, what are you expecting from the ground game? If pending health, I was expecting, you know, maybe a 200-200 split. Now, there was about 400 plus carries between the two backs, but Ozzie Jones got 267 of them. And the interesting thing is he almost had his highest rushing total. Like, he almost had his career high in rushing yards on his career low in carries. Like, this was the lowest amount of carries he had ever had. And he had, I would say, in general, just his best season. You know, only one fumble, finally broke off some long runs, upped his average. His career high was 3.5 up until that point, 4.4. And we kind of proved that, like, hey, if he just had a little bit of, you know, support on the offensive line, a little bit of a better structure around him, he could be a really nice player. And if he didn't just force feed him the ball 360 times like Tampa Bay did last year, yeah, he's a good running back. Just, you know, reel back on some of those dirty work carries. And Boar Jackson, man, he was still really good. It's like 4.7 a carry is on par with what he did in his, you know, 24 touchdown season in his career best year. So, like, he was on par. It's just he didn't play much. And, I mean, it's like, what do you make of a season like this where he has been the best running back in the league? You could argue since maybe he stepped foot in the league, has a Super Bowl MVP now. He missed a full year in 2014, but, you know, in this season, it's his worst year just due to the fact that he couldn't stay healthy, and he wins Super Bowl MVP, and he's got 2 rings. It's like, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for him in terms of health. I don't know if this is just going to be what it is, or this was just an even bigger outlier year when it comes to his health. Whatever the case is, you know, we're pretty safe and secure right now because we have Ozzie. Kyle Nunn had, you know, 2.5 a carry. He was given a lot more carries than I had originally hoped, just due to the fact that he was kind of like the third string running back, but he did have some good moments. I mean, like, there were some games that he had some good performances. He even, you know, had that 27-yarder, which was pretty nice. Like, I mean, we spent a second rounder on a fullback. He made the Pro Bowl. He was, like, in general, 4 touchdowns. Like, we'll take it. And then we didn't really go to our depth that much. We didn't want to go to Fillmore or Willie Steely. Like, we didn't really care for that. Receiving, I mean, you see Langster, 27 grabs. So at tight end, we were able to get that, you know, combined with Rocky, who had 3 catches. So the goal was maybe like 2 catches a game. We had, you know, just shy of 2. Richie Campbell, he did his thing. He was pretty all right. You know, the drops went down, the catches went up, and overall, like, it wasn't as many big plays from him, but again, he did his job, and we're pretty happy with that. Torrey Edwards, I think, deserves so much credit this year. So his catches, yards, touchdowns were all down because his targets were a little down because we just threw the ball a little bit less, but he was able to have, you know, a third of the drops that he had last year. And it's not like we cut his targets down to a third. Like, we still gave him a pretty fair target share, but he cut his drops down a lot and came up with some big plays, especially in the return game where he went and had 2 kick return touchdowns on just 22 kick returns, and then also had a punt return touchdown. So in total, 13 touchdowns and a couple of really nice plays. He made the Pro Bowl as a return man. And Camion Walker, doing his normal Cammy and Walker stuff. 124 grabs, 1,500 yards, 11 touchdowns, and despite having, among the league high level of targets, still having just, floating around 10 drops, which is just insane to have this many targets in your career. I mean, he's well on his way to being in an all-time category when it comes to catches. He's at 900, just shy of 900 catches in 7 years. Unbelievable stuff. Blocking, I'm pretty happy with everything that went on here. At right tackle, I think it was like last year where our right tackle allowed like 11 sacks. Well, we go this year, and I mean, when Ozzie Jones is allowing 2 sacks, and that's more than, some of your linemen, Todd Kramer and Derek McGee, only allowed 1. Like, yeah, if your running back and pass protection's allowing sacks, it's a little bit more understandable, but everybody was pretty much on their game. Benji Cato, 5 sacks allowed is kind of, just whatever. It's not awful, it's not great, but if that's your weak link on the offensive line, like, sure. And Richard Emanuel takes home, I think this isn't even the first time he's won best offensive lineman. I think he's won it before, but like, I mean, his pass blocking is just on another level, man. I mean, like, look at that. A career at like 86% as a pass blocker is just really good. Like, again, if you want to stack that up to the rest of the league, like, well, where does 86, what does that number mean? Look at guys who actually have like legitimate pass blocking. You would have to have like a couple hundred to be like in contention here. Yeah, 87 leads the league. 87 is, up top by 2%. Logan Mankins with a nice season as well. And, we don't really seem to be missing him that much, though. Like, we were able to replace him with Todd Kramer pretty effectively. We go to defense, and, I mean, awesome year on defense. Tamba Hali, this dude loves having 8 sack seasons for us. This is his 4th year with exactly 8 sacks, and aside from his first year, he's had 8 or more sacks in every season. Walt Daniels had 7 as a pass rush specialist. Freddie Bates with 6, Anton Weaver 5, Hutchinson, Janoris Hutchinson, the primary just run stopper had 5 sacks, but actually was, not really as effective in run stopping. But I would imagine that does come from the fact that teams were just kind of throwing it more on us. But, we also had 3 sacks from our dime cornerback, Freddie Bassett off the bench, Mario Martinez with 2 sacks, and Rick Foley. I mean, he has turned into, like, an awesome, like, this is our number 2 corner, man. And he had 5 picks last year. I really felt like broke out last year in the second half of the season. And then he kind of carried that momentum into the start of this season where he was getting interceptions at a pretty frequent level here. He had 3 against Jacksonville, 2 against Indy, and then, 1 against Houston. So that was 6 interceptions in the first half of the season. Now, he didn't catch any interceptions in the second half, but then we get into the playoffs and he has a pick against Baltimore and Buffalo. So, I mean, really big-time plays from Rick Foley, and the interceptions aren't even, like, all of it. Like, you look at what he was able to allow, and it wasn't much, man. I mean, a career best when it came to that stuff. 41 completion percentage allowed, and he did allow 3 touchdowns, but, I mean, when you're only allowing 41% of the passes to be completed, that's big stuff, man. And to go alongside him, Jabari, Gordon, lockdown number 1 corner. Now, his completion percentage, I think, was a bit higher, but he obviously is going against the number 1s, and he allowed, just in general, only 300 yards and no touchdowns. He hasn't allowed a touchdown in his 2 years as a starting corner, and he stepped in day 1 as the number 1 corner. I also have to give a lot of credit to Andrew Woods. Andrew Woods was awesome in the playoffs and pretty good in the regular season as well. Like, dude, 19 catches allowed and 43 completion percentage, but in the playoffs, he came up with really big moments. He had the pick 6, of course, and just in general was the, like, defining, like, the person who was able to flip the script on Baltimore when it was looking a little scary. 2 second-half interceptions, and again, a lot of credit to him for what he was able to do. Michael Griffin led the team in deflections, so we're happy with that, of course. Michael Griffin just still good. Interestingly enough, our backup... What? Wait. I did not realize this. Jamar Griffey, our backup outside linebacker, had 4 tackles, and he forced 3 fumbles? Is this the greatest hitter of all time? What do you mean? Because he only played special teams. What do you mean he only had 4 tackles but forced 3 fumbles and recovered 2? What? He only has 70 hit power, man. That's actually kind of crazy. What a special teams demon, I guess. 3 defensive touchdowns. And was there really anybody who was bad in coverage? Freddie Bates, but like, Freddie Bates isn't here to cover. Luke Locke. Oh my goodness, man. I think this might be the offseason where we're going to be able to get rid of Luke Locke. I hope. Mario Martinez was good in coverage, man. Look at that for Mario Martinez. Just awesome stuff. But man, Luke Locke, you bum. You bum, man. Kicking was not as good this year, but it is what it is. You get kicker variance. It's fine. I would imagine most of it was just deep kicks as well. 1 for 3 on 50-yarders, but his career of 10 of 16 and 50-yarders is still pretty decent overall. And yeah, like we had the good kick returning as well. You get to the season as a whole where Joe Kane was just unreal. Joe Kane, I mean, just unbelievable season. Like literally one of the best seasons, maybe the best quarterback season we have seen in this game, at least in this franchise. Like just ridiculous, man. You can see a bunch of interceptions thrown here. Michael Casey, Corey Bird, Chapman, Vince Young. Hey, look at Vince Young, what he was able to do this season. A very odd year in which the Eagles just said, hey, you know what? Start slinging the ball left and right. Just figure it out. And it was a much better season, but he threw a career high in interceptions, a career high in yards, 62 completion percentage, but dude, they threw it with him 600 times. And he didn't run it much, did he? No. Yeah, it's a good thing we're off that. We're just off that. That's good. But completion percentage, I mean, Augustus Gordon was league leader by a comfortable margin. Running the ball, D'Angelo Marshall, one of the running backs for the Texans. They've drafted so many. It seems like they got a big hit here. So Marshall has had, kind of hovering around 1,000 yards for the first 3 years, but this is his big breakout season, double-digit touchdowns, league-leading amount of yards. LaMarcus Taylor, who's probably the best running back that doesn't play in Tennessee. Jelani Okoye getting 1,300. Ozzie Jones still managed to finish, fifth in yards. And I mean, you could see the average here. His carries were a lot lower. Like, there's every, I'm pretty confident, if he got 300 carries like everybody else here, he's leading the league in yards. So we would have had maybe the league leader in yards if we just gave him the ball a little bit more. But, it's understandable why we didn't. We have Boar still. And when it came to average, I mean, who led the league in average among a lot of carries? Well, LaMarcus Taylor. Boar Jackson was second. Ozzie Jones was third. I mean, still just incredible stuff here from this backfield, even if Boar can't stay healthy. League leader in catches, Cammy Walker. I mean, Cammy Walker's had some big seasons where, he'll have 120, 130 catches, and he doesn't lead the league. And this is a year where he had 124, which is on the lower end of his catches, but this led the league this time. Al Ford had 2,000 yards. Damon Summers had 26 touchdowns coming off an MVP season last year. And Anthony Gonzalez, oh boy, 31 drops. Defensively, 12 sacks for Justin Smith, 10 for Isaac Clancy. How about Richard Marshall catching 10 interceptions? And no one else that's really too notable here. No one... What is that? Thomas? What? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, Thomas Howard got cut during... What do you mean he got cut during the season? When did he get cut? They cut him after the season? Wait, what do you mean? So you let Thomas Howard play the entire year, and then you just cut him after the season? Dude, they wanted him out the building fast. He made the Pro Bowl. He was actually incredible, man. That's actually, an insanely good season. 17 tackles for loss, 9 sacks, 4 forced fumbles. That's actually, an amazing season, while also being, decent in coverage. Why did they cut him? I've never seen that before. Just straight up cutting a player. Was he in contention for Defensive Player of the Year and he's just a free agent? That would be hilarious. He wouldn't be AFC or NFC because he's not on a team, but that's hilarious. Why is he just sitting? Did anybody else get cut that's notable? Barrett Rude. That's so funny, man. Why? I guess we're getting free agency started early for some of these teams. And we'll move on to our staff evaluation stuff. I would imagine, again, we're going to want to just keep everybody. So, unless we have reason to get rid of them, will Brian Schottenheimer leave? No. Will Jim Schwartz leave? Number one across the board. Look at that, man. Agree to retain, of course. Anybody wants to leave. Does anybody want to go? It doesn't feel like it's just going to happen, man. Hey, man, we have a bunch of loyal coaches here. We love to see it. Mike Munchak's been here since, like, the beginning as well. No one's retiring, either. Zach Thomas staying. Washburn staying. Gerald Smith staying. Adam Vinatieri staying. Trainer staying. Everybody stays. So, I mean, what do we even upgrade with these guys? Like, it's just so much stuff. I'll get offensive line discipline. Why not? I mean, Schottenheimer's already a 99 overall. Schwartz is already a 99. Do we have, like, anything that we don't have for him? We don't have the innovator one. Okay, that's big to get. But, like, in terms of other skills, like, seminar, I guess. Like, let's just make sure they learn the playbook faster. Sure. I mean, like, we're really just we're just getting everything. Return discipline, or we don't have kicking. I could get return discipline or kicking. I should probably say for kicking. That's probably more important. Pete Brooks. We could go and get the quarterback readiness, reads, and save for discipline. But running back is a 99 overall. Don't we have everything for some of these guys? Like, yeah, we have everything for him. We can't even upgrade him. McDaniel, we can get discipline routine, film analysis. Like, we got like a maxed out staff, basically. We can go and grab intangibles development. Why not? Intangibles development. Just, I think Munchak probably has everything, right? Yeah, he has everything here except some chemistry, but like that doesn't really matter that much. So we'll max that out. He's fully maxed. Zach Thomas, he's got a lot of stuff to work on, so we'll be here with tackling, forced fumbles, and yeah, we'll be fine there. He's an 87. DB coach. We could have, I guess, tried to go and grab a new DB coach, but it's fine. I'm not really sweating it. Interception training. Why not? He's a 74 overall now. D-line coach. He's maxed out, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, he has everything. GM. I don't know what else to really do here for GM, because he's just kind of a whatever GM, and I don't like doing these, man. Like, I feel like these are just too OP. It kind of takes the fun out of scouting. So, I guess I'll just do, like, the evaluation stuff. Like, potential evaluation. Let's just make sure he evaluates better. More running backs, more tight ends. It gives us more players to look at, I guess. And yeah, we'll look at linebacker. It's just like when you already have like everything, like what do you even buy? And then for ourselves, we're up to a 73 overall. And I've got like so much stuff, man. This is a one-time purchase. I don't really care for that. This is a one-time purchase. Don't really care for that. I could just up performance again. I could just do strategy. Like, I could just do, like... Why not? I mean, why not? Let's get performance up to max. For 5 out of 5 play caller as well. Let's get chemistry up. Let's get strategy up. Let's just be, like, a master of everything. We're an 88 overall. So, you know, I don't really care too much for, like, my individual development. Like, obviously it helps, but, like, we're not at the point where we're developing players. We're just at the point where we're trying to just succeed and use what we have to win. So, we're on to the off season now. And I don't know how eventful this offseason is going to be. We don't have a lot of money. We're trying to, still clear up some cap penalties that we've had from the trades that we made in years past. We still have how much? I would imagine, yeah, 8 million in penalties, which, it was like 20 million last year. So we are like very much okay in that regard. We have 20 million and we do have players to keep. Rick Foley's a free agent and Anton Weaver, key. Those are the key ones, and we need to figure that out, plus our draft picks that we'll obviously have to sign. So Luke Locke is going to be the first place we look to see if we can free up some money getting rid of him. Here are the impending free agents. I knew I wasn't going to be able to complete. Here are the impending free agents. I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep Freddie Bassett. He was an undrafted player, and, like, he's good, man. He's good, but he's an undrafted player. I just can't keep him. We just don't have the money to spend on a backup end like that. So it's Foley and Weaver that are the big ones. And Foley for 9 million is a little much. So we have to let one of these guys hit the open market. Weaver for 9 million feels more tolerable. Like, I can do Weaver for 9 million. A D tackle is expensive, but I do think I am fine. I don't know. Like, 9 million is still a lot. I don't know. It's hard. It's like we only have $20 million. So half of it going to Weaver while still needing to sign Foley and draft picks and whatever else we want to bring in. Like, that's taking a chunk out of our budget. I'll keep him. Because you can tag him and not really, like, there's no penalty really. Like, you could just tag and trade him. I'll tag Weaver for now. No guarantee that we keep him. But I think the important thing to look at is the cap situation here with Luke Locke. What do we get for getting rid of Luke Locke? On the final year of his contract, we still will eat a penalty, but for the first time, we will free up some money. That's still, like, dude, it's the final year of his contract, and it's still a pretty brutal penalty. We also have, who else? Tamba Hali. I don't think we need to get rid of Hali, but we can and free up a lot. Like, that's only a $2 million penalty. Mario Martinez. Oh boy, look at the contracts expiring for next year, man. Weaver, Locke will be gone, but Hali, Martinez is going to get all of the money in the world. I'll give it to him. And then anybody else? Like, Ozzie Jones isn't on a bonus or anything because we traded for him. We also have Michael Griffin at 31, but he's still a 90 overall, so that's fine. Rocky Jones was the other one who, like, is not good, but, like, we don't really clear up much of anything for cutting him, so it's like, is that even worth it? Probably not. So the only cuts we really have here is if we want to get rid of Tamba Hali at 32 years old, we could. Luke Locke, it won't free up a lot, but it will free up something, and we can get him off the team. And Anton Weaver, we have him tagged for now, but we don't lose anything for cutting or trading him.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and here's your Senior All-Star Game update. Syracuse safety Darius Collins lumbers a little bit and gets beaten coverage. However, safeties aren't used to playing bump and run coverage. He doesn't look real natural catching the football in drills. Having questionable hands won't thrill defensive back coaches. Lee Claxton has proven to be one of the better players in practices this week. The Gators offensive lineman has quick feet, and he does a great job negating finesse moves.
It's kind of funny that they just spent, like, the update just kind of ripping into that one Syracuse player for things that don't even really matter all that much. But Lee Claxton is definitely appears to be the best player in this class, and, well, yeah, look at that. He's unbelievably good and should probably be like the #1 pick. So, we're not obviously in the market for that, but hey, whoever gets him is getting franchise left tackle. Okay, this is interesting. I don't think I've, like, ever seen this comp on a quarterback. Steve McNair. Wow. That's a comp I don't think we, like, have ever seen for a quarterback. That's a good one. 5'11", 208 from Michigan State. I know he has good throw power. This dude's probably amazing. 5'11's crazy for this era. Bro, a Kyler Murray sized quarterback in, like this time frame. That's crazy, man. That's a cool one. And then looking at the number 1 running back, Derek August. Yeah, ball carrier vision on another level, man. 91 vision. Oof. That's insane vision for a running back. That's one of the best that I've seen for a prospect running back. And then I want to see Bo. Oh my goodness, he's got 92 vision. Oh, Reggie Bo. Wow. His injury's probably terrible if I can see that. I can't. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Andre Johnson comp for Corey Fulcher, and that's, yeah, 83 catching. Just a great athlete as well. That's nice. The other guys that I brought in, this one, Plaxico Burst, 95 spec catch with, oh my goodness, he's so good. He's 6'5" and 21 years. He's 236 pounds. Oh my goodness, he's a big dude at wide receiver. That's awesome. Look at the free agency preview here. Is there anybody going to be on our radar? Logan Mankins is going to be available again. So at quarterback, the only guy really in a league where last year, like, quarterbacks were flying around, Joey Robinson is a restricted free agent, and he should probably stick around for the Rams. He was a starter. 39-year-old Donovan McNabb. At running back, not much. Wide receiver, what was that? 44 years old, Tony Richardson. Dude, the fullbacks in this game never retire. It's amazing. Lorenzo Neal was playing until he was like 42. That's awesome. Jack Franklin for the Browns is available. I'm pretty sure he was on our team for a year. Yeah, he got 2 catches for us. He's the best receiver available, but he's restricted. And then a bunch of old guys. Tight end, bunch of old guys. Tackle, guard. So Mankins looks like he's going to be pretty easily the best guy on the offensive line. A restricted 26-year-old center that's really good. And then the Browns, man, they're losing a lot potentially. D-end. Couple of decent people. The best DN's going to be Freddie Bassett, so yeah, he's probably going to get paid by somebody. Linebacker, Thomas Howard. Abdul Ross, that's a big name there. 26 years old, 92 overall, and he's just available. Like, this is a dude who, that's a first-round pick right there, who signed a 5-year contract, and he's just hitting the market, and he is one of the best pass coverage linebackers in the league. He gets targeted a lot, though. That's crazy that he gets targeted this much for a linebacker, and, like, has 2 seasons in which he allowed 1 touchdown each, 50 completion percentage. This is an elite coverage linebacker. What's his stats? I mean, my goodness, man. What is that? 85, 82? Also can... Oh, my god. Yeah, that's the best player right there. That's... Because he's 26, so he's still got a lot of time left. Rick Foley, we're going to want to bring back. A couple of former players of ours, Schenkelback and Riley for the Eagles. Reggie Nelson and Harper, an undrafted safety that we found. I don't think we can bring in Abdul Ross, but dude, if there's a linebacker upgrade to bring in, if there is a player we spend on, that would be one.
Adam Schefter of NFL Network here, and I just got back from Indianapolis, and here are my impressions from the Combine. Southern Miss safety Darius Collins looked good this week, running a 4.5 240 and notching a 36-inch vertical jump. He should come off the board somewhere near the end of round 2. Josh Green, the North Carolina State defensive end projected as a top 10 pick, had a good performance all week. His 40 time of 4.68 was the fastest of the defensive lineman group, and for a player of his size, every scout in the building took notice. Reggie Bo, still healing from that horrific knee injury, did not participate in any drills, but did interview. I'm told he impressed teams with his enthusiasm for rehab.
Reggie Bo interests me. I mean, the left leg you could see there, 61. Like, everything else, though, pretty good. I do want Reggie Bow. I actually like really want him. I like just to keep in mind, we have a lot of second round picks, and considering he is down here, he might fall due to injury, and I want him. The other guy that I wanted to show you who they talked about was the D end, Josh Green, 85 speed with 96 excel. I think this is a pretty sick draft class. I think this is better than some of the recent ones that we have had, at least so far. You know, there's still some stuff here that I gotta look at, but oh, okay, man, dude, what is this? Dude, Vernon Summers, 70 speed with 93 strength at 300 pounds, with his best thing being upside 94 hit. Oh my goodness, he looks insane. Oh wow, yeah, I'll definitely be like doing a lot of looking here for this class. This is a good one.
I'm Todd McShay, and this is the draft preview. My mock draft is complete, and Lee Claxton seems to be the front runner to be the #1 overall pick. There's a lot that can change between now and the draft, but he looks like the best choice of the bunch. I've also got Josh Green going in the top 5. The team that ends up with Green will be getting a tremendous pass rusher. My sleeper this year, it's got to be Gordon Fong from the UK. This guy's got a huge leg, and he's a former soccer player with loads of upside. He should be drafted somewhere in that 4th round range.
Looking at what the draft looks like, August looks really good, so that's like valid that he's up there. I'm interested because Claxton's actually projected to go down at 7 right here. A lot of cornerbacks, a couple of quarterbacks that I don't know about. But the thing that really catches my eye, and again, it's like, man, Reggie Bow is projected to go 40th potentially. We have pick 39. We have pick 32, of course. And we have pick, what was that? 40, 42. And then pick 60 and pick 64. I mean, if Reggie Bow is sitting there and we can make it happen, I see no reason not to go for that. That seems awesome. We also have the last pick of the 3rd round, but the first pick of the 4th round, 5th, 6th, couple of 6ths and some 7ths, is go to trade. Obviously, if we can get a trade for Luke Locke, that would be more ideal than just straight up cutting him. Nobody wants him right now. That doesn't mean we can't trade up during draft day. Anton Weaver, nobody wants him now. And then I don't know. I'm considering Tamba Ali. Like, I don't know, man. I'm considering it. Nobody wants him right now, but like, it's a good draft, and we got a lot of contracts coming up. Like look at the contracts that we're gonna have coming up, man. Benji Cato is obviously gonna get more than $2 million. Torrey Edwards, if we want to keep him, he's gonna get a lot of money. Todd Kramer, if we want to keep him, that's a lot of money. Mario Martinez, I mean, I don't imagine it's going to be that much higher than $8 million, but we will pay him that. Our punter, Locke, Richie Campbell, it feels like it's going to be hard to keep him around. Lance Barnes, another one that it might be hard to keep him around. Our kicker, tight end. That's a lot of players. Let's head to free agency. Let's just see what we got going here. We need to re-sign Foley. Like, that's like top priority here. Lance Briggs, who is coming off of, like, didn't he just win, like, one of Defensive Player of the Year for the Broncos? And the Broncos are out of the running, and he's going to the Bills. So the Bills are going to pick up, you know, after being contenders last year, are going to pick up one of the best players. Abdul Ross, man. I said if there was a player that I would spend on, it would be Abdul Ross. And we'll see what that looks like. 26 years old, and this could be like the replacement for getting rid of D'Amico Ryans last year. Quincy Edwards was serviceable, but do we want to go and spend what would be upwards of $6 million plus? That's not bad. Like, that's really not a bad price for this player. Like, the thing is just it would, I feel like, confirm that we have to get rid of Anton Weaver. Like, I think that's what would be like the thing here is if we sign Abdul Ross, we would have to get rid of Anton Weaver. And do we want to get rid of Anton Weaver, be thinner at defensive tackle, push up Janoris Hutchinson, and, you know, go back to having a trio of elite linebackers? The thing that is intriguing about it, though, is the fact that Abdul Ross is cheaper than Ab. The thing that's intriguing about it is that he's going to be cheaper than Weaver. Weaver making $9 million. I think I want to do it. Let's do it. Let's make a big signing. We have really pushed linebacker up to, like, just being such a big part of this team, and I have no issues making a big move for a linebacker, and I know that obviously is going to make things a little bit complicated. I have to get rid of Anton Weaver, but that is, like, we knew that going in. I think getting rid of a 29-year-old defensive tackle who's a 93 overall and going cheaper and getting a younger, cheaper player who's just as good, I think that makes sense. And cut Anton Weaver. I said that I'm fine with him. Like, I was fine tagging him because I knew that, like, there was a chance we could get rid of him. I think having Abdul Ross is better than having Anton Weaver, and having him for a longer-term, cheaper contract than $9 million for 1 year, and then having to go back into contract negotiations for an expensive D-tackle. To put it into perspective, $9.2 million is... That's up there. $9.2 million makes him the 5th highest paid defensive tackle. I don't think we need the 5th highest paid defensive tackle on this team. I think having Abdul is better. We get into the contract negotiations. Logan Mankins has no offers. That's crazy. We don't need him. Like, we don't need Logan Mankins back, but that's crazy that nobody wants him after having a nice season last year. What is wrong with teams? Laron Hunt, an 88 defensive tackle. Could the Colts be getting a new good player on their team? No, the Buccaneers will be snagging him. Thomas Howard, who had one of the best seasons last year of any linebacker, got cut after the regular season, and teams are lining up to sign him. This poor dude got cut after having a great year. Like, not even cut in the offseason. Embarrassingly cut immediately after the regular season. He'll go to the 49ers. Donovan McNabb, speaking of the 49ers, they had McNabb. They want to keep McNabb. They are in the running. Who is getting a 39-year-old McNabb? This is not how McNabb's career went in real life. He did not age very gracefully compared to some other quarterbacks. Whereas, you know, in this game, he's aged very... that is disgusting. Oh no, McNabb with a Giants jersey. I'm guessing Eli retired. That's awful. McNabb in a Giants jersey is disgusting, man. Ew. Okay. Rasheed Mathis, 91 overall corner, 35 years old. That's not the corner we're looking for, but he will be headed to Cincinnati. Houston almost snagged him. James Schenkelback, formerly of our team. We moved him to the Eagles. The Eagles seem to be clearing out, and they've gotten rid of some of their players. And Schenkelback, Patriots. That's a good signing for them. He's good. Rick Foley, here we go. That's a pretty fair contract. I am happy to pay that. Foley wants 5, we'll see 6. Can 6 work? Yeah, 5.7. Yeah, that's perfectly okay. I knew he would want a pay raise. He deserves it, and I am more than happy to pay him, you know, still way less money than what Luke Locke is making. So that's all right. Freddie Bassett, 4 years, 24 million is what he's looking for. I mean, this is a good player. I guess like if I wanted to, let's see how high the bid gets before I say anything. 6 million. Oof. He's getting. Ooh, oh, yeah. I felt like he could be overpaid because he is the best D end available and he's young. 7 million for the Panthers. Okay, that doesn't even make it worth it. I was gonna say, what if I go and keep Freddie Bassett around and then cut Tamba Hali and make Bassett Hali's replacement? That doesn't even really work anymore because it would have taken over $7 million, and I don't think the difference there is, $2 million is worth that. To go from Hali to Bassett. I think it would have been maybe worth it if it was like 5 million, but not 7 plus, because who knows if we would have had to get into a bidding war there. Of all people, we have a trade offer for Mitch Fillmore? Who is trying to trade for Mitch Fillmore? Who, a 4th round pick for Mitch Fillmore? Yeah, sure. What? Okay, Lions. Why did they want Mitch Fillmore that badly? The other two teams were offering 6th. All right, let's get into the first of the individual workouts. I think I gotta just go for Reggie Bow just to see if this is a worthwhile endeavor. If I'm going to spend a premium pick on what would be a 3rd string running back, I want to make sure that it would be worth it. So we're gonna go for Reggie Bow there. I think I'm going to go with Samardo Foley. He's projected to go 30th. So if he's good, worth getting, I wouldn't mind making a trade up like a couple of spots to get him. That's not really going to be that big of a difference like money-wise. So it's got 82 learning, 78 finesse, 83 block shed, 94 strength. He looks like he has some nice stuff. So if he's like worth going after, then yeah, I think then he would be the best option for us. Other than the top guy, Green, every other D end is also potentially within our, reach. Landon Carlisle is the next highest, and it's interesting. He has no weaknesses, but Andre Carter isn't like some top tier comp like that you usually would see attached to somebody like that. So that's where I'm a little curious. A lot of these other guys like Jeremy Mincy, we don't really care about comps like that. Hasty is also 1st round projected, but like lower end, don't really care for his skill set. Upside for this dude, Corey Simon, and compared to Richard Seymour, that's pretty good. His speed is his worst thing at 62, so yeah, maybe 261. I don't know if he could play interior. This dude. All right. I think, again, we'll look at Landon Carlisle and see if he is worth sending any resources to get. For the next person, I am kind of intrigued here. Nate Boston, a projected 2nd rounder. Upside, only weakness is stamina. Looks really good from what I know. 23 years old, and I do think offensive line, like, we have a good offensive line now, but with multiple players on expiring contracts next season, it does feel like we might need to let somebody go, because I don't think we're going to be able to pay everyone.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. I headed up to the Northwest recently to check out Nate Boston at the Washington Pro Day. This is one mean kid, and you need guys like that on your line. He's been boxing since the age of 9, and his physical style will help some teams' running game right away. Reggie Bow disappointed the approximately 70 NFL coaches and front office members in attendance at Georgia's Pro Day after he failed a physical and struggled in every drill he took part in. This kid needs to get healthy soon, or he will start to drop quickly.
This is not the first time that's happened where I'm like, I'm looking through. This player looks really cool. And then I go and I scout him, and then, Schefter goes and is like, actually, yeah, this dude is really sick. You should be looking at him more. So Nate Boston's going to be somebody we look at. Reggie Bow, though, failed his physical? I mean, good for us for a team that wants to draft him. But other than that, I mean, that's bad for him, of course. I know somebody who I can get. Mississippi Valley State Corey Moore at tackle. Pass block, raw talent, pass block strength compared to Walter Jones and 98 strength. Yeah. Dude, wait, he's a 60. Oh my, he's all the way. He's like a 7th round dude. Oh, I don't need to full scout him. I could just take him later in the draft. Oh my goodness, man. I just think also out of curiosity, I want to scout Josh Green just because he's the top end. And if there is an opportunity to move up, like I want to make sure that he would be worth. So this is interesting. There are so many corners projected to go high. Junior Henson is good. Everybody else, though, stinks. Chase Carr stinks. Ambrose stinks. Mills stinks. Mingo stinks. Brown stinks. And then there's Wayne Tate, who's projected to go early 2nd round, who I don't know anything about other than his athletics, but his athletics look good. I'm gonna scout him because he's the only one I don't know, and if we can get a guy like him in the 2nd round to be our new number 3 corner, I'd be pretty happy. Also, just because he's insane, he's projected to go just outside the top 20. Drew Steele. He looks unreal, man. 6'5", 230. Like, he looks like a monster, and he looks like he fits what we want to do. So again, like, I'm scouting a lot of players maybe slightly higher than our range just because we have 4 seconds. If we wanted to move up and get something, we could. And I wanted to make sure that it's worth it. Other than that, I don't feel the need to go out and full scout, like, late round guys. Because, like, the cost is not, you know, like, that bad to where if they're not as good as I thought, like, oh, I just spent, like, a 5th round pick on them. It's not that big of a deal. So for that reason, I'm also going to scout Alan Clement, who is the other D-tackle in our range.
I'm Adam Schefter of NFL Network, and this is another draft update. Reggie Bowe's pro day last month was so disastrous that it seemed like it would take a miracle to save his plummeting draft stock. He worked out for a few teams last week, and scouts were relieved to find that his knee is looking much better, and his ankle's also healed too. Josh's green stock seems to be rising at the last minute as well. The attention he's getting these last few weeks has to mean something.
All right, let's take a look at the potential, and I want to go right to Reggie Bowe. 85 potential, huh? I know that should deter me. I still really like him, though. And I kind of feel bad I want him to succeed. I mean, if he's there in the second, it kind of rules out me wanting to take him, like, if I wanted to take him at 32, for example. But if he's there in the 2nd round, I'm not going to be mad at taking him. So then we go to Steele. Ooh. Whoa, that's a stunner there. 88 potential. He's not as good as we thought. He's got a high floor. He just doesn't have the ceiling, which is odd. Or, well, no, because, like, my scheme is bigger body physical receivers. He's 6'5", 236. You think that should be his ideal thing. And I guess it's not, so no need to really go crazy for him. Left guard Nate Boston. Oh, yeah, he's good. He's special. And he's projected to go potentially in the 2nd round, too. That's crazy. We go to the DNs. Josh Green, 89. All right, so not somebody that we're going to die to trade up for. Like, we don't really care for that. And Landon Carlisle is 88, so not that much worse. Yeah, they're both just pretty fine players. At D-tackle, Alan Clement, 85. Ooh. I mean, my expectations for him, I thought he could be kind of more like, you know, bust potential with the low awareness. And, you know, he doesn't have, like, crazy stats. He's good, just not crazy. But 85's rough. Foley also being 85 is rough. So we're getting kind of some answers here that these top guys are maybe a little disappointing. And then Wayne Tate is also awful. So yeah, all of these corners are awful. It's good that I found that because I would have said, like, oh, he's good, but him being bad, 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 bad. I would have just said process of elimination, that somebody gotta be good. It just feels like none of them are good, I guess. So, it's interesting. A lot of these players are pretty disappointing, but I think we have a good idea of what we like, and we know now that we don't have to be too aggressive trading up for anybody if we don't want to be. It is time for the NFL draft, where we will have just the 32nd overall pick, but a bunch of other picks to work with. And we get on the clock with the New York Jets picking number 1 overall. And this is a pretty open draft. I think the best player is Lee Claxton, of course. But there's some quarterbacks on the board. You see the top one, Tyrese Gardner. Gardner is okay. I don't really think befitting of a top pick. But there's a lot of quarterbacks up here. We'll see who the Jets end up going with. Number 1 overall pick, the New York Jets go. Quarterback, K.C. Smith. I think of all the quarterbacks, K.C. Smith looked the best. I think he had like 85 accuracy, so he was like the most accurate of the quarterbacks. But, I mean, I don't know. It's a very, like, there's still a lot of QB holes to be filled. And teams are going to take maybe the more desperate approach. And, the Jets go QB number 1. Number 2, the Chargers go running back.
Derek August is an electrifying player with the ball in his hands. You can't argue with his production as a senior at Minnesota. He ran for almost 2,200 yards last season and showcased that home run hitting type of speed. I think they'll love this kid because he really provides a spark. By that, I mean he can get outside, run away from defenders, and he also is a big upgrade in the passing attack as a receiver out of the backfield. If August can learn how to block and pick up the blitz, he will become a complete player. Until then, it's up to the coaches to find a way to get him the ball and keep him on the field while still masking the weaknesses in the blocking game.
I mean, you're taking a running back who his only major weakness is what? He can't block as good, but he's a good pass catcher. I mean, hey, maybe you found your next LaDainian Tomlinson. The poor Panthers are up here at number 3, and somehow, some way, they just, despite having a great quarterback, despite having good pieces, despite having what they need, cannot do anything in terms of the wins and losses. So, number 3, Carolina takes wide receiver Corey Fulcher. And the thing is Corey Fulcher's really, really good. This is the one that was comped to Andre Johnson. I do think the best receiver in the class. So it is a good pick. Him and Ray Hendrickson are going to be the receivers. I don't know if Larry Fitzgerald retired, but if not, you at least have one more year of Larry. It's a good receiving core regardless. Buccaneers at 4. They've fallen hard from being a, perennial contender. Their window closed, and now at the number 4 overall pick, they go and select their QB of the future, Tyrese Gardner, at our Iowa State. So this is a team that had not had great quarterbacks, but was able to make the most of it and still find themselves into the championship games. Now, they hopefully can have their best quarterback that they've ever had. Steelers at number 5 go cornerback, and it's Jordan Mills. So, was that the good corner? There was only one good corner. It was the corner that was comped to D'Angelo Hall. Was that him? No, it wasn't. Junior Henson is the good corner. Just know, all the other corners are bad. All these guys are bad. So, the Steelers took a rough corner. 6th pick. The Green Bay Packers go... Oh, a different corner. He's 25. He's bad and he's old. Yeah, you're seeing some teams farm some busts right now. Eagles with Vince Young. Will they replace him? They want to trade. Probably we could make a trade if we wanted to give up Luke Locke plus assets. The thing is we just don't have the money to make that happen. But we could get to the 7th pick pretty easily. We just don't have the money to sign a player like that. And the Eagles do not like their trades. They'll take Shelton Wilson, a wide receiver. Cardinals at 8. I am stunned right now that Claxton... Dude, Claxton's just the best player in this class, and he's still on the board. He's the number 1 guy, and, it's deservedly so. Can the Cardinals pick him? No. Running back. Penny Steele. The Raiders, I'm pretty sure, have a tackle already that they took a few years back, but maybe, the talent's just too much. No. Landon Giddens, another wide receiver. This is odd. This dude is literally like a generational tackle. Like, why is he not being taken? I mean, Josh Green is also still here. Junior Henson's a really good corner. He should be taken. That D tackle is still here too, isn't he? Right? Yeah, Vernon Summers, who is nuts. I like Vernon Summers a lot. Dolphins. They go... What is going on? What is going on? It's Reach City. Reach City. Chiefs at 11. They want to trade. What is going on in this draft? Everybody wants this 11th pick. It's for good reason because, dude, everybody is just seeing that these players are falling. The best Luke Locke trade. There's not a good Luke Locke trade, it looks like. There's Barnes in 2 seconds. That... we could trade 2 of our seconds in Barnes. 2 seconds in Luke. I mean... I'll see. We have the best offer. If we make it happen, like... The next one would be... this? I mean, I would do 2 seconds and our backup linebacker. We still have the best offer. Oh boy. We have moved up 28 spots. And we've given up a bonus second rounder. I mean...
They'd like to trade for our pick.
I'm just doing it because of what's on the board. Like, we could go Junior Henson. We know Junior Henson's good. I mean, this is D'Angelo Hall. D'Angelo Hall's awesome. 23 years old. We don't need a corner. That, like, if we take a corner, it'd be for a number 3. We could take Vernon Summers. Now, the thing is I didn't even full scout him because I didn't even think he'd be available, really, because he was projected to go, like, top 5. Or we could just take the most slam dunk, we know he's great, the guy, Lee Claxton. And we've been kind of constantly changing our right tackle situation. We could just take Lee Claxton and kick him over to right tackle and just double down on having, like, an even better offensive line. And maybe, accept more that we will have to maybe get rid of, like, Todd Kramer next season because we won't be able to pay him. But Lee Claxton's going to be so good that he's going to be worth whatever contract he asks for the 11th pick, and I can't guarantee that for anybody else. The only one that would be a maybe is Vernon Summers, and while Vernon Summers is more of a need right now, Lee Claxton's just the best player, and it's crazy that he's here.
Lee Claxton is 6'4", 303, and is the top-notch pass blocker in this draft. Claxton has great footwork and good hands, and he wastes little motion getting into a perfect blocking position. He's very smart, and he plays with very good patience, which is rare among offensive tackles. He's best suited to block the quarterback's blind side, which will make him an excellent fit for a left tackle in the NFL. Watch for this kid to make a really big impact on this team's offensive line.
Well, you know what that tells me? I guess Benji Cato can move to right tackle. Like, the thing is if he's just built to be a left tackle, sure, we can move Benji Cato over. I think, if I remember, did Benji Cato was he originally a right tackle when I drafted him and I moved him to left because we needed one? That I could be remembering that wrong, but if that's the case, that works out good either way. So, I mean, we got the slam dunk, like, the dude in the class, so, like, we're fine. In, like, if another opportunity pops up, maybe we take it, but we still will look to try to get rid of Luke Locke whatever way we can if we need to. Seahawks at 12 go with Hasty. This is a weird way that this board is falling. Browns at 13. Running back Walter Collins. Washington at 14. Ambrose at... You had a guy comp to D'Angelo Hall and you didn't take him, Washington. This dude stinks. Bears at 15. They want to trade.
They're trying to trade down.
What is going on in this class, man? This is a weird one. They don't want Luke Locke, it looks like. If there was a trade like 32 in Luke Locke, then like I think that would be worthwhile, but there isn't, so we're not going to do that. As the Bills move up, they take another one of the bad corners. What is this? Everybody is selling in this draft. The Cowboys, they want to trade.
The Cowboys are looking to try to trade down.
I cannot believe this is such a sell from so many teams. And it's just leaving opportunity to be given to us. I don't like these trades. 16th pick. They go Henson. So Dallas finally takes the good corner. And now the Packers are on at 17, and they go Green.
The scary thing about Green is that his talent is still pretty raw. He's 6'6", 277, and he has the speed and athletic ability to come off the edge as a dominating pass rusher. During his junior season, he was nearly unblockable, registering 19 sacks and 31 tackles for a loss. He's not overly big or physical, and he can tend to struggle against larger offensive linemen. It's no surprise to anyone in Raleigh that he's coming out a year early, but I think he could have used an extra year to build up some strength and build a better football IQ. He still is the first defensive end in the draft, even though that's mostly based on potential.
It's interesting. I mean, look at the board. There's also two quarterbacks here. Like, obviously, I don't have, like, a lot of info, nor do I think either of these quarterbacks are all that special, but there are two guys here. And Summers at 12. We'll see the Niners at pick 18. They go with one of the quarterbacks. All right, Patriots, they're typically a trade-down team. They go with one of the bum corners. This is insane. Texans, are the Texans going to get one of the good players? Oh, my goodness, man. Vernon Summers falls to 20 to the Texans. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. That's a great pick for them. Darius Collins is also here, who's a good pick. And then Nate Boston is actually all the way up here at 24. He's going to be a great pick. And then we'll have, you know, potentially one of these other guys in the second round. Because, like, we have the 32nd pick still. So those guys will most likely be on the board. Saints, they go with a different safety, CJ Jones. Jaguars division rivals go QB. Darrell Tate. All right. I mean, their quarterback last year was very spotty, so I guess. 23. There's a good one. Darius Collins. That's one of the better players in this draft. 24, Bengals. Wide receiver. 5'9" out of Fresno State. 25, Vikings. They go at Carlisle. I thought Carlisle was all right, so that's not bad. Rams. Linebacker. Charlie Taylor. Ravens. They go with linebacker. I didn't really have any info on him. Broncos. They want to trade.
The Broncos are trying to get somebody to take their draft pick.
I don't really anticipate there being something I want to do. Like, I could move up a couple of picks if I wanted. But, like, I don't think I need to. I mean, like, Nate Boston has become, like, not necessary. So we don't need to do that. The Lions move up. And they'll go with the tackle Stratton, who fell, but I don't think he was all that good. Bears at 29. Steele.
Drew Steele is a big, mean wideout that might be better suited to playing tight end in the NFL. He's got great hands and even better size at 6'5", 236. The only issue with Steele is his ability to get off the line of scrimmage. He struggles when pressed, and that could keep him off the field for a few years. He's also a sloppy route runner. If Steele is used the right way, he'll be fine. Otherwise, he could be the next big wideout to become the next big draft bust.
So a nice little, like, boomer bust type of player there. I don't even think you can move a wide receiver to tight end in this game, which is unfortunate. I am looking at who's on the board right now. Nate Boston is, like, the best guy. Also, Chase Senker, safety. He's really good as well. Giants at 30. They go running back, Tay Harrison. Broncos at 31. They want to trade again.
The Broncos are trying to get somebody to
Bears
take their draft
move
pick.
into the pick. Bears move in. And one pick ahead of us, they take Clement. All right, I wasn't going to take him really anyway. This is a weird spot. I don't love the players on the board in terms of what we need. Like, Nate Boston's so good, though. Nate Boston's, like, the best player here. And maybe we just take Nate Boston and let Todd Kramer walk in free agency. That feels like the logical thing to do, is just take Boston now and just say, like, hey, let's ensure the offensive line. We have 2 guys with expiring contracts. Let's take 2 offensive linemen. Let's let Todd Kramer walk or trade him if we want to get assets. And just rebuild, because we aren't going to be able to pay everybody. And I think I can replace offensive linemen pretty easily. And we have just been gifted the best offensive lineman in the draft. And this dude could very well be the second best offensive lineman in the draft.
Nate Boston loves to hit people. He took up boxing at the age of 9, and he's never looked back. As he got older, he fell in love with football and quickly learned that he can inflict just as much damage on defensive tackles as he could on boxers in the ring. Boston is a physical guard that loves to punish defenders on running plays. He's a good pick here, and I think he'll anchor this team's O-line for years to come, punching open holes for his running backs.
I mean, if that ain't the type of guard that we want, that is a perfect fit for our team. So we go to the second round, where we did give up our 39th pick. So I am kind of eyeing the maybe irresponsible thing here, and that is trying to get up. I would definitely do this. I want to take Bo. I want to take Reggie Bo. And I feel, even though it's 1 pick difference, I feel more comfortable doing it in the second round. They're not getting a first round out of me next year. I'll happily move up if they wanted to do that. And I'd be happy to make that move. I just wouldn't want to give up much more than that. They are really being persistent, though. All these other trades are a little too much. Like, I'm not giving up a first rounder, so it's this or nothing. All right, that's not a high price to pay for Reggie Bo. I think that, like, you know, if I was, like, ridiculous and overpaid, but all I did was give up a 6th and our backup safety, and we're gonna move up, and I know that he's got the low potential. I know he's got the injury issues. I just really like him. And for a 3rd string running back with, you know, Boar Jackson's injuries, let's just take another injury-prone running back. Let's just be a running back factory over here. We're on the board here at pick 42 now, and this is our other second-round pick that we now have. Because we traded we traded up, and then we traded 2 others to get to pick 11. So this is our only other second-rounder. I don't love these trade downs because it doesn't really give us a whole lot. But I also don't love the board. I don't feel like we need picks next year. So here's what I want to do. There's a player that I think is really worth taking a flyer on. And it's a reach, but like it's a worthwhile reach. And that is Travis Byrd. Comp to Larry Fitzgerald. I don't know his specifics, but he's comp to Larry Fitzgerald, and his thing is upside, with his only negatives being break tackle and kick returning. We could really use a depth receiver piece, and Richie Campbell most likely can't get a contract extension from us, so we have to cut the stuff somewhere. So if Travis Byrd is our 4th receiver in year 1, insurance policy in year 1 for injuries, and then in year 2 is our number 3, that seems pretty likely. So we are at the bottom of the 3rd round now, and I mean, he's just sitting here. It's pretty much like a on-par value pick. Aaron Riley is comp to Steve McNair. Obviously, we don't need a quarterback, but like, hey man, I like taking good players, and we could use a backup. So why not? So we have the first pick of the 4th round as well. I really don't see anything like else that I want anywhere near this pick, so we're just going to take the Eagles off for a 4th and a 6th next year. Okay, I've never seen this before. I just wanted to show it. I was looking at this dude. Hey man, why he got no strengths? What do you mean? He's a punter. His strengths, none. His weaknesses, everything. What? That's amazing. But with this next pick, I know who I want to take. It was the tackle that I showed you earlier compared to Walter Jones. Even though we still took a tackle already and everything, this player's just too good not to take. So we gotta get him in. Right at the end of the 5th round now, and the guy I want to take is Blake Brickley. Could be a nice backup safety for us. We did trade a backup safety, so we'll just kind of bring him in to replace. And then I want to keep adding to the cornerback depth just in case. So how about comp to Charles Woodson, learning plus upside? That is something I will be all over. So we still have Luke Locke on the roster for now. If we can keep him, I guess. But, like, we might end up cutting him just so we can sign our rookies. And then once again, you don't know what to take, you don't have a lot of info, how about a guy who has 0 production, but his biggest thing is upside? 0 production, but hey, maybe he could be good. I didn't really get a premier defensive tackle. Like, that was kind of the one miss of this offseason, so we lose Anton Weaver. It looks like that's going to be the only major place we get a downgrade, but I will take swings here in the 7th round, Jameel Fisher. And also, since we have another pick literally a couple later, I'll take the swing on the other guy, the one who was strong but slow. So, I mean, I think it's worth a chance, you know, just kind of see if we can find a good one. So let's see what Lee Claxton's asking for. We have $7 million in free cap space, and that's not bad. That's really not bad at all. I mean, you're gonna tell me Lee Claxton for $3 million ain't insane, man? Can we get him for a little less than that? Dude, yeah, we'll take that all day. And then Nate Boston's gonna be asking for what, like 2 mil? Actually, interesting that it's like almost the same, but we'll give it to him because we know he has 94 potential. And then Reggie Bowe is asking for, 1.2 mil. That's fine. I mean, the other thing is starting 16 games. He's not starting in 16 games. If Reggie Bowe were to start 16 games, something would go horribly wrong, I feel like. Or horribly right? Unless he maybe becomes a god. But we'll get all of our draft picks signed, and we'll be able to do it, no problem. Guys, we just kicked off training camp, and I can't believe this has happened. Again, it's not Boar Jackson. Torrey Edwards. Torn triceps. Out 8 months. That is an unreal hit to our receiving core. Wow. That's crazy, man. Torrey Edwards going into next season will not be on the team. That's just ridiculous, man. The only like injury of significance. That's a brutal one too. And this is in a contract season as well for him. Like, that's brutal. And I was praising Torrey Edwards so much for how awesome he was last season. Well, it's a good thing I did take a receiver in the 2nd round, I guess. Guys, what's going on? 4 days later, Boar Jackson's hurt. Are we dead serious? What is happening? Boar is gone again! And dislocated knee as well. It's only a 1 week. How did we get 2 of our star players to tear their triceps in the span of 4 days? What? Dude. What? Well, I guess it's a dang good thing we actually did take Bo at running back, because I guess he's gonna need to play this year. Is this the most... This is insane, man. So in the span of 3 years, he's gonna play 8 games. This is unlike anything that I have dealt with in a game like this, man. A player like this. I mean, by the time he plays again, man, he's just gonna be cooked. Like, he's literally had his career derailed. Missed a whole season. Missed most of this season, basically, because I know he played, would that be like 9 games? He got knocked out of like 3 of them. Wins Super Bowl MVP, and then blows his tricep off his shoulder. This is unbelievable, man. What are the odds of this? I'm scared to go any further. I'm like, genuinely, like, is somebody else gonna get hurt? Well, we got our results for the player potential. I can't believe what is happening, man. Well, our title defense is going to be difficult. So we have 2 guys here probably aren't going to be all that important. Tillman's not going to make the roster. And Tomlin's like a 5th wide receiver. It doesn't really matter there that we don't have them yet. But we have Vince Dutton, who is a 73 potential. Nothing really to be excited about there. One of our 7th round D tackles, 80 potential, and the other one 81. So, I mean, the battle for them was like to be the number 3 D tackle, and they're fine for a number 3 D tackle. Brickley is a backup safety, that's fine. Here's Reggie Bow. We knew he had 85 potential, that's what we scouted, and we took him anyway. And I took him because I think running back depth on this team is important, and I was like, oh, well, you know, if worst case scenario, I thought, oh, Boar has another season like last year where he misses most of it. You know, it's nice to have another further insurance policy to even back up Ozzie Jones. Well, worst case scenario hit, and it was worse than I thought, because we're not having Boar ever again, it feels like. Reggie Bow, though. His athleticism, it is what it is. The ACL has seemingly made it so that his acceleration is not going to be all that great. Agility is whatever. Strength at 78. Trucking 91. Everything is currently at its cap. 82 elusiveness. But his awareness, being 58, can get all the way up to 88. Carrying 85 can get to 92. Catching is whatever. Ball carrier vision, though, man. His vision is so good. 92 vision up to 96. 93 stiff arm. 82 spin. 81 juke. And oh my God. If you thought Boar was gonna get hurt, to put it into perspective, Boar gets hurt as much as he does. He has 68 injury. What does this mean? 21 injury. Also, Boar has 99 toughness. What does 21 injury with 21 toughness mean? Dude, I might need an insurance policy for the insurance policy for the insurance policy, man. What is this, man? I mean, we knew he was injury prone. Or not injury prone. Like, getting 1 injury doesn't make you injury prone. It could, but this is crazy. I mean, hey, We let it ride. Let's see how that goes. Gerald Cross was an undrafted linebacker. I scooped him up because he was comped to Brian Urlacher, and well, he could tackle, he could Huh? What? Wait. Of all players, I have not seen 100 as a stat. What do you mean 100 pursuit? Who is this dude? He can't cover to save his life. 100 pursuit? 98 block shed with 94 tackling, and his speed is 82, so it's fine? What in the world? Well, I know you're only on a 1-year contract because you're undrafted. I need to figure out how to keep you. That is insane. Aaron Riley, he was comped to Steve McNair, so we knew he had potential. He's pretty nice. 94 throw power. He's got 79 accuracy, could go up to 91. 50 awareness, could go up to 94. And this seems like a quarterback who could legitimately be a viable starter for a team. Then we go to Corey Moore, who high floor player, 85 overall, but 88 potential. I mean, we knew he was going to be pretty good, 98 strength. We knew he was going to be pretty good. That's why we, even still with our lineman situation that we had in the draft, we still wanted to go out and take him. Now, how about this? Sidney May. Literally a late round D lineman that I took just because his thing was potential. Well, he's got 90 potential, and he's an 83 overall day one. Could go up to 94 power move, 85 finesse, 90 tackling, 89 hit power, 94 block shed, up to 92 play work with 95 awareness. Now, his lacking thing is his speed is 78 capped out, and his strength is 82, so he doesn't have elite speed or elite strength, but he could be elite in a lot of other areas, which is nice. Travis Bird has suddenly now become an important piece of this team, potentially. And, well, he's got 91 potential, and he's an 81 overall. 93 speed, 95 excel, 94 agility, 97 jump. Can get up to 96 awareness, 96 catching, 93 right running, 94 spec catch. Only 72 in traffic, 89 release, but he's suddenly become a player that is going to need to step up for us as a rookie, and I think he's good for the job. How about Lee Claxton? I thought the potential would be a bit higher here, but he is still 91 overall day one, though. He is a 91 overall right now, already. Insane. But he has 93 potential. His run blocking getting up to 88. 92 run block strength, 93 run block footwork. How about 99 pass blocking, 99 pass block strength, 95 pass block footwork? I mean, he's going to be an elite pass blocker. 97 impact, 98 awareness, 93 strength. He's already maxed out as an athlete, but he's durable, he's smart, he's strong, he's got all we want in a tackle. And I think the reason maybe his potential is a little bit lower is because I have my stuff, I think, on run blocking tackle. But still, that's awesome. Frank Finley. Well, Luke Locke does not need to be on this team. He really doesn't. Oh my goodness, man. He's insane. 97, man. 99 zone potential. Oh my goodness, man. He could tackle a little bit. 94 pursuit as well. 78 catching. Dude, what a player, man. And then Nate Boston's the highest. We had him full scouted, so we know he was this good. 94 potential in guard Nate Boston, who can get up to 98 run blocking, 96 run block strength, 95 footwork. Also, though, could be a really nice pass blocker, nice pass block footwork, nice impact block, good awareness, solid strength, fine athlete, awesome player. And that's a pretty strong draft class. We got a viable backup quarterback, a pretty demonic linebacker, I feel like. I think if we kick him to outside linebacker, his potential would go up because he doesn't need to cover as much. And then May can be really good. Bird's going to play a role. Claxton's a starter. Finley can be a nickel corner for us. And then Boston can be a starter for us as well. So that's awesome. All that, all around. Good stuff there. The issue comes as we get to the depth chart. And we'll need to figure out what we want to do here. So, Augustus Gordon will be this team's quarterback. Boar Jackson. I don't know why he's here on the depth chart. Yeah, I mean, Boar is out, so... I don't know why... Actually, don't know. Is Edwards? No, Edwards isn't here. How is Boar on the depth chart? Wait, what? Is Boar is Boar no-selling his injury or something? No, he's not playing. How is he here then? Because, like, you can see here, Torrey Edwards is gone. Huh. We'll monitor that, I guess. I don't... Boar's hurt. He's got a torn triceps. He's not going to play. And then Ozzy's going to be the running back. Reggie Bowe will be the backup. Willie Seeley will be the third string. We have Kyle Nunn as well. Wide receiver, though. Camion Walker. At least we still have him. Richie Campbell will step up to 2. Travis Bird, 3. So Travis Bird will play the Richie Campbell role. Richie Campbell will have to step up. Maybe we'll see some more production from the tight ends. Langster, Rocky Jones at tight end. Lee Claxton, left tackle. Left guard, I know Kramer's got the overall and the potential, but he's on the last year of his contract, and, you know, he is not the future at guard. It is Nate Boston, so we'll let Nate Boston... Also, Boston's a better fit for our team. Like, he's just better for what we want. Like, we are a run-first team, and objectively, Todd Kramer is not a great run blocker. He's an elite pass-blocking guard, which is awesome. But, like, you can see, Kramer's got 66 impact blocking, 71 footwork, 83 strength with run blocking, 85 run blocking as a whole. Boston, we're a run-first team. He's a seamless fit. Emmanuel at center, Onken right guard. Right tackle is Benji Cato, Tamba Ali, Walt Daniels. Well, Janoris Hutchinson up to number 1. We have Justin Barksdale here, who was kind of, you know, just hanging around from last season, and last year he, you know, seen a little bit of action, got a sack, but he's going to step up big time this year, hopefully. Freddie Bates at outside linebacker, Mario Martinez and Gerald Cross. And we have Abdul Ross stepping in to be the new right outside linebacker, Jabari Gordon, Rick Foley, and we're going to put Finley at third corner, and Luke Locke is just going to have to deal with it. As Michael Griffin at strong safety, or at free safety, Andrew Wood strong safety, kicker, punter, everything's the same there. Boar Jackson is not returning kicks. I don't know how Boar Jackson's even, I don't know. He's got a torn triceps. He's gone though. So what this is going to look like for our team next year is we're going to defend our Super Bowl championship. I don't know if next episode will be the last one. Last year with Washington, I did 9 episodes because, like, that was kind of just, it felt like a natural endpoint. Next year will be year 9, I believe. So I don't know if it'll be the last one. If we win back-to-back Super Bowls, maybe. I would like to get to a clean 10. It'll just kind of depend on your guys' support, and we'll go until, you know, until it feels like it's the right time to end it. I don't want to overextend and just kind of drag something on, but we will have questions to answer still, despite winning a Super Bowl. What the heck is going on here? 2 of our best offensive players tore their triceps. Can we follow up on being a historic defense, the number 1 defense in the league last year? Can we go back-to-back and really put together a dynasty? Or will things start to unravel as this team gets... I mean, they're not an old team, but they're getting older, you know? Onken 28, Kramer 28, Walker 29, Emmanuel 30, Gordon's still young, but Bates 29, Griffin 31. I mean, we have a lot of guys in their late 20s, and our, you know, pieces that we thought were going to be here for next season, our Super Bowl MVP and our 1,000-yard Pro Bowl return man is gone, and I'm scared to know if anybody else will be gone. And at running back, I mean, who knows? Reggie Bowe might have his leg fall in half before he ever gets to play a game. I don't know what's going to happen. I still feel like there's still more fun to be had here, though. And maybe we make a trade because we have to. And Luke Locke could be a part of it, and Todd Kramer could be a part of it. Maybe there's a move we want to make. So I hope you guys all enjoyed this. Let me know what you thought of the season. If you were, you know, having fun along the ride here. What you think of maybe Boar Jackson? Is he, like, the greatest career to, like, never exist? Because he's now at the point where, like, we're looking at Terrell Davis here, man. Like, he might be a spitting image of Terrell Davis. And I love Terrell Davis. But that's what we're looking at right here. Like, a 2-time Super Bowl winner, a Super Bowl MVP who just, you know, might just not be able to play a significant amount of time. But the peaks were high, the excitement was there, and I guess we're going to get to see more of Ozzy Jones. The Ozzy Jones move is aging better by the day, and maybe the Boar Jackson contract is aging worse by the day, but who cares, man? We got a ring, we got our second ring, and I hope you all had a lot of fun in this season, because I know I did, and I will see you guys all in the next one.